Like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I haven't been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the F. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
I'm on a road trip from my home in upstate New York to South Carolina. I've taken trips down here before, but this time I'll be away for about 3 weeks since I'm stopping a few different places. And it wasn't until I was on the road that I realized I've never gone away anywhere for this long. The jobs I've had in the past only gave me 2 or 3 weeks total of paid time off a year. So finally having a life where I don't have to count how many unused hours of vacation I have left and then request to use them is a blessing. Even as I say these words, the concept of having just 2 of the 52 weeks in a year off from work for 50 consecutive years is genuinely inhumane. And so many jobs don't offer paid time off at all. So getting 2 or 3 weeks feels like a luxury if you can get it. It took shrinking down my life and living off the grid to enable my escape from all that. And since beginning this journey, my perspective on it has shifted. When I started down this path, living on the land in an off-grid home was the singular destination I was trying to reach. But I've come to see it now as more of a vehicle. It's a way of life that facilitates freedom, whatever you decide freedom is for you. Freedom can be a quiet life on a couple acres, or it can be something beyond that entirely. And if you're persistent, you can massage the freedom into something more than you imagined when you started. But first you have to get there, and of course there's work involved in that. But then you have to rest. You have to stop. Survival mode is all you've known, and you come to this life to shed it. I could have kept a, quote, normal 9-to-5 full-time job while living off-grid, and frankly, I would be much more financially stable if I had. But a 9-to-5 wouldn't afford me the time I wanted to spend with the land and with friends, making art, sometimes traveling, or just sitting still. And it would have kept me tied to a mindset that no longer serves me, and an energy that I don't want to bring to the patch of earth I steward or into my own spirit. I'd rather cycle through different part-time or freelance gigs if it'll offer the balance I want and helps me call in the freedom I know I deserve. I'm still learning how my life will unfold with the freedom I've found, but I know trips like this fit somewhere into the vision, and I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to explore this land. The more I experience the beauty and peace that exists in this life, the more I come to see how abundant it is, and we have to choose it for ourselves like we know that to be true, making one choice after another, in the direction of whatever life we decide we deserve and all the freedom it can hold. My mother's birthday is this month. She and my grandmother died in the same year, 13 years ago. And after the initial years of grief and processing, I was finally learning about these emotions of mine, learning they exist along a balanced and changing spectrum. I had allowed myself to fill up with the full weight of this tremendous sadness, and as the pain receded, I realized I had equally deepened my capacity for feeling on the other end of the spectrum. My joy and pleasure and peace felt bigger now too, and I was finding them in more places than ever before. What would take more years to learn was that I could actively pursue these highs, create them even, rather than merely waiting for them to enter my life on their own. It would take even longer to know I deserve a life filled densely with beautiful experiences, and that to seek such a life didn't mean to deny that pain is inescapable and will come again, and isn't indeed happening at all times, somewhere to somebody, even when not to me. And still, with that being so, I deserve joy and pleasure and peace, and they'll be all the sweeter because I know pain so deep. Now that I know the depths of joy that exists in this world, I can't fathom not doing all I can to seek it out and smooth the pathways that will guide it easefully into my world. I wish to live fully in every moment I'm granted, letting the beauty of each one overflow into the next and the next until they engulf my life in the most wondrous way. So even when the pain comes, it will find a bed of gratitude to lie softly upon.
Oh, Jesus.
All the land along this river was once a plantation. Our ancestors labored and bled and died, cultivating massive wealth for the people who would propel this country into the monstrosity it is today. I think I owe it to my ancestors, to those who died in the process and those who survived in spite of it, to seek my success beyond the confines of a system created by the same people who enslaved them. And I owe it to you, whoever that applies to give you a taste of my freedom and get you hungry for your own. And maybe we'll one by one come to conjure up a bigger freedom together. So I'm reclaiming what the system craves and can't survive without: my body. And if I do it right, I'll transform into something so unrecognizingly rested and free and whole that the system won't want anything to do with me. My uselessness to the machine will be my success. Our collective uselessness will be its undoing. I think the ancestors delight to witness a black body at rest on these shores, so I'll linger here a while, long enough for them to feel my freedom. It's theirs too, after all.
Well, welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Uh, very interesting. This young lady has a YouTube channel called "A Black Girl in the Woods," and basically she's just like gone off grid. Grill might be a good word for. Excuse me. Grill might be good for the for a good term for the grid as well. All the way up in upstate New York. So apparently she's got relatives down south, and she has come back home come back down south for some reason or another. And the reason I chose this video to open up with, besides just catching up with this young lady, who is, she's okay. She will be the woman that a Deacon Dave will never get. A Deacon Dave type, not Deacon Dave himself, because she is too free and obviously doesn't need a man. But she probably wants one, but she just doesn't need to put up with bullshit. And I congratulate her for that. And then we will talk about today's show title. Probably for the whole, I don't know, year or so, or more that I've been on YouTube, I've been thinking about this. What's up, Lim? We have a lot of people in this particular blackosphere. The usual suspects, from CT to Izzy Bands to Angry Man. All of us are somewhat of a closed community, at least in a way. We all think that we are arbiters of, quote, black culture. And culture in general and black culture in particular, we all own it and none of us own it. It is, I don't know, it's like a cell wall. You can get inside if you got the right, protein structure. But a cell is a lot of things, and it's got so many components. It's hard that make the whole. It's really hard to categorize it sometimes, other than its function. And I think, and if you look at the thumbnail itself, basically, black culture being defined by somebody from Detroit, the hood in Detroit, or the hood in New York City, or the hood in Philadelphia, even the hood in Atlanta, and out west, that's even weirder. Out in California, or the Pacific Coast, that's an outpost of black culture. It barely defines it. It barely affects it. I think that a quarter of the black population, roughly a little bit over 10 million people, maybe closer to 11 million of the 45, or I think I've heard as high as 56 million, depending on, whether you add biracial, I guess. Somewhere between 20 to 25% of a population defining what black culture is just ridiculous. And I hear too much bullshit from people from Cali, or people from Detroit, or people from New York, or even people from Atlanta. Though I think I can kind of deal with Atlanta, but y'all don't know shit about black culture. Half of you have never even been to the South. So this is where I take my stand. Fuck y'all. I know more about black culture than most of you. I even know what culture is, or have a fairly good understanding of it. I don't want to hear anybody telling me what black people do. Pretty much anytime I encounter that, and I rarely encounter it on this panel, but on other panels, I will get told, well, Stanley, you don't sound black, or Stanley, you don't act black, or you don't sound like a black man. You know what? Fuck y'all. I am probably a better example of what black is in the United States than most of the people I talk to on these YouTube streets. And I see Chris M just popped in. The other thing I want to say is almost none of the mudsill whites that frequent these black spaces, when they say we, as in white people, built America, I always laugh, because y'all ain't done shit. Okay, individuals or teams of individuals build stuff. The white race did not build America. The white culture did not build America. Think of the founding fathers, because so many of these mudsills want to bring up, their Mayflower heritage. Dude, founding fathers would tell you to get back to fucking work. like, dude, get back to work, please, and make something of yourself. So I read the history, which a lot of people here have no clue what they're talking about when they talk about culture. The interesting thing is knowing a lot of history will inform your worldview on what culture or what Black culture is. And most people here don't do the hard work of actually knowing what they're talking about. Most of it they hear off other YouTube videos. And a good example of that is going to be the next video, which is kind of like an audible. Deacon Dave dropped a link where this dude called, let's see, what is he called? This fella, his name is Ricky Manor, talking about white people were slaves too. And, Deacon Dave likes to just toss me these dud grenades. Like, I actually thought this guy was going to talk about indentured servants. He doesn't even go there. So I by no means plan on listening to this whole video, but we'll listen to the opening few minutes and then I'll comment on it, and then we'll get into news articles and just some housekeeping here. Everyone, please make sure you hit a thumb, preferably the thumbs up. Please make sure that if you're new to the channel, you subscribe to it. One of these days, we'd like to be monetized, but slow and steady as she goes, I guess. But we may be your cup of tea if you're new here. A lot of people don't like what I have to say, and that's fine. But at least check us out. You can always unsubscribe. A lot of people do at least tolerate what I say. At least it might be thought-provoking or kind of go against a grain or a groove that you're used to being in. And what's gratifying is even the people who have a problem with me or what I say or my worldview or my political stances, they still show up every now and again. They may not be daily, consumers of my content, but they do show up, once or twice a week just to make sure I'm still alive and I'm still me. So contribute to the show. Support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund towards the Saturday show will be open tomorrow. Nothing wrong with contributing early. Cash App and all that stuff is in the bottom scroll, and it gets dropped occasionally into the chat. If anybody wants to make a monetary donation. Deacon Dave donated to the show today, and it wasn't monetary. It was dropping a link in the chat for me to have a look at. And I actually thought, well, gee, this is worth talking about. So thank you to Deacon Dave for supporting the show. Thank you to the executive producers. Thank you to an early contributor to this Saturday show, TMKC, for, putting up with what's going to happen on Saturday. So let's hear Ricky Manor talk about white people were slaves too. And I'm going to say white people have some really awesome friends in the Black community, like this Ricky Manor guy and Deacon Dave and SKC. Dude, you can't have better friends.
Between Black enslavement and white enslavement was only by title, all right? Black enslavement was called slavery and deemed as inhumane by today's standards. White enslavement is labeled as employment and somehow deemed as patriotic and opportunistic. Don't miss me here. Don't miss what I'm saying here. Do y'all really want me to go there today? If you really want me to go there today, then type stand on business in my chat room if you really want me to go there today. Type in stand on business. I need some engagement right now. What's going on, Hoop Jogger? What's up, Simone Brown? What's going on, Arthur? How's it going? Okay, let's discuss Black enslavement first. So we could draw a clear comparison to how whites were enslaved after this so-called abolition of slavery. And yes, I'm going to say so-called abolition of slavery because before the Civil War, slaves worked against their will for free, right? The only cost of the plantation to own slaves were the cost of food, clothing, housing, and healthcare. We all agree on that, don't we? All right, cool. Slaves really didn't have a place to go and live freely if they wanted to escape the plantation. The slave master owned the slave's house. The slave master owned the slave's food supply. The slave master made some slaves love their conditions by selling them a false inclusion, right? Some slaves were proud to be a part of the plantation. Some slaves were proud to be owned by a certain master, right? The children of slaves had no other purpose in life but to become slaves as soon as they were old enough to work the fields. Now, let's fast forward to the southern states during the textile industry boom and the boom of the coal mines in Appalachia. The textile mills and the coal mines were not the best places for men to be. In the textile mill and in the coal mines, people were subject to respiratory hazards. In the textile mills, these respiratory hazards were called.
Yeah, let's stop it here. What's up, Dave? I see you're back. Brian, salute. You know, there are a lot of fat whites. Oops. A lot of fat whites on YouTube too. I wonder if you ever comment on them. Give me 1 sec here. I dropped my phone somewhere. There we are. So, I put a lot of my response into the chat. But let me tell you, this guy's argument is going to be, he seems to be making an argument for wage slaves, you know, the effects of capitalism and that sort of thing. Now, just judging by the looks of him, now I'm judging a book by its cover. So I could be, you know, out on a limb and in trouble, sawing off that limb. But his argument is actually a very socialist or Marxist argument about the wage slavery, how black lung and brown lung and all this stuff, basically workers were being mistreated or outright abused by capitalists who own the textile mills. But I'm going to guess he's probably not a socialist, but he's making a socialist argument, oddly enough. I was hoping he would go for the low-hanging fruit of comparing indenture to slavery. Let me tell you something that indentures never really went through, that certainly textile workers never went through. And by the way, there were black textile workers. He should probably look up that history. Slaves, he goes into how basically slaves had it good. You know, they had their food and their shelter, and some of their masses were good, and they get little plots of land to grow vegetables. Here is a stark difference. African slavery meant that the slaves themselves were property. So feeding a slave, housing a slave, medical expenses for slaves, that's upkeep. You do know that you had to buy slaves because they were property, or you could sell slaves. That happened a whole lot. Breaking up families, you know, we all know the history of that, or some of us know it, others probably not so much. You could mortgage slaves. You could loan slaves. You could literally commodify slaves by tacking on extra money to them. Say they were a young female, young black female. She would have added value on future progeny. You know, her potential to add value to you know, a slave owner, his bottom line, basically, by producing offspring. A lot of slave owners force the issue by saying, oh, hey, let me do the job myself in enslaving the kids they created with the forceful assault on those female slaves. Nobody ever wants to talk about that. There was a poem, well, actually, it was a poet years ago who wrote something in the New York Times, and I have it saved somewhere, talking about, you know, the fact that so many of the actual descendants of slaves in the United States have European heritage, like most of us have some European heritage because of the Thomas Jefferson, Sally Hemings sort of situations that happened a lot on plantations. Nobody ever wants to talk about that. That's why I find racial arguments so interesting in the United States. Most Black Americans have European heritage, and a lot of whites have African heritage. Calling somebody Black, calling somebody white, that's basically unnuanced. That's one of the reasons race is racializing everything is a bit of a problem. But, we're not going to dwell on that part. And we'll listen to a little bit more of this uneducated drivel. And Dave, I want to be fair. I made sure to at Ricky Manor. So, he understands that, I'll be talking about him in this video. And nothing bad. He's just uneducated. It's an unsophisticated argument. He's done no research. He's just going off the top of his off the top of the ideas planted by his miseducation. And, he could do with some reading on the topic. So he knows that I've never heard of a mill worker, back in the 1910s being mortgaged or sold like African slaves were. There are all kinds of differences, even between indentured whites back in the day, back in the 17th century, Virginia. Huge differences. And the only way to know the differences, a lot of times, if you actually knew the history, some of these dumb arguments would never get presented in the first place. So we will indulge Dave and listen to a little bit more of this drivel, and then we're going to move on to actual news.
Called the brown lung. That came from breathing in all of that cotton dust and dust elements, which was equivalent to smoking 10 packs of cigarettes a day every time you went into that mill, right? And don't get me started on the asbestos exposure from working in these rough conditions. In the coal mine, the respiratory illness was called the black lung, which came from inhaling coal dust into the lungs. This disease claimed more than 100,000 American lives since the early 20th century. Both of these industries thrive from free labor. Now, some of you are going to be like, Ricky, that can't be possible. How the hell did the textile mills and the coal mines thrive from free labor? Well, let me tell you how, because the textile mills and the coal mines had entire communities of hardworking white people living under the illusion of their freedom.
Shoot, I'm sorry, I was muted. Brian's point here about African slaves being taken care of from birth to death, it's a good point, but basically an uninformed and unnuanced point. People are going to protect their property. You don't drive your brand new car in a demolition derby. You polish it, you service it, all that sort of stuff. You tend not to take care of it once it gets older, not as well. Now, a contrast to how well taken care of slaves were maintained during slavery is Jim Crow, where they were hanging everybody and shooting everybody and abusing everybody and arresting everybody. Once slaves were freed and Black people in America were no longer property, they weren't taken care of that well for sure. So that's the reason people will protect their property, sir. You know, if some stranger killed your slave, they might have to wind up in court and be compensated for it. So good point, Brian, but no cigar. You wouldn't even make a statement like that if you actually knew the history of slavery or some of it. I'm no expert.
I forget what movie that was where they said the best cell that you can keep a prisoner in is one with invisible bars. You remember? I think that was The Matrix, right? So the best plantation that you can keep someone in is one that doesn't call itself a plantation. The coal mines were dangerous and the cave-in could happen at any time. The mills did not have climate control and was a hot place in the summertime and it was cold in the winter. People were being dismembered with the dangerous working conditions in the mill from that machinery, right? Dale Earnhardt Sr. worked in a cotton mill. And he said that place was like prison. They lock you in there. They tell you when to leave. That's not freedom. Now, these industries owned the houses in these communities and had their own company stores. They owned the school systems for future workers of these dangerous industries. These industries didn't pay their employees enough to save up and become independently wealthy. After long hours of toiling in these industries, the stores, these people had company stores and company store credits to compensate the worker's family until the next payday. Is that not working for free? And just like chattel slavery, there were slave hymnals that white slaves could relate to. I know y'all heard this classic. 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me cause I can't go. I own my soul to the company store. Now, while white people were enslaved in these industries, Black people were living their best lives in this country. That's what they don't tell you in American history. We were living our best lives. We had land, gardens, and were slaughtering our own animals. Those rich bankers kept us segregated for reasons that served their better interest. They knew that the Black people fresh out of slavery would wake those loyal white workers up to what was really going on. They knew that the only way that they could get a Black person at that time to sacrifice their life for free was to incarcerate him. These white slaves were believing that they were contributing something to the country that their Ellis Island ancestors fled to. And let truth be told, they became a part of the same system that their ancestors were running from in Ireland, Scotland, and England. Mill housing was subpar, just like the coal miner housing was in Appalachia. These houses were not built with driveways because nobody really could afford an automobile. You didn't make enough to buy an automobile. When their children became of age, just like a slave, their only options were to work in the textile mills or in the coal mines of Appalachia. The only escape from these mill communities were to go off to war if the country called for a military draft. Now, in the 1970s, we saw a boom of white people from these communities becoming truck drivers.
Yeah, I put the link to this video in the show notes, so you can watch this drivel on your own. All I have to say is what a friend the white man has in Ricky Manor. He is the best thing. He's your best friend, and I hear he shines a mean shoe also. So let's move ahead to some current news rather than a misunderstanding of history. And again, this is one of the poorest examples. Ricky Manor, one of the poorest examples of white people were slaves too. Dude, I've heard way better from people who were just as uneducated, but damn, it's, he's bad even for someone who is just a MAGA black or a Thomas Sowell brother. Particularly bad. And by the way, Dave, if you're still there, I haven't gotten around to it, but Shadow Jackson has a new video out. Apparently, he's about to start a new documentary project called The Myth of Blackness. Maybe we'll watch his video. Might wait till Saturday to watch it, when we do more black stuff. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff, good stuff happening on the horizon for the friends of the white man, the MAGA blacks. And by the way, just a little bit more housekeeping. I was reading something about YouTube today. I'm going to try and start doing, I guess, timestamps just to make it easier for people to skip around the boring stuff and get to specific topics. Working on that now. So we'll see. I guess I'll start with folks on replaying this video. Quite a number of you do actually replay these videos, and I'm real happy that people who don't have time to watch the live stream will come back and watch it on replay. So we'll make your life a little bit easier. And I want to welcome Empress Sports. If you're new to the channel, glad to see you. And subscribe to us. See how you like us. It will be sometimes contentious. A lot of people subscribe and unsubscribe, but we try. Ricky hates Trump, by the way. I don't care. You can hate Trump and still be ignorant. He probably hates Trump because Trump hasn't gone far enough. Poor whites are the best whites. Yeah. I don't even know what to say to that, Brian Nichols, but I guess they need an advocate like you. So this character who's substituting for Lawrence O'Donnell, we're just going to play a portion of the video where he talks about Trump's little excursion over in the Persian Gulf. It just gets worse and worse every day.
It is good to be here with you guys. So 4 days ago, in what he billed as a special primetime address, Donald Trump told the American people this.
We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly.
And tragically, what we saw this weekend was the death of 4 more American service members killed in action. The New York Times reports this. An American service member was killed in action on Saturday during the controlled detonation of a downed Iranian attack drone in northern Iraq. The announcement came a day after the military said that 2 U.S. soldiers had been killed in an Iranian attack in Jordan. That attack left a 3rd U.S. service member missing, and U.S. Central Command said on Sunday that remains found at the scene of that strike were being examined. This morning, the Pentagon identified the soldiers killed on Friday as 25-year-old Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan of Hawaii and 19-year-old Private Isabella Gonzalez of Texas. The death toll of U.S. service members is now at 18, according to the Pentagon's own online database. The Times also notes that dozens of service members have been injured, but we actually have no official reporting on the number or the graveness of the injuries. This is what they write. In the week leading up to the Iranian attack on Friday that killed 2 U.S. soldiers and left 1 service member missing in Jordan, Iran carried out 3 other strikes against U.S. forces in the country. Those attacks injured dozens of U.S. service members and damaged several helicopters, according to several U.S. officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss operational matters. But the Pentagon did not disclose the earlier strikes nor the casualties and damage they inflicted. The episode is the latest example during the Iran conflict of the tension between what the Pentagon says is the need for operational security and the government's obligation to inform the public about the conduct of the war. That report seems to have forced the Defense Department to address the situation. According to the Washington Post, the Pentagon said Monday that nearly 100 U.S. troops have been injured in the war with Iran over the last 2 weeks, underscoring the significance of Tehran's strikes on U.S. military installations across the region since negotiations to end the conflict collapsed. Sean Parnell, a Pentagon spokesperson, said on social media that nearly 100 service members were deemed to have some degree of injury since July 7th, with 96% of those since returning to duty. It was not clear whether those figures include all recent injuries. And now the war appears to be expanding as Iranian-backed rebels in Yemen move to blockade a key strait that had been used as an alternative to the Strait of Hormuz. To recap, it is day 143 of Trump's war in Iran. The war Donald Trump has told us many times we are winning. The war Donald Trump has told us many times is over. The war Donald Trump has said many times is not a war at all. But on Donald Trump's favorite channel, this is now being called an endless war.
So I think the president's in kind of a tough spot here in that sense. And, you know, he promised to keep us out of endless wars or unsatisfactory wars. And now he's in one, and it's not at all clear how it's going to end.
Endless or unsatisfactory wars. Now, at least 18 service members, 18, are dead.
Damn, Brit Hume is still alive? Holy cow.
And we don't know how much damage has been inflicted, nor at what cost. Trump wants $95 billion more for the war before the August recess. And even Republican House members are now balking. This is what Politico reports. House Republican leaders are making plans for a Trump administration official to attend Tuesday morning's GOP conference meeting on Capitol Hill to brief members on the latest developments in the war with Iran, according to 4 people granted anonymity to share private discussions. A growing number of House Republicans, including vulnerable incumbents, also have been asking GOP leaders and the White House for more information about the war before they vote Wednesday to advance a plan to free up $95 billion in additional funding for the Iran war, defense activities, and farm assistance. This is what a new Washington Post poll is showing. 69% of Americans disapprove of the way Donald Trump is handling the war in Iran. And 68% of Americans think the war in Iran was not worth fighting in the first place. After Trump said Americans would see the quote unquote fruit of his war in Iran, quote unquote, very shortly, gas prices shot up again to over $4 a gallon nationally and significantly over $4 in many states, including Pennsylvania and New York and Michigan, Arizona, California, even Alaska. Last night, returning home from a weekend at his golf club in New Jersey, where he played golf and he hosted a party for the My Pillow guy, and then he attended the World Cup final where he tried to steal the moment from the winning team, Donald Trump had nothing of sense to say about when his war will end.
Well, you keep hitting me. This is a far bigger job that we're doing. We were doing a little job of stopping them from having a certain capability. Now we're just ending it. So it's really not the same thing. What we're doing now is we're ending any chance where they could have a nuclear missile. If you look at it, after a week and a half, not 4 weeks, a week and a half, 2 weeks, we stopped them from probably, but I don't want to have the word probably. Thank you very much.
Leading off our discussion tonight is Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Great to be with you.
Thanks so much. The news today is that more Americans have been killed in this endless war, as Fox put it now. And it seems to be escalating. Donald Trump is doing, in your estimation, what exactly?
Well, Donald Trump has gotten us into this reckless and costly war of choice that has resulted in Iran being stronger now than they were before this war started. And of course, the economic well-being of the American people being much weaker. Donald Trump promised America that he wasn't going to start endless wars, he was going to stop them. And then he turned around and, of course, has started this endless, reckless, costly war of choice in the Middle East. And he's got no way out. And now, tragically, you have more American heroes being killed.
The words that he spoke on the tarmac here as he departed the tri-state area were this: what we're doing now is we're ending any chance where they can have a nuclear missile. Is that what he's doing?
It's certainly not what he's doing. And in fact, Donald Trump is the same person who told us last year, after the United States bombed Iran, that the nuclear program of the Iranian regime had been completely and totally obliterated. His words, exactly. Not mine. And now a year later, he's basically saying that we've spent over $100 billion in taxpayer money. We've got more than 18 or so people who've been killed, dozens more, perhaps hundreds, seriously injured. And of course, gas prices are through the roof as a result of this endless war that Donald Trump has now started. And so, no, there never was any plan. There never was any strategy. There never were any obtainable objectives. It's just Donald Trump getting us involved in a mess over in the Middle East, and the American people now clearly rejecting it.
And, you know, I spent a lot of time talking to people all across the country in my day job. And you just mentioned the gas prices. You posted about this earlier today, too. You said gas prices are back above $4 a gallon. The Republican war of choice in Iran is making life more expensive. Why is Pete Hegseth still around? You know, he seems to be the most, I don't know, unbothered wartime defense secretary. There's no Republicans demanding a resignation. Nobody's asked for a course correction. He's focused on low T, testosterone, hormone tests, prayer sessions. I ask this only, I guess, half facetiously. Are Republican lawmakers you speak with aware of how the war in Iran is going?
Yeah, it's a really good question. It's unclear. Democrats, of course, successfully advanced the War Powers Resolution as part of our effort to end this reckless and costly war of choice over in the Middle East. And just a handful of Republicans have joined us. They continue to bury their heads in the sand, it appears, or just function like a reckless rubber stamp to Donald Trump's extreme agenda, even though it is hurting the very people that House Republicans currently represent. And the whole situation with Pete Hegseth, who, you know, seems to specialize in bravado but deliver nothing other than rhetoric, there's no reason for him to be around at this point in time. It was clear at the beginning he should have never been confirmed. He's deeply unqualified. In fact, the most unqualified Secretary of Defense in American history. And now you see the lack of ability, the lack of expertise, the lack of strategic planning having real life consequences in terms of what's been unfolding as it relates to Operation Epic Failure in Iran.
I want to talk about the money because the president wants $95 billion, I think, if I have it right, just for the supplemental. What is the actual price tag that Americans are being asked to pay for the war without, it seems, any real oversight at all?
Yeah, it's incredible to me that Donald Trump and Republicans would have the nerve to bring a reckless budget to the floor of the House of Representatives this week, where they will allocate over $70 billion in additional money for this failed and costly and reckless, endless war of choice over in the Middle East. House Democrats, needless to say, are going to strongly oppose it. And we just need a handful of enlightened Republicans, if there are any, to join us on behalf of the American people, because we believe that taxpayer dollars should actually be used to make life more affordable for everyday Americans, because the Trump economy is suffocating them right now. People are drowning, can't thrive, and can barely survive because of the high cost of living that Donald Trump and Republican policies continue to make worse.
You may have that chance in 106 days, if I got my numbers correct, because that is when the midterm elections are going to be, and the polls are saying that you're on track to be elected the next Speaker of the House on that day. And of course, obviously, there are many voters who are thinking about what Donald Trump and Republicans have done on redistricting, what they're going to possibly try to do to thwart that outcome, that crazy speech that he made last Thursday night. What would you tell those voters that are worried, not just about their futures, but about the integrity of the election that could determine them?
Well, we're going to work incredibly hard to make sure that we have the largest voter protection effort in the history of the country to ensure that there's a free and fair election in November. We believe that it's the American people who should decide who gets to represent them in Congress, not Donald Trump and MAGA extremists. We're working with our colleagues over in the Senate, with the Democratic Governors Association, of course, with the secretaries of state, with the Democratic Attorney Generals, with the DNC, as well as with civil society. That includes good government groups, civil rights groups, democracy protection groups, civil liberties groups, organized labor, and the faith community to ensure that we do have a free and fair election. We do need everyday Americans to show up and produce an outcome that is too big to rig. That's exactly what happened over in Hungary. And we believe that we're going to work hard, do everything that we need over the next days, the next few weeks, the next few months, win the hearts and minds of the American people, and we can produce a victory for the American people in November, and Donald Trump won't be able to do anything about it.
Lay out the stakes, if you would. If the Democrats don't win control of the House, nor the...
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right here because, I think that in spite of Donald Trump, Democrats have a long road ahead. And, sometimes the Democrats I wonder if the Democrats are going to be the dog that caught the car. I'm still not convinced that they know what to do if they do get power. Blocking Trump is good, but we need more than just, a good defense. So a couple comments. Chris, let's see, something you said that was interesting, I thought. Maybe I'll remember it at some point. Oh, broke genius. No, I don't think Hakeem Jeffries he's not even close to Obama as far as being able to communicate. And those hand gestures, God damn, his are worse than Donald Trump's. To me, it's when you do a whole lot of hand gestures, I've always thought for public speakers, it can be a great thing or it can be a distraction depending on what you're doing with your hands. Dude is sitting here at a desk. He's not standing at a dais or anything like that. The hand gestures are almost melodramatic in a way. So anyway, I want to point out a short that I put out today, clip from a show I did, I guess maybe it was last week or maybe over the weekend, talking about Donald Trump's Jimmy Carter comparison, which I thought I didn't think of it. And when I read it, pretty damn hilarious. So I call this short the Donald J. Trump dash James E. Carter synergy. The intersection is synergy. Paid for killing soldiers many times over after Pezeshkian says country fighting full-scale war. What was Donald Trump thinking? Was Donald Trump thinking that the former Persia, currently known as Iran, was Venezuela? I suspect that's what he was thinking. Dude, what a failure of a commander-in-chief this man is. Who's going to defend him? I hear people in my chat or see people in my chat defending this man. And here is the ultimate irony of ironies, to be honest. Trump shifts his tone on Jimmy Carter while grappling with Iran, inflation, and his own legacy. Essentially, Donald Trump, when he says make America great again, was it talking about 1975, 76? So he needs to be taking us back to a time when America was great, but he can't get that way back machine past the 70s? Is that what the AP is implying? Probably not. It's me implying it. But thank you, AP, for this comparison that I never even thought about. What is up with this? This is hilarious. So, because I've heard Donald Trump shit on Jimmy Carter. Did he even go to Carter's funeral? I don't think he did. Jimmy Carter used to be one of President Donald Trump's favorite political targets, a catch-all foil for feckless Democrats that he could jeer at to make himself look strong and decisive. But lately, Trump's sentiments on the 39th president have become more wistful as he faces some of the same challenges the late Carter did. This motherfucker chose Jimmy Carter. This war did not have to happen. All right, Trump says Iran will pay for killing soldiers many times over after Pezeshkian says country fighting full-scale war. What was Donald Trump thinking? Was Donald Trump thinking that the former Persia, currently known as Iran, was Venezuela? I suspect that's what he was thinking. Dude, what a failure of a commander-in-chief this man is. Who's going to defend him? I hear people in my chat or see people in my chat defending this man. And here is the ultimate irony of ironies, to be honest. Trump shifts his tone on Jimmy Carter while grappling with Iran, inflation, and his own legacy. Essentially, Donald Trump, when he says make America great again, was he talking about 1975, 76? So he needs to be taking us back to a time when America was great, but he can't get that way back machine past the 70s? Is that what the AP is implying? Probably not. It's me implying it. But thank you, AP, for this comparison that I never even thought about. What is up with this? This is hilarious. So, because I've heard Donald Trump shit on Jimmy Carter. Did he even go to Carter's funeral? I don't think he did. Jimmy Carter used to be one of President Donald Trump's favorite political targets, a catch-all foil for feckless Democrats that he could jeer at to make himself look strong and decisive. But lately, Trump's sentiments on the 39th president have become more wistful as he faces some of the same challenges the late Carter did. This motherfucker chose Jimmy Carter. This war did not have to happen. All right. Yep, that's the whole point. An unnecessary war. Donald Trump. I'll have to start using that. Might have to use that as a show title. Donald Trump picked a battle he has no idea how to win. He picked the worst of all possible defense secretaries. Even if Pete Hegseth isn't on the bottle right now, obviously Pete Hegseth has wet brain and he's fucking up the military just like Pam Bondi fucked up the Justice Department. And what's her name? Trump, MAGA Barbie fucked up DHS. Trump is a fuck up. He picked fuck ups to fuck up his administration. And now, you know what? As a matter of fact, there was another video that I had about my thoughts on the 77 million people that voted for Trump. And before I get into news articles, maybe I ought to have a look. Maybe I ought to have a look at that
All right.
video.
Trump says Iran
Hold on
will
one sec.
pay for.
Let me find it, because I think everybody who voted for Donald Trump, or even would have voted if they could get up off their fucking sofa and actually vote, it's your fault. And none of yous are taking responsibility for your bad choice in presidential. It's not. I don't even. I mean, I blame Trump because he is president, but the ultimate responsibility for Trump's failure actually goes to the idiots who voted for him. As I said a few days ago, I told you so. And dude, y'all will make all kinds of excuses, but Trump done fucked y'all. Here it is. Let's listen to this one. This is who is responsible for this unnecessary. Let me make sure I didn't kill. Let's see. There we go. Let's listen to this short, which I released today as well. Yeah, I'm going to stop it there. The point is we got American service members. One of them, a very young woman from Texas, 19. This is unnecessary, and it is all on the Trump administration, and it's on the people who voted for this very, very bad president of the United States of America. Trump is failing us. We got 77 million people who voted for Trump who have failed the country as well. Sorry for your choices. Now you have to live with your choice. Yep. 77 million fuck ups got the fuck up in chief. And now he has fucked up the country. Thanks, MAGA. All right. Well, let's move forward and talk a little bit about Trump's administration and their fuck ups. Dude, if I could only speak a capital F for the level of fuck up that Donald Trump has done. Here is Tom Homan talking about the recent ICE fuck ups.
Hi, Mr. Homan. Starting with what had happened this morning in New York City, can you tell us more about the identity of the anti-ICE rider and then anything you know about the manifesto?
No, I just got apprised of that before I walked out here, so I don't want to get ahead of the FBI. I don't know what changed since I walked out here, so it's too early. I'm not going to comment on it.
So
Other than it's just another example of someone, attacking ICE because of the constant mismessaging and vilification of the men and women of ICE.
So will there be investigations into ICE agents who either kill people that they are pursuing or are involved in some kind of violent altercation?
Of course there will be.
The New York Times is reporting that the FBI was told over the weekend that they will no longer investigate confrontations with immigration agents.
Well, let's be clear. What we mean by confrontations, it's always been history that, for instance, what happened in Minneapolis and Chicago and Newark, prosecution of 111 cases, which are assault on law enforcement officers, is usually handled by HSI, criminal investigations. The FBI does get involved with them, but they're not leading. But when it comes to shootings, the FBI is always taking the lead. So I think that messaging is a little confusing. The FBI is still going to continue to lead shooting investigations. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not aware of any change in policy, and I think the FBI.
Okay, let me correct the actual immigration czar. The FBI will no longer investigate these shootings. They used to investigate under a federal officer, involved in a shooting. It was their purview anytime a federal agent was involved. And basically, the FBI won't be responsible for that anymore. It's going to be basically Homeland Security's version of internal affairs. It'll be, the newspaper said it'll be ICE investigating ICE. So basically, transparency will be lost, like we would have a lot of it with Kash Patel's FBI. But nope. Donald Trump is slowly but surely turning ICE into a basically unaccountable police agency. I'm not ready to compare them to the Gestapo next, but it seems to be heading in that direction. So thanks, MAGA.
DHS actually pushed back on that story.
Mr. Hummel, when it comes to body cameras, you're a fan of body cameras now, right?
Yes, I've always been a fan of
Why
body
did the administration, there was an executive order the president put forward when he came into office to rescind the Biden executive order that was mandating body cameras. Why the change now? Why is the administration?
Look, I'm a supporter of body cameras. I know that body cameras exonerate officers almost 90% of the time. I want the American people to see what that ICE agent sees. You can have cell phone cameras from across the street or cameras from the side or city cameras. I want the American people to see what that ICE officer sees when he takes action. And I think it's going to help ICE with the false media that's out there about it.
But then why did the administration roll back what the Biden administration is trying to do to get body cameras and all?
That's a question above me. I'm someone. I came back, and then when Democrats shut the government down, I was a part of that negotiation team up on the Hill. They kept going to Minnesota. All the mistakes they say happened in Minnesota. I don't think there's a lot of the mistakes they claim in Minnesota. A lot of them were, I don't think, mistakes. But one thing they asked, we want body cameras. I said, well, there's money, $120 million in the bill you're holding up for me to buy the body cameras. So the reason there's not body cameras nationwide right now because they shut the government down. And anybody doesn't believe that, look it up. Now that we have the funding, body cameras have been purchased. As of last week, they were training the trainers. Body cameras are being deployed throughout the country, training the trainers so they can go to a Boston field office and train everybody. Here's how you use it. Here's how long you need to keep the tape. And it just wasn't the funding for the cameras either. We had to hire a lot of people to handle FOIAs because I'm sure all you go FOIA camera every day, right? So we got to hire people to handle the FOIAs. We got in the storage capability of holding millions and millions of video. That's expensive, but now we got the money that's being implemented.
You just said that in Minnesota, what happened wasn't a mistake with the shootings that we saw.
I said Democrats claim all these mistakes were made. And when I sat down with them, they said, well, they want a mask off. No, we're not taking mask off.
You're saying it's not a mistake. Do you have an update on the investigation that the American people don't know
Look,
about?
I went to Minnesota and I said, from day one, it was not a perfect operation. There were several chains of command. I had a problem with the targeting. I went out there and made changes. I brought additional internal affairs agents in. We created one chain of command. And I see a lot of people out there saying that, we surrendered Minnesota. No, we didn't. We got agreements that keeps that city safer, keeps the officers safer, and keeps the aliens safer too. Because the more aliens we can arrest in the safety and security of a jail means less criminal aliens being released to the street. So we were able to go up there and continue the operation, but we had unprecedented agreements where less criminal aliens are hitting the street, which is good for that state, good for that city, and safer for our officers. That's a win across the board.
Mr. Roman, on the ICE officer in Maine, is there any more clarity on how he got his job, considering the vetting concerns that his wife has raised? Are there potential changes coming to the vetting process of ICE agents?
That's a question for ICE. That's under investigation. I'm sure that part now is part of the investigation. We'll let the investigation play out. I'm not going to comment on the investigation. This is ongoing.
The New York Times found a review that 550
Mark
people
Wayne Mullen as the DHS secretary. What would you describe as the difference between his management style and the management style of his predecessor?
Let me say this. Someone shared an X post this morning. There are people out there who want to attack this current administration. They don't think we're doing enough. There's an X post this morning that someone shared with me. Someone named Marianne or somebody. The ICE was arresting 3,000 aliens a day last year. No, not once. Not a single time did we arrest 3,000 aliens. And now they're saying we're arresting 2,000. We're hitting about 2,000 pretty steadily. Like I said this weekend, I looked at the data. Arrests are up about 40% over the same time period that we've been funded. Now, I've been frank from the beginning. Numbers were down for a few months because the department was shut down. Of course, numbers are going to go down when targeting less and officers, less overtime and all those other reasons. When you shut, the government down, there's going to be less due. So, and I was very honest from day one. The numbers were down 12 to 16%, but now the numbers are trailing up 40% because we are fully funded. I thought they're doing their job, but I'm really tired of the false narratives going out there about what this administration is doing. The numbers are up. Last month, June, highest numbers of arrests in the history of the agency.
How many?
Then I see people say, wow, you're combining CBP numbers or Coast Guard. No, I didn't. The numbers I quoted this weekend were ICE numbers. So I wish people would do a little bit of research before they start attacking this administration, what we're doing right now. Our numbers higher than ever been. And I'm sick and tired of people saying we're not doing enough. That's an insult to every ICE agent that's strapping up every day, working 6 and 7 days a week to get this done. It's an insult. These men and women are acting professionally. They're out there making record numbers, and people want to question numbers. I guess that's your right, but let's compare facts.
I just have a question about the difference in the management style of those.
Me and Mark Wayne want to get along well, and he cares about the mission. We serve different roles. ICE and CBP reports to Mark Wayne Mullen. I'm here. I help Stephen Miller. We develop strategies that send down to the programs for implementation. So we got different roles. But I think Mark Wayne Mullen's doing a good job.
How does the FBI investigate these ICE agents if they confront people? That is what the New York Times is saying. That's what their reporting is. They have something that 550 people had charges brought against them for assaulting federal officers. Of the more than 400 cases that were resolved, nearly half had unraveled.
You know what's going to help though? The body cameras. They didn't have body cameras. A lot of these confrontations happen. Again, I think body cameras are going to help. Look, I'm not going to comment on these investigations.
So that's the answer, not FBI investigating it, is what you're saying.
As far as I know, there's been no change in policy. The FBI and DHS just responded to that story and didn't agree with it. Again, I'm not in loop on that. I can just tell you from my experience, FBI has always been involved in shooting investigations. HSI, they're the criminal investigation part of ICE. They do the majority investigations in 111, which is assault and beating an officer.
How are the training procedures changing? You talked about training the trainers. How are those training procedures changing? And
they're not changing. The trainers for the cameras. How do you operate the camera? What's the requirements? When do you turn it on? When do you turn it off? How quick do you need to store the data? How long is the data being stored? So there's a lot of work into this, and training the trainers. Once they get fully trained, they go to the field office with the equipment, and they implement and deploy it and tell people, here's how you use it and here's how you control.
Are there
so what's the timeline then for every immigration agent to have a body camera?
As soon as possible, if that my way.
So you're satisfied with the training right now of ICE agents? Nothing needs to be improved. There's
always room for that's a loaded question. There's always room for improvement. Things change all the time. FBI updates their training, DEA updates their training, every police department updates their training. Because ICE used to look, you can never be overtrained. I wish there was more training.
I think American people want the answer of when every ICE agent will be wearing a body camera. I know you said as soon as possible, but is there a timeline floating around within?
That's a question for us. I know they got a deployment schedule, and I know they got the equipment. That's a question for us. I'm not in the weeds that deep.
Is the administration required to turn on their cameras at all times during a traffic stop?
Yeah. Yes.
And what's the consequence if they don't?
More about the quantity of ICE agents over the quality of agents?
Say that again.
Is this administration more concerned about the number and the quantity of ICE administrations that have taken
No.
place over the quality?
I can't speak for everybody administration, but quality agents are very important.
So
So
are
it should be
there
all
gonna
be.
be
You won't give
reevaluations
somebody a badge and gun; they need to be the best they can be.
So are there going to be reevaluations of the hiring?
That's a question for us.
Is there any
Mr.
other
Roman.
procedure or protocol on the ground changing? Stops.
There's already, the director of ICE decided that there needs to be at least one body camera on the scene. And again, I'm a big supporter of the body cameras, and as more body camera gets out there, they all happen.
That's
But-
the only change.
But let's be clear. You can attack the men and women at ICE all you want. It comes down to one simple fact: these people fail to comply with law enforcement. Even some of the major chiefs in this country who don't necessarily agree with this administration says you always comply with law enforcement. But the hateful rhetoric that ICE isn't a real law enforcement agency. I see these signs that resist. ICE are let's abolish them. They're fascists. When you keep that hateful rhetoric up for a year and a half, there's going to be that percentage of that part, that left population that it's going to be emboldened to take action because they're not a real law enforcement agency. I should resist them. All they had to do is simply comply with law enforcement. If you don't like what law enforcement did to you, then go to the court, sue, call the ACLU, do whatever you want to do. But you should always comply with law enforcement. If they did, they'd be alive today. Now, I'm not going to comment on the investigation itself. We'll wait for it to play out. This is about complying with law enforcement, and a lot of the negative, hateful. And I said this a year ago: if a hateful rhetoric doesn't stop, there will be bloodshed. And unfortunately, I was right. Now, I'll tell you something else: it's not over yet. Unless they keep attacking and miscommunicating what ICE does every day, calling them Nazis and comparing ICE to the Nazi regime. Are you kidding me? And I'm not saying the whole country's convinced, but there's going to be that population that's just going to embolden to do something stupid. And I'm afraid that we're going to bury an ICE agent. I'm afraid I'm going to hand another folded flag to a spouse or a child of an ICE agent for simply doing his job. And for any member of Congress to keep attacking ICE and calling them fascists and Nazis, I said it 1,000 times. If they're a Nazi for enforcing the law, what's that make them? They wrote the law. We're not making this up. We're enforcing laws they wrote, and that they appropriate us money to enforce. Now, I'll say it once again: if ICE agents act inappropriately or illegal, they'll be held accountable, just like they were held accountable in Minnesota. Everybody, guys, ICE agents are mom and dads too. They don't hang their heart on a hook every day to do this job. And it's just not attacking the ICE agents, attacking their spouses and children. And no one knows that better than me. I can't even go get a quart of milk at a grocery store without a security detail. Why? Because I'm enforcing laws in this country. It's pathetic and it's disgusting.
Talk about fucking whining. Oh, I can't even go get a quart of milk. I doubt he goes to the grocery store for milk, but I get the analogy. He should have kicked a stone and gone aw shucks to complete the goofy picture he just presented. But we'll just talk briefly about what one of the reporters said. This is from the New York Times. They were charged with assaulting ICE agents. The cases are crumbling. The Trump administration has lost or abandoned hundreds of criminal cases against protesters and immigrants, a Times investigation found. So, hey, it's a 50-50 shot. And according to Homan, body cameras will help. It didn't help Alex Peretti. It didn't help. Well, I don't think they were wearing body cameras. I can't remember. Maybe they were just wearing them in Minnesota. The bottom line is there was plenty of camera phones or phone cameras pointed on these incidents. I don't think body cameras are going to help. I think basically ICE will be disbanded if there's ever a Democratic president. It would be like something I'd do on day one. Let's wind this shit down. Starting over is fine, but what we got now, it's too dangerous to leave it intact. So I'm not going to get deep into this particular article. I think the headline or the second paragraph says it all. They're only getting half the fucking assault cases, adjudicated. That is not a success rate. But so we go. 77 million voters, and what do you get? I'm gonna have to figure out what have we achieved other than securing the border. What the fuck have we really achieved under this Trump administration? And let's beat up on ICE some more, shall we? I'm not done with ICE yet.
Immigration crackdown, which has turned deadly again. In the last few weeks, 3 people have died during encounters with ICE agents, sparking public outrage and raising questions about law enforcement.
Oh, let me make one point. All these links, especially the news article links, are in the show notes. And I'll mention once again for folks that are catching this on a replay, please make sure you like the show. If you're new to the show, please subscribe to the channel. Check us out. We might be your cup of tea. We might not, but give us a chance. And for people who are catching the replay, I'm going to try and start organizing the show into timestamps. So you don't have to listen to all the effery and all that stuff. You can get right to what I'm attempting to talk about. A little bit more work, but it'll probably, help people who watch it on the replay. And quite a number of people do, actually. So I appreciate people, following through, checking out what's been going on the live streams. And those people should also leave comments. Don't be shy. And definitely like the show or down thumb it. Funny thing about YouTube, click a thumb up or down. It gets recorded and it basically counts towards, folks that are engaging with the content.
Tactics. Michelle Martin speaks to Seth Stoughton, former police officer and now professor of law, about this rise in violence, what might be going wrong, and how to fix it.
Thanks, Biana. Professor Seth Stoughton, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We're talking to you today because roughly in the last week, 3 different people have been killed in encounters with ICE agents or ICE officers. 2 of them from being shot in a moving car. One of them was running away and then was hit by another car. But these are not the only examples. I mean, federal immigration agents have opened fire in at least 22 incidents since President Trump returned to office, resulting in 6 deaths, including 3 U.S. citizens. The Washington Post has reported that they've identified like 17 instances in which these immigration officers fired into moving vehicles. They didn't all result sort of in deaths. And so just the first question I had for you as a former police officer yourself, as a law professor, and as a person who studies the use of force, how does this strike you?
Troubling. It's troubling. Some of it might be attributable to an increase in operations. As we increase the total numbers of ICE encounters, then it makes sense that we're going to increase the total numbers of even those small percentage of encounters that involve use of force. The troubling part, though, is the consistency that we see between some of these events that have been depicted on the media. We see poor tactics. We see really problematic approaches from ICE officers in the way that they're stopping cars, in the way that they're interacting with motorists, in the way that they're communicating with people. And then after incidents, we see some troubling things from the agency as a whole that suggests we might not be just dealing with individual officers who may not be as well trained as we might want, or maybe deviating from their training, but instead there might be some agency level pressures that are creating this behavior that is contributing to bad outcomes.
So let's take these things piece by piece. When you talk about sort of problematic approaches, what are you talking about? Because this is a job that most of us aren't going to have to do. So when you talk about problematic approaches, what are you talking about?
Sure, that's a great question. And although most people don't make traffic stops, most people don't arrest other people, there are a group of people who do, state and local police officers. State and local police officers make a bunch of traffic stops, well over 10 million a year. It's the most common way for someone to interact with a police officer in the United States. They arrest about 1 million people a year, according to data that's reported to the FBI. So although it's not in sort of general public knowledge, we do have a specific professional group, officers, who are used to doing exactly the kind of things that we see ICE agents doing, stopping cars and arresting people. And that's really important because policing as a profession has developed standardized ways that officers stop vehicles or don't stop vehicles, or approach a vehicle once it's been stopped or not, or the way that officers may go about arresting someone, for example. In other words, ICE agents are not writing on a blank slate. They are building on a historical practice that has been developed, not in some ivory tower, but on the street as policing and as officers have engaged in very similar actions. It may not be for immigration enforcement, but the actual actions are very similar. So when I'm talking about problematic practices, I'm looking at things like how ICE agents are actually conducting traffic stops. That is how they're initiating those traffic stops. In at least some cases, we see vehicles that are unmarked. And even worse, some of the vehicles don't appear to be equipped with, or at least don't have activated, any kind of emergency lighting, the flashing red, blue, and white lights, overhead lights, or even onboard lights, right? And that's really problematic. In policing, we have a general preference for marked units, that is visibly identifiable police vehicles, to stop cars. One, so that people know it's a police officer that's stopping you. And two, so that the overhead lights that are flashing alert not only the driver that someone is trying to stop, but also all of the other motorists or pedestrians on the road who now have to address that there are vehicles stopped in what might be a lane of traffic. So when ICE deviates from that specific, very basic practice, it creates some problems. We also see deviations with how the stops are being initiated. Instead of stopping vehicles with a normal activation of emergency lights, we're seeing a lot of these boxing in maneuvers. Box-in maneuvers do have a role in policing, but it's a pretty limited role because it is a dangerous technique, and it's one that has to be performed in a particularly precise way. That is, as you're boxing in another car, you generally want the police vehicle to be very close to, even making contact with, the front and the rear bumper of the car that you're trying to box in. If you don't do that, they can just angle their way out. When we see a lot of the ICE agents stops, when they're cutting off vehicles or doing boxing maneuvers, there's a half car length, 3 or 4 feet between their car and the vehicle they're stopping. So even if it was appropriate to use a boxing in maneuver, which it's not clear to me that's the case, they're not actually performing the boxing in maneuvers very well. We see the same thing in the way that ICE officers are often approaching vehicles, sometimes stepping into or maintaining positions in front of or behind a vehicle, which exposes the officer to danger if the vehicle moves, or sometimes just breaking windows with very, very little provocation, right? Not giving the person in the car an opportunity or an explanation to comply, but instead breaking windows really abruptly in a way that can actually provoke someone to flee rather than to comply.
I was going to ask you about that because being stopped is stressful. It's scary. When you were sort of trained as a law enforcement officer, are you trained to deal with the fact that people are scared? Not necessarily because they've done something wrong, but because you were scary by definition. So how are you trained to deal with that? Because one of the things I can't help but notice in seeing video of some of these encounters is officers cursing at people, calling them epithets. And I'm just wondering, is that normal?
The short version is no. It's certainly not normal in the context of what we expect from professional policing in 2026. Officers know and typically get training that scared people make bad decisions. There are lots of elements of police tactics, including communications, about avoiding conflict, avoiding tension, or de-escalating conflict and tension that's occurred. Traffic stops are actually a great example. officers are generally taught that when they initiate a traffic stop, one of the best ways to mitigate the fear, the nerves that can come from a traffic stop, is to introduce yourself, identify your agency, and explain the reason for the stop. Hi, I'm Officer Stoughton with the local police department. I stopped you today because I noticed that when you made that right turn, you didn't come to a full and complete stop at the stop sign. And then to provide clear instruction about what you need and what's going to happen. If I can just get your license and registration, I'll check everything out. If it checks out, I'll give you a warning and send you on your way. The reason that officers do that is not just sort of philosophical commitment to professionalism. It's that it makes people feel better. It lets them know what's coming, and it lets them know that this is a pretty normal encounter, even if it is unusual for them because maybe they've never been stopped before. The same thing is true as officers are interacting with someone who they might want to arrest. So I ran your background. You do have an outstanding warrant. I'm placing you under arrest. Go ahead and turn around, put your hands behind your back for me. That doesn't require screaming or yelling or profanities or epithets. The whole point is to try and keep things as calm, as stable as the situation allows.
So that leads me to a question of whether are these people engaging in these stops poorly trained, or is this intentional conduct being dictated by their superiors for some purpose apart from best practice, best law enforcement practice? Because what I'm hearing you say is these de-escalation tactics and these professional tactics for making a stop are not just to make the person feel better, it's to protect the officer as well. It's a best practice because it protects both parties.
I don't have a complete answer there. I would note that ICE has been in the business of immigration enforcement since it was created. So the idea of stopping people, arresting people, or detaining them on civil immigration orders, even conducting raids, that's not new to the agency. I have a really hard time believing that the agency and that officers at the agency haven't been exposed, either recently or historically, to the kind of training that we're talking about, right? The basic professional approaches that we're talking about. Maybe newer officers aren't getting that training. Again, I'd be surprised because they go to one of the federal law enforcement training centers for their basic training. And even if the training schedule is compressed, these are the kind of things that I would certainly expect to be continued, even in a compressed training schedule, because they are essential not just for the effective performance of the job, but for the safe performance of the job, right? Ensuring the safety of the agents and the community members.
After these most recent killings, administration officials reportedly instructed ICE to suspend most vehicle stops while it reviewed its tactics, okay? But just hours later, President Trump publicly disagreed, writing on one of his social media platforms, "We cannot give up one of ICE's most important and effective crime-fighting tools, the traffic stop," in all caps. What do you make of that? And what message does it send when the president sort of contradicts this in such a public way?
I think what it tells me is that we don't actually know who's calling the shots or what the basis for their strategic and tactical decisions are. It would certainly make sense to me if you have an agency that has identified a potential problem for the agency to take not even a full step back, but just a half step back and say, all right, how do we improve future outcomes? How do we make our enforcement efforts safer and more effective? And by the way, I'm not even getting into the immigration policy debate here, right? It's not about whether ICE agents should be engaged in the kind of operations they're engaged in. All we're focusing on now is how they should be doing it. Assuming they are engaged in these operations, how should they be doing it? And the answer, and I think this.
Let me pause this right here. Palomino actually, for once in his Stanley versus the World chat life, is asked an interesting question. So his question is, Khan, do you think, do you believe we should have freedom even if it means someone will be racist or biased? Khan, Palomino, we already have that freedom. No one is seeking to tell someone they can't be racist. The biggest problem is racism. Okay. If that racist person is in a position of power and it is provable that he is discriminating based on race, well, he's violating the law. You're free to be a racist. You are not free to violate law. And racism, if there's no social pressure on the racist, fine, but he can't break the law. You can be as racist as you want to be until it starts affecting other people. So, fine. It's the racism, the systemic part that is the problem. So, hopefully that answers your question. But for once in your chat life, it was a provocative question. So thank you for that. Keep up the good work, son. You might wind up being interesting after all.
This answer would probably be shared by whoever at the agency decided to pump the brakes a little bit. They should be performing these operations in a professionally appropriate, competent way that is not likely to prove counterproductive and undermine the safety of the officers and the community members involved. Maybe the administration does not entirely share that perspective, but it feels like a breakdown in communication about what is happening and why it's happening.
Needless to say, I and other reporters have asked the Department of Homeland Security multiple times over the last couple of months about their tactics, procedures, and strategy. Okay, especially earlier this year there was a lot of focus on Minnesota, where 2 U.S. citizens were killed in encounters with ICE. One was driving a vehicle, one was on the street. So in defending its tactics, DHS has said repeatedly that ICE officers are facing an 8,000% increase in death threats and a more than 1,300% increase in assaults while carrying out arrests. And so their argument is that their mission is increasingly dangerous, and that is what justifies these tactics. How do you respond to that?
This is where being a researcher helps a little bit, because whenever we see numbers like that, I want to know what we mean by those numbers. How are we defining those numbers, right? When we're talking about an 8,000% increase in death threats, is that at an individual level, or are they pulling comments on social media that are not actually directed at agents specifically, but have some rhetorical flair, right? There's a huge difference between those two things, especially with what we consider to be a death threat. In a country with the First Amendment, we certainly have the right to criticize, including in very harsh terms, the way government.
Let me just talk to Mudsill M. I'm sorry, Chris M. Son, I'm 61 years old. I have been reading and researching and asking questions because I'm an eternally curious person about how things work, things like culture. How does it work? Why do we think the way we do, et cetera, et cetera? There's some things I don't fucking have to research because I've been reading on the topic for years. So you do the research. You are younger and less knowledgeable. And I'm making that assessment based on what you type in the chat. This isn't your first rodeo in this chat. I've been reading you for years at this point. You and Palomino, you have very well, let's just say, I was going to say you have gaps in your knowledge. In my opinion, you have chasms in your knowledge, and you come here to have those chasms. We'll build the equipment so you actually start understanding what you're talking about. And I'm gratified that you two are regulars in the chat. I know you're, excuse me, I know you're learning. You're just like 2 truculent, kids at the back of the class. But one of these days, I hope you'll be my 2, like Stanley versus the World Goodwill Huntings.
Acts. facts. Now, in no way am I supporting threats of violence or wishes of violence, right? Political violence or interpersonal violence is something that we should not condone and should condemn. And I do condemn very strongly. But when they say an 8,000% increase in death threats, I'd like to know exactly what they mean and how they're developing that number. The same thing is true with assaults. If someone is driving away from a traffic stop and they pass by a ICE vehicle, or if an ICE agent has to step out of the way because they were standing in front of the car in a position that they never should have been in, is that really an assault? Or is that an interaction that is sort of incidental to the nature of the encounter, right? Something that is effectively, one, entirely avoidable had officers used good tactics, and two, is really more of an attempt to escape. Here's another example. If ICE agents are arresting someone and that person is resisting and pulling away, is that an assault? Because if that's what you mean, a 1,300% increase in assaults, then that might actually just go along with an increase in operations, right? The more operations you have, the more resistance you're going to have. And if you're classifying that as an assault, that feels kind of inevitable. So given this administration's history, I have to admit that I am at least somewhat skeptical of numbers that they throw out without some specific definitions and methodology to support them.
You actually wrote about immigration agency tactics earlier this year. There were some very high-profile incidents where 2 United States citizens were killed in encounters with ICE, neither of whom was the target of an ICE operation. You said that one of the biggest departures from professional policing is the failure of agency leadership to respond responsibly to critical incidents. Tell us what you mean by that.
Unfortunately, we have a long history of critical incidents like officer-involved shootings in the United States. And that means we have a pretty well-informed body of professional knowledge among police executives and among folks who look at and study this field about how an agency should respond. And maybe more importantly, how an agency shouldn't respond. For example, it takes a while to generate even good preliminary facts about an incident. And then it takes a little longer to check those facts out, right? In a sort of trust but verify approach. You don't want an agency head to be providing information to the public that is maybe speculative. You don't want them to characterize information before we actually know what that information is and we have a chance to understand the full context. You don't have to wait months and months for a complete investigation, but you do have to wait some period of time until you feel pretty confident in the nature of the information that you're providing. And what we've seen from ICE this year has been extremely confident, definitive statements about what happened and about how to characterize what happened. That is, these are the facts, and officers acted appropriately in this situation. And often those statements have come within hours of the critical incident. And it's just not credible to think that there is the type of robust, methodical investigation that we need to come to that kind of conclusion in that time frame. And when those statements have been offered and then been discredited with publicly available video, for example, that shows often pretty clearly that what's being said.
Folks, is this video frozen on your end? Let's see here. It's frozen on my phone for some reason, and well, maybe it's not frozen. Damn. I think my phone is delayed. My bad.
Did not happen in the way that it's being described, rather than taking an appropriate level of backtracking and saying, we are continuing to look into this. This is an emerging investigation. We are still understanding and gathering the facts. What you see is statements doubling down on the initial description and characterization. That's just not professional leadership.
Professor Seth Stoughton, thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So, Dawn, your point, Michelle Martin is kind of legendary. I don't know how old she is. She might be my age, or maybe a bit older. but I've been listening to her like since, I mean, she's back from the Juan Williams days. She is very good at her job. Um, so anyway, let's deal. Look at Palomino Ricky, Brony boy Ricky Z, actually asking good questions or making good points. Except I don't like that anti-white slur, sir. I really am going to add whitey to my banned words list. Let's not use racial slurs of any kind in your white on white hate. Shame on you. You should not hate the white man if you are white. So thank you. I'll be adding the white racial slur whitey to that list so you don't just offend white people again. So he says, Stanley, most of your books are from whites, and at least most of the books you have on how things work are written by, I'm not going to use the slur, I'm going to say by whites. You know what the irony is, Pony Boy, Brony Boy, Ricky Z? Um, I think you're probably right, but I've read more books written by white men than you have. That's the irony of it. Thank you for pointing out the irony. You probably aren't educated enough to understand the irony of your point. But hell yeah, most of them are white men, but a lot of other types of people as well. But even if we just isolate to the white men, I've read more than you have. How about you catch up and stop the racist slurs? I will not tolerate your anti-white attitudes, Brony Boy Z. Come on now, stop being a racist. Damn, this boy got problems. So let's stay with the ICE theme. And I'm not going to get too far into this because it's a very long article, but gotta talk about the I will vote for Donald Trump. Yeah, we got to talk about some Latino Americans. Latino Americans are in shock. Are they now? Can Democrats finally do something? Now, I'm not sure the Democrats can do anything. I'm not even sure these same Latinos will even vote. Let me put it to you this way: Democrats might be able to do something, and I'm not confident that they actually can, but might be able to do something if the I will vote for Donald Trump crowd actually votes Democrat. So that's up in the air. We'll listen to a little bit of it.
Latino Americans are in shock. Can Democrats finally do something? This article is by Andrea R. Flores and read by an automated voice. He was a construction worker, a husband, and a father of 3. He had also been living in the United States as an undocumented immigrant for over 35 years. On the morning of Tuesday, July 7th, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was driving to work in Houston when he was stopped by federal agents during an immigration and customs enforcement operation and shot in the abdomen. He died hours later at the hospital. Officials from the Department of Homeland Security claim that the agent who fired his weapon was acting in self-defense. But many Latinos see it another way. We are being hunted like dogs, said one Latino resident of Houston. As a Mexican-American lawyer and policy expert who has spent my career trying to fix our immigration system, I view Mr. Araujo's killing as a tragic failure. For decades, our country has refused to recognize and protect millions of people like him. Undocumented immigrants with deep ties to this country, who have waited decades for Congress to create a path to earn legal status as they work, pay taxes, and support our economy. Latinos in America are in a crisis. Less than a week after Mr. Araujo's killing, a Colombian immigrant named Joan Sebastian Guerrero was also killed by a federal immigration agent. We are being racially profiled, wrongfully arrested, detained, and separated from our families. Every Latino, from the undocumented to those with legal status to longtime U.S. citizens, is threatened by President Trump's immigration enforcement machine. Many people, including me, do not leave home without a passport. But Mr. Trump was put into power with the help of the largest share of Latino voters of any Republican president. While a majority of Latino voters supported Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, 46% of Latino voters chose Mr. Trump. Latinos shifted toward Republicans by more than 20 points in key states like Nevada and Michigan. The ICE operation that led to Mr. Araujo's death was in Texas, where Mr. Trump won Latino voters by a 10-point margin. How could those Latinos support Mr. Trump when he espoused such anti-immigrant views? That is the same frustrated question I have heard again and again since the 2024 election. The question reveals just how deeply the political establishment misreads who Latinos are and what they want. The vulnerability that Latinos are feeling right now creates an opportunity for Democrats to establish political momentum around what Latinos have been saying loud and clear. We want both a secure border and a legal pathway for the people who have built their lives in this country to become documented and safe. Immigration and how to enforce immigration law against undocumented immigrants has always been a complicated issue among Latinos. The internal division traces back to the farm workers movement, when the issue of the undocumented fractured Latinos who were organizing for their rights. The recent allegations about the leader of that movement, Cesar Chavez, have been devastating to our community.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right there. Again, these links are posted in the show notes. And you know, this has been an arc about ICE and immigration related issues. And frankly, I'm kind of bored. We've talked enough about Trump's F-ups. So let's go and let's talk about the Supreme Court. Won't be long, but let's see. I think it was Justice Barrett and Justice damn it, I can't think of her last name right now. They're asking for more security funding, and they'll probably get it. It is a Trump court, but almost half say Supreme Court rulings on Trump agenda based on politics. That's a survey of Americans.
Almost half say Supreme Court rulings on Trump agenda based on politics. Survey by Max Rigaud. Nearly half of Americans say they believe the Supreme Court is ruling on President Trump's policies based on ideology instead of the law, according to a new poll. The Washington Post/Ipsos survey, conducted July 8th to 13th, found that 46% of 2,648 respondents said they believe the 9 justices are ruling on cases impacting the president's agenda based on ideology. A quarter of respondents said the High Court is ruling on those cases based on the law, while 28% had no opinion and 1% skipped the question. The Supreme Court has given Trump multiple unfavorable rulings during his second term. The High Court in February struck down emergency tariffs the president issued on imports last year and invalidated his Day 1 executive order restricting birthright citizenship last month.
Yeah, we're going to stop it right there because it's just gonna get into details. The Supreme Court has forever portrayed itself as non-political. The only point of this article is to, point out the fact that 50% of the country roughly thinks that when it comes to Trump priorities, Trump administration priorities, that the court is political. And I agree. I know they have to deny that they're a political body. And they're less political, but they are political. Fuck. The people, Democrats pick Democrats and Republicans pick Republicans. That's like, you don't need like even that much of an education to understand that It's political. Now, every now and again, there's some surprises. I've been pleasantly surprised, quite frankly, on occasion by Amy Coney Barrett and Gorsuch, um, and even Roberts himself. Um, it's not horrible. I wouldn't call them MAGA, but I would. Well, Alito and Clarence Thomas, they are MAGA. But it's funny. Alito and Thomas are kind of their own wing of the party. I've heard Sarah Isgur say that the court is 3-3-3, with Gorsuch included with Thomas and Alito. Then you have Kagan, Jackson, and Sotomayor on the left. And then in the middle, you kind of have Amy Coney Barrett and damn it, man, I am getting old. There's the middle, the other three. So you got Kavanaugh, you got Roberts, and you've got Amy Coney Barrett in the center. And I would tend to agree with that. The other thing that's rather interesting is how Catholic this court is. I think Jackson and Kagan are the only two non-Catholics. I think everyone else is Catholic. So, from hey, I went to Catholic school point of view, I trust the court, kinda, except for Alito and Thomas, the two Catholic extremists. But anyway, I'll move on. So what else have we got here? Let's see. Trump's new 50% tariffs on Canada risk igniting a fresh trade war. Boy, howdy. Boy, howdy. So President Trump on Monday announced sweeping tariffs against Canada, threatening to reignite a trade battle with some of America's closest allies and top economic partners. 50% tariffs on certain Canadian goods, including electrical equipment and machinery, are among the steepest tariffs his administration has levied against any country. Excuse me. Although the president has recently threatened tariffs against America's neighbor in retaliation for wildfire smoke that poured into the northern part of the United States, administration officials said the latest tariffs are unrelated. The levies take effect in 30 days, meaning Trump will do a taco. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said the country believes in the benefits of free and fair trade in a statement on Monday. In all circumstances, Canada will work relentlessly and take any measures necessary to build our strength at home and to support Canadian workers, farmers, businesses, and families, Carney said. But Ontario Premier Doug Ford, he's famous, his brother certainly was, went further, immediately encouraging Canada to retaliate. If these tariffs proceed, Canada should respond tariff for tariff, dollar for dollar, Ford said in a post on X. So, let's listen to this. Let's see. Volume is on. Let's see if it plays. This is from
President's
CNN.
been batting around Canada like a cat who's just found a mouse. He's been doing it for years now. He came to power when NAFTA was the trade agreement that had originally been negotiated by Clinton. He tore that up. He renegotiated it. He then came to power a second time. He tore it up. He renegotiated. In fact, one of his first acts as president was aggressive tariffs against, can you believe it, Canada, of all the countries in the world. And recently we'd gotten to a nice piece. And in that piece, basically the president had a bunch of silly tariffs, but overall he said anything that was under our existing free trade agreement. I want to repeat, the United States has an existing free trade agreement with Canada. Previously, anything that was under that was exempt, which meant that most of our trade with Canada was just continuing along nicely. What the president has done here is dramatically different. He said there's no longer an exemption for anything that was covered by our existing free trade agreement. He's literally got 14 pages of different goods that he's now imposing this 50% tariff on, which is a tax on Americans who buy goods from Canada.
Tate brothers to stay in jail as new details about charges emerge. This article is by David Ovale and Isabella Kwai and read by an automated voice. The influencer brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate will remain in custody as their lawyers told a court on Monday that they plan to fight extradition to England to face charges of rape, sex trafficking, and pornography, including charges related to indecent images of a child. According to federal court complaints unsealed on Monday, British officials have accused both brothers of choking women, sometimes until they passed out, and then raping them. The Tates appeared in federal court after marshals arrested them on Saturday at a bare-knuckle boxing event in downtown Miami. The two wore tan jail jumpsuits and shackles, speaking only to acknowledge that they had read court documents pertaining to their case. Their attorney, Joseph McBride, told reporters after the hearing that the charges were politically motivated. Andrew and Tristan are innocent, he said, calling the allegations against them garbage. The Tates have hired the high-profile South Florida law firm of Roy Black to fight the extradition. The attorneys will convene before a magistrate judge in 1 week to discuss scheduling a hearing to decide whether the brothers will remain in detention while they fight extradition. According to information provided to U.S. officials by the British government, the latest charges stem from incidents involving 4 women that occurred between July 2010 and August 2017. Andrew Tate is facing 7 counts of rape, 3 counts of sex trafficking, 3 counts of assault, and 19 more charges relating to indecent images of a child and extreme pornography. In a complaint unsealed on Monday, U.S. prosecutors outlined detailed allegations made by their counterparts in Britain against Andrew Tate involving 2 victims. The document said he repeatedly placed one woman, a webcam performer, in chokeholds until she passed out, then raped her during an alleged attack at her home in Bedford, England in 2015. Another woman alleged that she had consensual sex with Andrew Tate in July 2014, according to the complaint. On another occasion, he visited her home in Manchester, England, and choked her to the point that, quote, she was afraid Tate was going to kill her, the complaint said. Tristan Tate is facing 1 count of sexual assault, 2 counts of rape, and 3 counts of sex trafficking. The unsealed complaint against Tristan Tate alleged that he regularly choked, beat, and raped a woman with whom he was in a romantic relationship in 2012 and 2013. She told authorities,
let me make one point here. And this is one of the complaints that I have about a lot of people in this sector or whatever. Palomino is something about the Tate brothers going against feminism. And when I read that, I'm like, do you actually have a brain? So it's not a crime to go against feminism. It is a crime for SA and choking, and they're not being accused of anything against feminism. They're being accused of actual crimes. Now, I don't know if they're guilty or not, but apparently the charges are serious enough that the Trump administration is going to hold them to be extradited. And, you know, the Tate brothers are kind of MAGA-like. So once again, people like Ponyboy Z, dude, this is like far right hyperbole and obfuscation or goalpost moving. They're accused of crimes. Well, I guess they went against feminism. They're charged with crimes, serious crimes. And Ponyboy Z is worried about feminism. Dude, talk about fucking ignorance. dude, you have got to do better, Pony Boy Z.
That he regularly choked her to unconsciousness, gave her a black eye, and whipped her with a belt on multiple occasions, causing welts and bruises, the complaint said. The brothers are prominent figures in the so-called manosphere, where they preach hypermasculinity and misogynistic views to legions of perpetually online young men. They have amassed a fortune from online pornography and self-help courses. They have also faced criminal investigations in 3 countries. The Tates have long denied the allegations against them. They have sued one of their accusers for defamation in a Florida court, and Mr. McBride has said that case would clear their names. Danny Pinter, chief legal officer at the National Center on Sexual Exploitation, which is representing the woman whom the brothers sued, on Monday welcomed the arrest. She added that the woman and her family had been victims of a campaign of harassment and witness intimidation. In all, prosecutors in the United Kingdom have brought 59 charges against the brothers. British law enforcement officials had previously charged them with rape and human trafficking in relation to incidents involving 3 women between 2012 and 2015. The brothers have also been investigated in Romania for coercing dozens of women into pornography, including a 17-year-old. Andrew is also accused of rape and of having sex with and beating a 15-year-old. That case remains unresolved. The brothers, who have citizenship in both the United States and the United Kingdom, have not returned to Britain since Romanian prosecutors lifted travel restrictions last year, the culmination of years-long effort by Andrew Tate to forge alliances with President Trump's advisors and family members, a New York Times investigation found. Britain's Home Office referred questions about the extradition to British prosecutors. In Florida, the state attorney general James Youthmeyer announced an investigation into the brothers last year, but no state charges have been brought. Anti-trafficking agents at the Department of Homeland Security have also opened an investigation into the Tate brothers, according to the Times investigation. The scene outside the Miami courthouse on Monday was relatively subdued, highlighted by a sole male supporter wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and holding a cardboard sign calling the Tates heroes.
All right. Well, funny enough, probably over the years, that I've been on YouTube, which isn't that long. Some say it's 5 years, but I think it's probably more like 4, 3.5. But in any case, I've probably only watched one Andrew Tate video, and it was way before I ever even had a show. Probably before I even appeared on CT's show. But what I saw was, not my cup of tea for sure. The only comment I have to have or have to make is there's a difference between manliness and masculinity. And I don't think the red pill folks or the black manosphere folks, they are pursuing some ideal of masculinity. People like me, manliness is a quality. I don't think you can necessarily learn it except from, say, as a boy, you got an uncle or good father, good uncle, good, whatever. You learn masculinity on YouTube. You learn manliness from a man. And there are not a whole lot of men on YouTube. That's just my assessment. So let us move on to something that's a little concerning if you're into politics. So Mickey Sherrill to remove 6,000 non-citizens from voter rolls after DMV error. So this is the New Jersey governor. And unfortunately, I'm going to play this article and there will be a commercial. I don't know. Washington Examiner might be on the chopping block. if I'm going to check out the Washington Times. I prefer the Examiner, but I do not like commercials if I'm paying, and this is unacceptable. But we want to hear about New Jersey, and 6,600 votes. Interesting.
Cheryl to remove
Voters.
6,000 non-citizens from voter rolls after DMV error. By Molly Parks. Governor Mickey Sherrill, Democrat from New Jersey, announced on Tuesday that her administration removed about 6,600 residents who identified as non-citizens from New Jersey's voter rolls after the non-citizen residents were added due to a software error. Last week, I learned that a serious software error in New Jersey's motor vehicle system led to the registration of roughly 6,600 people who indicated that they were not U.S. citizens between June 2023 and June 2024. Almost 3 years prior to my taking office, Sherrill said in a statement, according to the governor, even though the residents answered no when asked if they were U.S. citizens, the software incorrectly registered them for the driver's licenses and identification cards they had applied for. She said the non-citizens' registration was through no fault of their own. Sherrill said her administration launched an investigation into the error and ordered the removal of the non-citizens from the state's voter rolls. Still, some of the improperly registered voters cast their ballots in previous elections. Our preliminary analysis shows fewer than 400 individuals who were newly registered for the first time because of the error voted. They were registered as Democrats, Republicans, and unaffiliated voters and were scattered across the state, Sherrill said. Sherrill won the gubernatorial race in 2024 that flipped the seat, after former Republican Governor Phil Murphy served 2 terms. Sherrill's statement comes as Democrats and Republicans spar over the integrity of the country's voting systems, with Republican Congress members and President Donald Trump raising concerns about the possibility of illegal immigrants voting in U.S. elections and voter rolls being accessed by foreign governments. The GOP has pushed legislation such as the Save America Act that would require a photo ID and other safeguards for Americans to vote, while Democrats have pushed back,
A photo
arguing
ID.
it could be a hindrance for
Interesting.
some legal voters. Cheryl's statement on the incident, which she said occurred under her predecessor, was released just 1 week after Trump raised concerns about the sanctity of American elections in a televised primetime address.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. But the article didn't say whether these people voted or not. That would be an issue. An error. I want to know if these people voted. So let's go into and I meant to make this announcement. Going from the Tate's back with the Tate article, we're going to go more state and local news. I usually do that towards the end of these news articles. For no particular reason, from the LA Times, father-son duo kidnapped U.S. Forest Service workers, held them hostage. I got to know why. Who knew being a forest ranger was this dangerous?
Father-son duo kidnapped U.S. Forest Service workers, held them hostage, feds say, by Suhana Hussein. This article is read by an automated voice. Federal authorities have charged a father-son duo with kidnapping federal employees after a dramatic incident last week, in which prosecutors say 2 U.S. Forest Service employees in California were held at gunpoint, zip-tied, and kept inside a trailer for some 15 hours. U.S. Attorney Eric Grant of the Eastern District of California announced Monday that 49-year-old Joseph Charles Henriksen and his son Phoenix Henriksen, 23, of Siskiyou County, had been charged in the crime. The 2 Forest Service employees were conducting fieldwork near Gumboot Lake Campground in a remote area of the Shasta Trinity National Forest when they were abducted last week, according to federal authorities. The incident triggered a massive law enforcement response from various local, state, and federal authorities, and after tense negotiations, the FBI's hostage rescue team was able to secure the release of the 2 employees and the surrender of the father and son early Friday morning, the U.S. Attorney's Office said. The U.S. Attorney's Office alleged that the elder Henriksen at one point used one of the victim's phones to place a call, during which he explicitly stated that he had taken 2 Fed employees, hostage from the Forest Service, and that he had live rounds ready to deal with anyone who came at him, using multiple expletives in his speech. Authorities said last week they were still working to understand the motivation for the kidnapping. The elder Henriksen has a criminal history that includes arrests in Oregon and California, according to the Sacramento Bee. If convicted, the men could face a maximum statutory penalty of life in prison and a $250,000 fine. Times staff writers Clara Harder and Jasmine Mendez contributed to this report. Thanks for listening to this story, brought to you by the Los Angeles Times.
So I deliberately have paired this weird story with this editorial. It's a Substack newsletter from Richard Hanania called On White Nationalism's Conquest of Conservatism for Surely. And I do not know, in reality, I'm making an educated guess, so I could be wrong, but I'm going to guess those two who kidnapped the government rangers were white nationalists. So let's hear what a right winger who actually had input into the Trump administration before he got disgusted with them. Richard Hanania on white nationalism's conquest of conservatism. And I have talked to this fact that MAGA is not conservative. It's got conservative elements, but it's not like actual conservatism. It's populist movements generally aren't conservative.
On White Nationalism's Conquest of Conservatism. A review of White Pill by Scott Greer, by Richard Hanania. I review Scott Greer's book White Pill for Unheard. The book is a victory lap taken over the fact that mainstream conservatism has basically adopted the racial obsessions once limited to white nationalists. Unlike Greer, I don't think that this is something to celebrate, and the book inadvertently demonstrates how empty this worldview is, which can't be separated from the sad intellectual and ethical state of modern conservatism. It is important to note that Greer rejects the label of white nationalist.
So let me make the point. And Hanania is not one of my favorites, but slowly but surely, as he gets older, he's starting to get some sense. He's very well educated. And I guess maybe it was inevitable that some of his more extreme views from like 5 or 10 years ago have ameliorated. And Amy Wax is one of the reasons. She's such a virulent racist, and they've interacted. One of these days, I'll have to show that interview. Dude, if you see an Amy Wax, like a Palomino Ricky Z is like a little brony compared to an actual, like, well-educated racist. Most racists are stupid, like uneducated, they feel victimized. And they're victimized not because Black people have oppressed them. They're actually oppressed by their white social betters, but they blame it on Black people. And this has been going on since the fucking, antebellum America. That whole, well, you might be Poe, but you got to be proud you ain't Black. That shit still exists. Look at people like Be Brave. Look at Brony Boy Z. It's that at least I ain't Black. Yeah, these people have been abused by their white social betters for centuries at this point. And people like of Aaron C. trying to talk about his Mayflower past. Dude, how the Mayflower generations have fucking sunk to mudsill level. I laugh when of Aaron C. talked about he's a Mayflower descendant. Like, what the fuck happened? Your Mayflower your Mayflower ancestors, how would they react to you calling me sir? A black naval officer. You be calling me sir. You can talk shit all you want as long as you don't do it in front of me or my chief or my leading petty officers. I bet you wouldn't do it. So what would that the Mayflower people are supposed to be like admirals and shit, not some fucking E4 on an aircraft carrier. Dude, I fucking love it when I hear of Aaron C talk about that dumb shit. How's that helping you now, boy?
To him, though, this rejection simply implies that he accepts the American system and doesn't aspire to form an ethnostate. However, this is precisely what I would call a worldview that prioritizes maintaining white demographic dominance and cultural primacy. Why else consider every single form of immigration a threat? And why else should anti-white racism, especially after the vibe shift, remain such a high political priority? Greer doesn't explain, but it all makes sense in the context of a racialist worldview. To Greer, the victory chronicled in White Pill means that today we can just call this conservatism. It follows that white identitarianism has so successfully swept the right that Greer doesn't even feel the need to make the first-order case for his beliefs. But that leaves him vulnerable to all sorts of counterarguments, which, again, he doesn't even bother acknowledging. Even as white identitarianism has ascended, one justification after another for limiting immigration has fallen by the wayside. It was once said new arrivals would boost crime, but crime has consistently fallen, despite some localized disorder and anecdotes that the Trump 2024 campaign pointed to as representative of the effects of immigration, except for a brief spike beginning in 2020 that was driven by higher rates of violence among inner-city natives. Then there is the argument about migrants pushing the electorate to the left. In her 2015 book, Adios, America, the left's plan to turn our country into a third-world hellhole, and Coulter argued that non-whites can be expected to vote Democratic indefinitely into the future. Hence, conservatives had to close the border if they hoped to win on any other issue. In 2024, however, naturalized immigrants may well have voted majority Republican. Now, conservatives are reduced to complaining about competition for tech jobs, despite tech workers not making up any significant part of their coalition, and the American tech industry being such an overwhelming success that it is powering the rest of the economy and putting us at the forefront of the most important industry in the world. Some of the MAGA faithful may not see such points clearly, but Greer does. Still, he refuses to intellectually tackle them. Instead, the emotional response to immigration comes first, and justifications are simply put forward on an ad hoc basis. As the intellectual case for restrictionism gets weaker, conservative attachment to nativism only becomes more firmly entrenched. Read the whole thing here. This post is sponsored by Mechanize. They are hiring software engineers at a base salary of $300,000 to $400,000 per year, plus substantial bonuses. They also have openings for other positions, including research engineer, 500.
Damn. I'm gonna have to take down this number. Maybe my son can get in on that 300,000 so he can afford my nursing home. All righty. So let us move on. But before we do that, let's mock some Pony Boy Z some more. So this dumb fuck. So this is what Brony Boy Z writes. Stably, damn, hey Con, I misspelled my name. Everybody's misspelling my name today. It's sad that I did. And, I don't know. Who knows? This might be intentional. But Stably, you have the most biased, racist, and generalizing mind in this space. I'm not everything you just stated, but you sure like to guess and lump me in with everyone white. Well, when you say we built this country or we did this or we did that, dude, I'm just following your little white boy lead. You're we when it's good, but when I lump you in with some white shit that's bad, you get all in your feelings, son. You're not that bright. And my response is Palomino. I don't like white supremacists who are unaccomplished at all. You have used more anti-white language than me in this chat, and I mean today. I don't think you are white at all, as I have already said. You keep slipping using terms like whitey. That sounds like a pro-black to me. I don't think you're white. If that's racist, well, then so be it. But you don't act white. If whitey is supposed to be so smart, you don't sound smart. You don't write smart. You don't make like interesting points with some of the stuff you write. If you indeed are white, you're not top of the line white. You are not. You are not. You don't read white authors for some reason. You say, I read them, and I agree. I read the smart white authors over the centuries. You obviously are so, dude, you won't even read Whitey. Like Whitey writes some good books over the centuries, and you're so pro-black, you don't even read Whitey. I suggest you read Whitey if you want if you want to understand Whitey, read Whitey. You are pro-black Palomino, pro-black Brony boy. Please read Whitey so you can at least understand Whitey, or maybe talk like Whitey, or read like Whitey, or write comments like Whitey. You don't write white. You sound like, dude, you sound just, I think you're in over your head, son. And if I can help with your confusion, maybe you're biracial or something. You've chosen the worst of both worlds. So I'm not gonna beat you up anymore, Brony boy. But don't be trying to match wits with me, son. You need to read more Whitey. I'm using your racial slur against you. I think you're pro-black. You ain't white. You don't sound white. Your show don't sound right. Sound white, son. So anyway, the link is posted if anyone wants to come up and just kind of have fun dealing with I want to be white pony boy, because he obviously wants to be white. I have a problem with that, to be honest. He should want to be whatever it is he is, but he's struggling for that elite whiteness, and I personally don't think he's going to get there because he's not trained to be white. Brony boy calling me a racist when he's calling white men whitey. What's up with that? Son, you need to get a grip, god damn it. So this is going to be kind of themed videos. Mostly, the first one's going to be something from like Iranians. It's life in Iran during the war. The next one is going to be this conference that I probably should have shown yesterday, this bilateral conference that Trump had with the president of Jordan. I'm sorry, Lebanon. And then, as promised, we're going to end with Timothy Snyder talking A World of Empire. If you'll recall, yesterday we were talking about the current state of politics. Timothy Snyder was the current state of politics. Kind of what Trump seems to be doing, this Trump administration. It's I kind of differ. I agree a lot, but kind of differ as to the aims. Nicole Hannah Jones, and I should show that short. Nicole Hannah Jones, and I agree with her. This is what America was meant to be. I've said in the past, Trump is the most American president we've had in my lifetime. He is literally probably truer to the founding principles, the original, what the Constitution was gonna be. He's less democratic. He's more autocratic. He is okay with oligarchy, and he just wants to keep the people happy with little, let them eat cake. His attitude is literally let them eat cake. And it's funny that he's redecorating the White House in the manner of an American Versailles. I don't think that's a coincidence. So let's hear from this Iranian thing. It's kind of like a restaurant. That's how I even know this channel. And I have a thing for Persian-ish culture. So again, this is literally called life. Life in Iran during the war. Real life behind Persian street food. So I suspect hopefully the Trump administration doesn't get wind of this. These people might have kept a good thing, should have kept a good thing to themselves. That yellow rice, is that yellow? No, that's not yellow rice. Looks delicious.
تومن مرغان 150 آش کدوم تست خواستین آش دو تا 500 بله دو تا 500 ماکرون کجا
Let me make one point here. Hey, Brian, I didn't see whether it was fried eggplant or not, but I guess I might have to buy an eggplant or two and fry some. I got introduced to fried eggplant as a child, like under 10. My father's mother, my grandmother, used to make fried eggplant sometime for dinner. She grew them. She had a garden and it had made it all the way down to South Georgia. So my eggplant dish that I learned to make years ago was moussaka, which has variations, somewhere between Turkey and the Middle East and other places, probably North Africa too. I wouldn't be surprised. But eggplant is kind of hard to cook well, but those who know how to cook it well, they use it as a meat substitute, and it's very effective. It fries well if you can get it dried out properly. So, and this is one of the things I've oddly enough always had kind of I've always wanted to go to Tehran, especially in the mountains. I guess it's north of it. Beautiful women, beautiful people. So I've met a few when I was years ago in the Navy. I spent 30 days in Abu Dhabi and, ran into some and hung out every now and again.
لیموناد بگو لیموناد نوشابه بگمش فرق سیب زمینی One action. کجایی الان کجایی؟ شما پیش شما ازش شیرنا میپرسیم آره معلوم میاد اینا شکر داره کدوم شکر داره اینا شکر این نداره این نداره این ساده فقط سبزیجاتی اینا
آشه دوغ اینم رشته باشه از این سه تا از این درسته؟
All right, so we're about halfway through this, and it would just be my luck to get like little hits on Farsi or Persian music or whatever, a language I don't speak, music I don't particularly like, but I'd certainly hang out and eat some of that food. That definitely looks like fried eggplant. So, we'll just kind of listen to this whilst I talk over the music. Sounds like bagpipe music. And I have a pretty good sense of music and all that. I'm not that big a fan. There's some Middle Eastern music I like. There's some I just don't. And it's a cultural thing, I'm sure. I'm just, used to a Western scale or whatever you call a Western sound. But let's deal with what Mr. Pix has to say. So this is on the topic of the Tate brothers being arrested. And I'm going to say right now, I didn't even know the Tate brothers were in the States. I hadn't thought about them in months. So that they were in Miami, it didn't surprise me. Miami would probably be somewhere, that I would expect them to be. But I guess what's surprising me is this existential nature of what King Bix is saying. So, I basically said somewhere up in the chat that, the only reason I even bring up the Tate brothers is it was in the New York Times. And by the way, support the show by supporting the host. I actually have a subscription to the New York Times, and it's not cheap. I just said the only reason I even brought it up is, it came up yesterday or the day before. I've seen people actually do shows. RLM did a show on it, and I have my my comments about her relationship to the quote Black community. Huge problems, but she's a nice lady, and maybe she can be educated out of some of her ignorance. I don't know. But so King Pix says, Stanley, it's not blackosphere or manosphere. This is an attack against Black men, and I need to start opening my eyes to things like this. Well, I think that is a chastisement from Mr. Pix, King Pix, to me. And I think it demands a response. I think number one, I have not seen a thing that remotely resembles the Tate brothers caring about their Black side. Their lifestyle, that didn't seem anywhere near similar to an American Black lifestyle, even on a large scale. Okay, you don't see a Thomas Sowell or even the business bully living that kind of fucking lifestyle. If there's any connection to a Black lifestyle, it's kind of like a gangster rap sort of lifestyle. I don't consider gangster rap the best part or the best facet of quote Black culture. So I'm sorry, you and I'll just have to disagree, King Pex, that the Tate brothers are even minuscule on a minuscule scale consequential to quote Black American culture. Dude, they don't spend a lot of time in the United States. Did they even grow up here? Son, I hope you're just being hyperbolic and trying to get my attention. The Tate brothers are about the least important thing affecting the quote Black man, Black culture, etc., that I could possibly think of. The Tate brothers, they mean more to white boys, little white boys and girls, than they mean to quote Black culture, quote Black manhood. So do better, son. I don't know where you're going with this. I hope you're just making a joke. I pray you're making a joke, because if you're serious, you got some issues that I probably not only can I not help, I'm not interested in helping. So take that bullshit back to some, I don't know, one of these Mr. Fantastic or one of these idiots. I didn't do a show on the Tate brothers. I just mentioned them once, and you want to act like they are essential to Black manhood. Dude, they're being extradited to England. If you're talking about American Black manhood, how important is England to American Black manhood? Help me out. Connect a dot there, brother. Because you don't make sense. And I've been a Black man for quite some time. There are some who would actually call me an elder Black man. I think the Tate brothers are fucking clowns. And I saw that picture in the New York Times where one of them, the lead one, is that Andrew? Dude, not only does he need a lineup, that motherfucker has a struggle hairline. If that motherfucker had a black barber, he wouldn't be looking like that. King Pix, save that shit for another channel. That motherfucker has a struggle hairline, and he's essential to Black manhood. Ooh boy, you got that's an interesting thing, and I hope you take this in the jest it was meant to convey. And I think you were just trolling. So let's get back to some sound here. Oops. Oh, I had no idea that Andrew Tate was born in DC. That's how little.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure.
But anyway, I hope everybody gets the point that Andrew Tate, I don't even know how old he is. You know what? I'll ask my son next time I run into him in the next few minutes. Does he even know who Andrew Tate is? My son's a biracial Black man. I'm going to ask him, with a lot more hair, by the way. I'm going to ask him if he knows who Andrew Tate is. If it comes up in a fucking physics class.
To be with the president of Lebanon. He's highly respected in his country and actually long beyond his country. We've spoken previously on numerous occasions through representatives, and the relationship is very good. I think that Lebanon has been a very mistreated country for a long period of time. It's an amazing group of people, professors, doctors, lawyers, great intellects, and it's been hit hard for many, many decades, really. It's been hit very, very hard. And yet I have people that live in Lebanon, people that are parents or friends of mine, many cases, and they would never leave. They would not leave under any circumstance. They love it. They love the country. And it's probably a dangerous place in a lot of ways, but They live in areas, they say, we hear bombs going off all the time, but we want to live in Lebanon. They love the country. Very smart people, very successful people, and they live there. But it's been a country of great intellect, great intellectuals. They still love it. They want to be there. And we're going to help it. We're going to help it a lot. So it's an honor to have the president and your representatives here. We've already met a couple of times, and we've had some good meetings. And we are going to solve a lot of problems. We've already solved some of them for Lebanon. As you know, there's a Hezbollah problem, but we've done some things that I think the world will take notice. Again, it's been a very badly treated place and country, and we're going to have it properly treated and treated with respect that it deserves. And Mr. President, it's an honor having you. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you
I've
very
been
much.
looking forward to this visit for a long time.
Thank you very much.
Meeting such a great president like yourself.
Well, that's a very nice thing. See, he knows how to get to me. He
Mr. President.
can have anything. Now he can have anything. Would you like to say something?
Now, really, I would like to thank President Trump, really, and his team for the historic visit and for the historic achievement that we did together by signing the framework with the ultimate objective of ending the state of hostility between Lebanon and Israel forever. I think, Mr. President, this will be your legacy. Together, we'll be able to achieve this objective. It's about time for Lebanon and for the whole region to be stable and secure. And I know your vision is peace, your vision is stability, and I think my vision coincides with your vision. And together, I think we will be able to achieve and to score success in that regard.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. You have tremendous spirit on your side. You have people that love that country, and they're going to make it work.
We're going to make it work.
Right. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Lebanon, I have two questions, one for you. President Trump, as you work to expand the Abraham Accords, Lebanon still enforces a 1955 law criminalizing contact with Israel for over 70 years. You previously stated you would push Lebanon on this issue. And there is some people still going to prison last month. So did you raise it you will raise it with President Trump today?
I will. The Abraham Accords have been, I think, a tremendous success. I think you're going to see a lot of countries joining pretty soon. As you know, we have our original group, and it's so successful for them. Economically successful. It's been nobody left, even during this time of conflict. So, no, I think Lebanon has a very important place.
What
is your level of concern of a blockade of the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels, opening up another front?
Well, we'll have to see what happens. So far, it hasn't happened, might happen. But we take care of things. If something like that happens, we take care of it. You know, we've done that with the Houthis before, and we haven't heard from them in a while since we did what we did originally. It was about 45 days of very powerful action we took against the Houthis. And we've had no problem with the Houthis. They've had no problem with us for a long period of time, including during this conflict. I think that if there is something like that, we'll just have to take care of business.
The Parliament rejected the agreement between Lebanon and Israel and said it's a sedition. It's going to cause civil war. He's the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament, and he speaks for Hezbollah. He's Hezbollah's big brother. Yeah. What do you have to say about that?
Well, maybe I'll let you speak to that.
Actually, the framework doesn't require the endorsement of the Parliament. Okay, it's part of our constitution. It's a prerogative of the president, and we are committed to it. And I think the Speaker of the Parliament is really wants to see the end of this war. He's from the south, and he knows he did his best to rebuild the south, but unfortunately, the south being destroyed in front of his eyes. So he's actually supporting what we are doing, but we need to be careful. His position as a speaker and as a leader of the Shia community, we have to understand how critical is his position. But I can tell you that Speaker Berri is a man of state. He's supportive of what we are doing, and he's supportive of ending the state of hostility, ending the war once for all.
Just one thing. I think when he sees, because I've heard that he's a good person, good man, and when he sees the progress made, I'm sure he's going to come on.
From Lebanon, from LBCI TV from Lebanon. I have two questions, please. When will the Israeli army fully withdraw from Lebanon? Is there a clear timeline for that? And last question, please. Last week, you met with the Iraqi Prime Minister and discussed him or described him as handsome and saying he could become one of the best leaders in the Middle East. How do you describe?
Which one are we talking about?
The Iraqi Prime Minister. Yes. How do you describe President Joseph?
Well, I'd say he's handsome also, and I think he could become one of the most important leaders in the Middle East. Actually, we do this because they've been trying to do this for decades, right? Decades and decades. So, if I made that statement about somebody else, I would put him in the same category.
When the Israeli army withdraw from Lebanon, withdraw from Lebanon, is there a clear timeline?
They're in the process of doing that. They're in the process of redeploying to other sections. And again, they get along very well. That was a great agreement they signed with Lebanon, and they're redeploying.
Is there a
Mr. President. The Lebanese army needs help, and the United States said that it's very important for the Lebanese army to take over the villages that Hezbollah withdraw from. How are you going to help them, and how?
Well, we're going to be speaking about that today.
Sure, that you will be in the
We'll be speaking about that today with the president, and we have some very concrete plans already in store for that, with others going in and helping. But they're also becoming much more self-sufficient. And we will be speaking about that. That's one of the subjects we're going to be talking about.
My question is, Israel, the Lebanese army said today that Israeli forces opened fire in proximity to the Lebanese trying to deploy in one of these pilot zones. This is day 2 of the pilot zones. Are you prepared to take any additional steps to put pressure on Israel to withdraw? Which I believe President Aoun is planning to ask you.
Well, I'll look. I just heard about that before this conference just happened, and we'll be looking at that. Yeah.
Mr. President, there are no signs that Iran is ready to stop fighting. So what is the plan? Is the plan
how
to
would
just
you know
keep bombing until
how would
they
you
give
know
up?
if there are no signs? What you know something that I don't know?
Well, they continue to attack our allies.
But you don't know what the dialogue is behind the scenes, that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated. You don't get that when you listen to your fake station, but you don't know. You don't know anything.
So talks are
You know
still
something that I
possible,
don't
likely?
know. You know something I don't know.
Well, tell us.
I will tell you, they want to desperately meet, and until they're ready to meet in a meaningful way, we have no interest in even.
So
Mr. President, are you planning on putting any pressure or consequences on China for what you announced about them meddling in the 2020 election?
Well, we're going to talk to them about it. It took place a long time ago. I think China is maybe a little bit different today than it was then. But look, they do things. It's not a one-way street, but we'll be talking to them. Yeah.
Mr. President, something that doesn't get talked about a lot, but Border Patrol recorded 14 consecutive months, no releases at the southern border. This is something you talk a lot about on the campaign trail that you could have done on the job you did on the southern border. Do you feel similarly at this point in time in midterms, considering how well the job you've done? What is the lesson you've learned about Border Patrol?
Well, thank you for that question. The fact is, and maybe it pertains a little bit with respect to you and borders and everything else, we had a border that was totally out of control. I probably won the election, at least partially, on the border, would you say? And the border now, we literally in 14 months, I think it came out this morning, actually, it was just announced that in 14 months, we had nobody coming through, zero people. I have to say, millions came through, and we had 0 people come in illegally into our country. And that's made by people that happen to be Democrats, largely Democrats, the people that do those stats. And I'm sure they don't like saying it, but we really had virtually nobody coming in, and they actually say nobody, not even virtually. So it's amazing what's happened there. And very people talk about that anymore. You know, they don't like talking about that. They don't like talking about Venezuela, where we lost no people. I'll be going to Dover for something that I feel it's a great honor for me to do it. These are people that want it, and they feel like I do, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. It's a very simple dictum. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have They're not going to. They have no chance of having a nuclear weapon. And as far as Iran is concerned, I'll let Pete maybe say a couple of words, but we are doing very well. We are degrading them at levels that nobody thought was possible. They're being degraded really so seriously. They did slip something through in Jordan, and if we had other operators, would not happened, unfortunately. But because we have the best equipment in the world, we've stopped almost everything. But when you let other people do your job, with the United States, we let other people do the job, and sometimes it doesn't work out so well. But we're going to be going and paying our respects at Dover. Pete, would you like to say just how we're doing, generally speaking?
Well, it'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover to recognize these incredible Americans who committed to the cause just like you are. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they build up conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea made their way to a bomb. So much weaponry that no one was willing to stand up to them. President Trump was, and he continues to this day. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further. And the president they can talk, otherwise they can deal with the War Department.
And the blockade is up and fully, it's, nobody gets through. Nobody gets through the blockade. It's like a steel wall.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, there was another attack on an ICE facility, this time in New York City. What, in your view, is prompting these attacks, and do you have a message for those who are attacking ICE?
You're talking about the fire that was set in front of the federal building? Well, this is what's happening with the people that they allowed to come into our country. They shouldn't have allowed them to come in. They shouldn't be here. They're radical lunatics, and I'm getting them out. We're getting them out at a pace. We've gotten rid of more than any other president. I read stories. They try and give you phony stats. I was with Tom Homan this morning. He'll give you the statistics if you want, but we're getting bad people out of our country at levels never seen before. There's never been a time when more bad people, and you take a look just here in Washington, we took out almost 5,000 hardcore criminals, most of whom came in during the open border periods of the previous administration. An amazing statistic, and this is something that I hate to be talking about in front of the president of Lebanon, but he's got his problems and they're different problems, but we don't have any problems in Washington, D.C. We've wiped out about 92% of the crime, and we're going to get very close to, I believe we're going to get close to 100% of the crime. And if you take a look at this city, compare this to what it was 15, 16 months ago, this was a dangerous city. I don't know how, I better not compare it to Lebanon because I don't exactly have your stats, but it might have been Lebanon was safer. This was a dangerous city under the previous administration, Biden, and now it's a very safe city. And there was an article that came out 2 days ago that Washington, D.C. has made the greatest progress of any city in the nation. Now, Memphis also, and New Orleans also. And if they would ask us for help in Chicago, we would turn that around so fast. If they'd ask us for help in New York, we would turn that around so fast. Los Angeles, we would turn that around so fast. But
all I have to say, and I wish I were a reporter in that room, I go, Mr. President, would DC or Chicago or, an American city be safer for those 18 soldiers and I think they were all soldiers who have been killed by Iran? If you hadn't started the war, would those 18 people be safer where they were before there was a reason for Iran to launch drone attacks? Donald Trump belongs in my chat. There are many in this chat today who are just as bright as he is. This is what happens when you let stupid people build their own narratives, and the press is too afraid to lose their credentials with asking him hard questions? Who gives a fuck about crime in DC when people are dying just randomly because of a war that didn't have to be? Donald Trump, the worst thing to happen to America in a while, and the 77 million people who vote for him are at fault. If you are a MAGA black or a MAGA massa or a soul brother, it's your fault. Those 18 people died because of your vote.
The stat that's so amazing is that 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. Think of that. It's a great stat. Because if it was 70% of the people, that's a problem. If it was 20%, that's a 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. Think of that. 2% of the people, you can handle that easily. So Washington, D.C. is now one of the hottest cities in the country. We have the hottest country in the world. But Washington is now hot. And I do have to say one other thing. We just had the World Cup, as you know very well. And it was the most successful World Cup ever. We didn't even have a protest. We had no crime. With all those events, was like having many, many Super Bowls. Each one was like a Super Bowl. And with all of that, we didn't have crime. We didn't have bedlam. Everybody left here with a different opinion than what they read in the fake news. They love this country. I saw Scotland. I saw Norway. I saw all these countries. I mean, the level of love that nobody wanted to leave. And I just want to congratulate everybody, the job that we did, and all of us, everybody in this room, because everybody in this room was involved. The vice president was very much involved. It was amazing. I was with Johnny the other day. The job he did is great, but he said he never thought in a million years it could be so free of any difficulty. Think of it. We didn't even have a protest. Not only no crime. Now, there's a reason for all this, but part of it was that people just wanted to pull together. This country, for like a 4-week period, just pulled together. Really amazing. And I didn't want to say it before the final. I didn't want to say how well it was doing. I wanted to get the final up with, because you never know. It only takes. But we just had the most successful World Cup in history. Did 5 times the business of any World Cup in history. And I can't wait to get him back, but I think we won't be able to get him for the next one.
Do you feel safe here, especially with this upcoming?
Say what?
Do you feel safe, especially considering
I
the
feel
trust of
safe.
your life?
I feel safe. Why wouldn't I feel safe?
President Trump
on Syria.
Are you still speaking with Hezbollah? You said in previous interviews that you're speaking with
Well, I don't want
Hezbollah.
to say that, but I would speak to Hezbollah. Yeah. I speak to everybody. I'll speak to people that a lot of people think I shouldn't be speaking to, and things work out.
Through
I would speak
channels.
Mr. President,
I
on
would speak
Syria.
to- I would say this: if the president wanted
Wow, I don't know what happened there. Let's see here. Well, that was a hiccup. I don't know why. And thank God I was looking at my phone. So sorry about that, folks. Don't know what happened. But sometimes there'll be a hiccup on this T-Mobile. It's why, I've had this T-Mobile 5G router in the service for probably 3 years now. And I bought it back when my son was in high school, actually, because it was easier to deal with the firewall rules. I could actually screen out what I didn't want, uh, in the house. And after 3 years, I'm still not willing because it's literally, I think it's $60 cheaper than the AT&T is, and I still haven't gotten the kind of confidence that I could just not have both. I've got, I think I spend probably about $140 between the two, which is still pretty good, but it's a small town. I'm paying big city prices. I would love to go with the $35 or $40 5G router, but just not there yet. So support the show by supporting the host. That's all I can say. Let's see. So let's bring up President Trump to finish out what he was talking about. And let me know if the audio and video is good. I mean, I can switch over, but it was a hiccup and I didn't even notice it. So here we go. Kind of sad.
By terminating Iran, who's very evil people leading that country. You saw the number of protesters that they killed, 52,000 plus. I put a couple of them up today, young kids that kill them. They kill them like they're candy. It's crazy what they do. They treat them so badly. They're just killing people just at random. Over 52,000 people, and nobody talks about it. But if I didn't do the attack on their nuclear sites, or if I didn't terminate the Obama agreement with Iran, which was an absolute hit on having them that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And our deal will be a wall. It already is. They can't have a nuclear weapon right now. It would take them years to produce it. And we will absolutely attack the new site that they're talking about. I mean, how about these people? They're in this because of nuclear weapons, and they're trying to possibly reconstitute a site. We'll hit that site. Any site where they're even thinking about nuclear, we'll be hitting it very, very powerfully. Now, nobody knows except the Iranians the damage that we've done to them. We have done damage that will take them 20, 25 years to recover from. So if we left tomorrow, we had a big success. But we're not leaving tomorrow.
Their ability to threaten the strait, though, that's the question.
There's a bill right now that's being considered that would allow illegal aliens who are working in farming to get legal status. Do you support that legislation?
I don't know about it. I'll take a look at it.
Last night, the Canada tariffs. One, are those a response to the wildfires?
No. That's separate. We're looking at that separately.
And what is there anything?
It's only in response to the way they've treated our farmers and our people. Yeah, Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. Many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership, from Trudeau to the current leadership, I mean, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive. Without us, there's no way they can survive. So, but they've been very, very tough over a period of the last 50 years, actually.
On Syria, Tony Murad, NBC TV from Lebanon. Do you still support Syria entering Lebanon to disarm Hezbollah?
You mean coming in and doing something with Hezbollah?
Yes.
Well, it's a concept. You know, we get along very well with the president of Syria. He's done a very good job. I wouldn't be surprised if this gentleman's going to do a job just like that. He's done a very good job. He's pulled Syria together. He would like to come in and do something with Hezbollah. You know, he's been fighting Hezbollah for a long time. I think it'd be very effective. So it's something I think.
On tariffs, you increased tariffs on Canada yesterday. Can you say if you still expect to impose tariffs on the wildfire problem? And can you say
we're looking at that? A lot of damage has been done. They're not managing their forests properly, and the wind has a tendency to blow right over New York City, right over. You saw Detroit, they had to close the whole place. Michigan was really affected. They had to close businesses for 4 days. It's very serious what they're doing, and they don't seem to be able to do anything about it. If they managed their forests, they wouldn't have the fire.
Do you believe that Iran is trying to impact the midterm elections by threatening the Strait of Hormuz?
You know, so dumb fuck. Now, I don't know because I didn't even look into the story, but I haven't read the headline or heard about Trump saying, hey, we'll send you some firefighters. Dude, this motherfucker's talking about managing a forest. The fire has already started. Trump is the head of MAGA, is just like the people who voted for him. They have this woulda, coulda, shoulda. They shoulda managed their forest, but let's not worry about the fire. We're just going to sit there and tariff them because they didn't manage the forest. How about let's fucking take care of the problem, then worry about the cause of the problem? We need presidents who actually have had like military experience or former governor or even senator. The MAGA DJT version of problem solving is basically to punish the sinner but ignore the sin. These people are idiots. The 77 million who voted for Donald Trump or couch voted even, they're idiots too. They are responsible for the fiasco that Donald Trump has made of this country, both domestically and on the home stage, but yet they want to pretend. Either they obfuscate, they move the goalpost, or they pretend everything's okay, kind of like their leader does. This is why I fucking destroy the brony ponies. This is why I destroy the regular old fucking ignorant. And I'm just going to call them low IQ, because if you don't understand that fucking acting like Andrew Tate is some sort of fucking like existential threat if he gets arrested, dude, I must think that you have low general intelligence, or you're not using it like intelligence is meant to be used. Andrew Tate, oh, he means a lot to the black community. It's an attack on the black community. What in the fuck does that even mean?
Probably. They won't have any impact on me. I'm just going to do the right thing. I don't view it as, gee, we're having an election in a period of time. You know, everyone says, oh, I'm doing something before. No, the election, I can't think about that having to do with this. I think people are very impressed. I mean, we took over Venezuela. We now have a great relationship with Venezuela. We went to war with Venezuela, and the war ended in one day. And we have now an incredible relationship.
Wait, did he call that a war? That was a war.
They're making more money now than they ever made before, ever. And we're making a lot of money. We paid for the war many times over with Venezuela. We lost nobody. We lost nobody.
It was a war. It was a war.
Violent attack. As you know, we took out a man who was a very evil man. What he did was very evil, in many different ways. We took him out. But, you know, Venezuela, they said the same thing. When I did Venezuela, everyone said, because look at the drugs, look at what they did, where they took all of their prisons, they opened up their prisons, and they have everybody in a prison come in through Biden's absolutely insane open borders policy. And we did that in one day. Think of it. And now we are working very closely with the administration, and we get along very well. Venezuela is a very happy place. Had a tragic incident with the event that took place a week ago. What a terrible thing that was. They had a movement, a shifting of earth that was unbelievable. They've never seen anything like it. A lot of people were killed. So it's all unrelated. But by the way, we were the first ones there to help. We were there to help Venezuela. It was an earthquake, I guess you'd call it. It was a pretty massive earthquake. And we were able to do a lot of good, but they lost a lot of people. Venezuela, the people are so happy that we're there. The jobs, everything's happening. And we're taking out many, many times the money that we spent on the war. This one, Iran is bigger. It's a more complex situation, but we're probably doing equally as well if you look at the damage that's been done. And again, as I said to the young man that just posed the question over here, if we left today, it would take them decades to rebuild. And I don't believe they could ever rebuild. And honestly, they haven't seen anything yet. We've been nice. We've been nice.
Thank you for the question. Do you believe that Iran has moved nuclear centrifuges into?
We've been nice. Listen to this blowhard. We've been nice. Motherfucker, why don't you just fucking do what you got to do to deal with this and stop talking about it?
Now, and when you say we're not done yet, what is left to finish?
Well, I think that they may have. We don't have it on record. All we do is read the fake news. You know, we. So, you know, maybe this one they have right, but it's okay. It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. You're talking about the centrifuges. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. They don't have. We follow the material. That's where the action is, and we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. And there's not a thing they can do about it. You know, normally I wouldn't say that. If I thought they could do something about it, I would never say that. But we'll be hitting that area pretty soon, and very heavily. Please go ahead.
President Trump, 2 years ago during the campaign, I interviewed you and you told me on MTV Lebanon that the peace will happen in Lebanon. And every word you said during the interview, it's happening today. Like from the first day in the administration, you were working hard for peace.
It's true. Because I understood Lebanon, and I understood how horribly Lebanon has been treated as a country. They've been like a whipping post. What's happened with Iran and with Hezbollah, but Lebanon's been treated very incredibly badly. And maybe I'm a little prejudiced in favor of Lebanon because I have so many Lebanese friends. There's so many Lebanese friends. And so I know I understand Lebanon. Tom Barrack is Lebanese.
They make a great. Their halloumi is great.
The army currently have the funding, equipment, and manpower necessary to implement the agreement. Or you are asking today President Trump for additional U.S. assistance today to do the job?
Definitely, with the support of President Trump, and we spoke over on the phone, and I told him I need 2 things from you: political support and supporting of the LAF, which is the LAF is the most trusted institution in the country, and it has the most powerful weapon, which is the trust of the public. Like any armed forces in the world, The Lebanese armed forces is the backbone of security and stability. We need to support the LAF maintain the country safe and stable. Without the LAF, everything will collapse. We don't want that. I think President Trump doesn't want that. In 1975, the first institution to collapse was the LAF. And as a result, we saw the emergence of many local militias, and the South was empty, allowing the Palestinians to rule the South and launch attack against Israel. We don't want to see that back again. All we're asking is keep supporting the LAF. And they know that the LAF is doing great job with performing its duty to the fullest. I fully trust the LAF. I fully trust the leadership of the LAF.
We will have. They did a great step forward with the recent signing with Israel. That was a big step.
Are you going to allow direct flight from America to Lebanon again on federal?
I can see that happening.
Question for President On. Tony Murad from NBC TV. So Ambassador Isa, the U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon, Isa, told me that the President On would not leave Washington empty-handed. What concrete outcomes will you bring back to Lebanon?
You'll find out. Thank you all very much. We're doing very well with Iran. We're doing unbelievably with the economy. We have investment. As you know, Toyota is coming in with the biggest plant, I understand, anywhere in the world. They're leaving Mexico. They're coming into our country. It's going to come into Texas, to be specific. We have more plants under construction now than at any time, by many times. We have over $19.2 trillion being spent in America, and they're going to be opening up in a year and a half. And there has never been a time like this in America. Truly, it's the golden age of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So folks, let's see. Oh, this is the next video. And you know what? I've gotten just enough Coors Light in me that I'm feeling kind of messy. Ooh. And let's see here. Some bullshit. Dealing with all the bullshit in this chat today is just kind of made me feel malicious. So I see Bobby talking about demo blacks. And my question to you, Bobby, and it's in the chat, MAGA blacks were allowed to vote for Trump. What else did they help Trump accomplish? Seems y'all been takers, not makers. What am I missing? And my point is that y'all rode the Trump train, but you're not conducting it. He gave you some black jobs and some tax on tips, and he cut off the competition so y'all don't have competition for the black jobs. So Trump has done a lot for y'all. What have y'all done to help Trump? Kim, Bobby, what have MAGA blacks, soul brothers, or black conservatives, what have they contributed to the Trump train? They can't afford the diesel. What y'all are just riders, y'all takers of the ride. But what are y'all making? Can you help us? Can you help us? God damn. All I have to say, and talking back and forth with these fucking MAGA blacks who just don't seem to understand that the Trump train is leading y'all. The Trump train's a trolley problem, to be honest. At some point, y'all are going to have to decide whether Trump is good for you. Take out some other blacks, the demo blacks. Is it okay for Trump and y'all MAGA blacks to take out the demo blacks? Or do you just look the other way and let y'all just ride the train? Because if what I suspect is true, y'all are bought into this social Darwinism bullshit. y'all are going to lose because the smartest blacks don't vote for Trump. The smartest black people, in my opinion, it's just my opinion in the culture, dude, 96% or whatever the number was, listen to black women. They're not voting for Trump. 80 some percent of black men, they didn't vote for Trump. Y'all are the weirdos. And all I have to say is I think black people are in a unique position in the hey Kim, hold on one sec. I think black Americans have been pretty much kind of, I've used the term canary in the coal mine. When America catches a cold, we catch the flu. That's why I think black Americans have generally been good at, being the conscience of America. We understand white people better than white people understand themselves. And Donald Trump is not the best of the whites. Palomino Ricky Z, nowhere near competent. He can barely navigate his own lonely incel life, let alone talk about what's going on that's even relevant to blacks. That's why people like Palomino show up in all these weird spaces. They show up to be racist in the black spaces, and they're even more racist when they show up in the quote panelverse. And I'll name names because some of these white motherfuckers, like Orthodox guy, dude, they are racist as fuck after dark.
Are you done, Stanley?
You got something to add?
I got a lot to add. Let's start with your
Oh, I
hypocrisy
bet you
first.
do. I hope you're ready to be messy. I hope you
I'm
got your
ready.
Chardonnay.
I don't drink, but it's all good. I don't need it. I want to deal with your hypocrisy first.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm eating. You're the first person to say there's no such thing as a black community. Right or wrong?
There's not.
Okay, so then why does community
Okay,
matter?
whoa.
Hold on. I didn't
Hold
touch
on.
you.
No, we're not doing this.
Yes,
I
we are.
answered the question. Now I need to know that you understand exactly what I mean.
I
I
understand
don't
what you
mean
mean
to,
when you say that.
okay, what I
So
need
why
you
are you
to
quoting
do,
figures that
what I
83%
need
of
you
black
to
people
do,
and black women didn't
don't
vote for Trump and y'all are the
gallop.
weirdos?
Do
So
not
wait, why
gallop
does
your
community
point.
matter?
Okay,
Why does
this is
community
what
matter?
happens.
Now,
People come up here. I need to know
no,
that
that's
you
your
understand.
hypocrisy,
Do
Stanley.
you, ma'am, I will put you in the back if I can't get a word in edgewise.
Go ahead, Stanley.
Yes, I'll do it. Do you understand what I mean when I say there's no black community?
You said we're not a monolith. You always say that.
Yes, but what do I mean when I say there is no black community? And I'll give you hints because apparently you need them.
You'll say that there's no black community because we're not a monolith. There are black communities, but we're not a black
Correct. Okay.
community.
Okay. You understand that. Good.
Mhm.
So please continue.
So why are you citing numbers and calling a certain group of black people weirdos?
Okay.
Because we
How
didn't
does
fit
citing
into the
numbers,
community, the way the
how
community
does
voted.
citing numbers about black
It's
communities
hypocrisy,
negate?
Stanley.
No, you don't understand numbers in that case. Citing numbers does not negate my point that we're not a monolith.
All right, so if we're not a monolith, why are people weird for being outliers in your voting
No,
statistic?
I don't have a problem with the outliers, but
You
they
called
need
us
to be
weirdos.
pointed out. Okay, ma'am, I do not have a problem with outliers of the quote black culture. My only problem with them is they think they're not outliers. That's my only problem with them.
Okay. I mean, I don't think we're outliers either because we've seen the 2020 election fraud.
Let me cite the numbers and see. This is where numbers come in handy. And I can't remember. I know it was over 90%, but let's use 96% of Black American women, and they identify as Black.
Okay.
So I depend on them to identify themselves. If 96% of Black women voted for Kamala and not Trump, I would say that the 4% of Black women who voted for Trump are outliers. Would you not agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, so that 4%, if the 4% say that they're not outliers, then I can only think that they don't know that they are outliers. Maybe they don't understand the term, etc. Let's talk about Black men.
Okay, so I think you're moving the
86, I think
goalpost a little bit,
eight,
Stanley, just a little bit.
I'm sorry, what?
I feel like you're moving the goalpost just a little bit
How so?
because my original argument is the fact that we're not a monolith, but then you
Right.
are
And
what?
I point that out with the 4% who voted for Trump. And
Mhm.
the numbers, it's over 90%. Like I said,
So
I'm just
why are we
pulling
weird
out
for
an
that? If we're not a
I
monolith, that
need
shouldn't
you.
be weird at
Okay.
all.
I don't understand your point. If
My point is
4%,
that if we're not a
if
monolith,
4
it shouldn't be weird to you at
okay,
all. This is your own argument.
okay, you don't understand what a monolith is then,
Okay.
because my point is that Black women are not a monolith. 4% voted for Trump, 96% did not vote for Trump. That implies that Black women are not a monolith. There were
Right.
two different ways, but I think that 4% is an outlier if the vast majority voted a different way. We
So
won't go
because
into why they voted a different way. When
it's not
you were
necessary.
satisfied that 4% and 96% implies that there is no monolith in with Black women. I'm not talking about a monolith. I will say that 4% is an outlier.
Okay.
So what's wrong with that argument?
There's nothing wrong with that. That's just factual math. Okay. I could
Correct.
agree with that.
That's why math and understanding numbers backs up my point about outliers. And
But you
dude,
shouldn't be
that
calling us
four
weird.
well, hold on. That 4% of women that voted for Trump, I embrace them voting their conscience. I think they were
Thank
wrong.
you.
I think they're weird. I think they're outliers, but that's freedom, baby. You vote your conscience. Madison talked about that.
Mhm.
So
Okay. And my
they are
next point,
very they are very Madisonian. I want to
and
talk
my
about Black men, and it's the same argument. There is no monolith amongst Black men, but the men in larger numbers voted. I think it was 86 versus what 14% or something like that. And I also want to point out that more Black people voted for Nixon than they voted for Trump, but that's just a historical point. But the 14%, and I'm probably a little bit off on that number too, of Black men that voted for Trump, they're outliers too. But I don't think they know they're outliers. They want to act like they're some like juggernaut. They're not.
because the movement is really not based in race as much as other people try to make it seem like it. But that's not the
Oh
point, and I'm not
no,
trying
of
to go
course
there.
it's not. No, 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 no. The anti-Black blacks, there's no race. There's only one race. To like a Thomas
Stanley.
Sowell,
I'm talking about the MAGA movement. You're talking
to a
about the
Thomas
anti-black.
Sowell, dude, there's only
MAGA is
one
not
race to those
anti-black,
people.
by the way.
I'm sorry, what?
MAGA is not anti-black.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not a racial
Okay, well,
movement. It's a
let me
united
give you a news
force
article. Let me
against
find the
people
news
trying to
article.
destroy the country.
I don't think anyone's trying to destroy the country. I don't
Stanley,
think,
you're
least
sleeping
of all,
if you think that.
Black people. There are no, name me
I
a
don't think black
Black
people are
person who's
trying to
trying
destroy the
to
country
destroy
either.
the country.
I agree with you on that. I don't think there is a black person trying to destroy America. I think it's more foreign forces and their governments knowing
I don't
damn
even
well what
think
they're
it's
doing.
that. And I mean, if you really want to think about it, foreign forces have been trying to destroy America from the outset. First would be England.
Like releasing all
You
of their
know, the-
all of their inmates
we
into our
did
country.
break away from England, right?
That was intentional, and that's a problem. You know what I mean? So these governments, these international foreign governments, they know what they're doing. Is what I'm saying, and they're not delivering. They're not delivering us their best or their brightest.
I think
But that's
it's a
not the point.
tempest in a teapot. China's
I want
not
to
going
get
to
back to the
destroy
comment
America.
about Trump did a lot for black people, but what are black people doing for President Trump?
Trump has done nothing for black people.
No, Obama did nothing for black people.
No,
President Trump has
Obama's
done
not president right
lots
now.
for black
See,
people.
talk about moving goalposts. When's the last time Obama was president?
It doesn't matter. He was.
It doesn't. When Obama was president, but we're all of a sudden talking about Obama. That's not relevant. That's not important.
But he did nothing, not one thing for a black person.
Can
President Trump did so many things for black people.
This might be an important question because I accuse the outliers in the black community who vote for Donald Trump. They don't know they're outliers. And I think you talking about Obama right now suggests you're not quite sure who's president right now.
No, you know what it is, Stanley. You like to pretend like
I have
screw
to
up and that
ask
certain
you,
things haven't happened.
Kim,
He did nothing for us.
Kim, as proof of sanity, can I ask you who is currently the president?
Donald J. Trump. Okay.
Okay. So I want to concentrate on the current president of the United States. It is your right to talk about Obama, but Obama hasn't been president in 10 years.
Who was president before Trump?
Wait, hold it. Who is president now?
In 2016, when he won in 2016.
Right. Well,
who was the president then?
So, in 2017, it was Trump who was president.
Before
he was elected. He was elected in 2016.
Okay, but before that, who was there?
You mean more than 10 years ago? It was Obama, if I recall.
Okay, and during that time, we had record low levels.
Okay, can I ask you a
in the black
question?
community, which Donald Trump reversed, by the way.
I've answered your question.
I'm answering your question.
Mine.
You're saying he didn't do anything for
Okay,
black
no.
people. We had
How
record
many
low levels of
presidents?
unemployment.
How
under a
many
black
presidents were
How
there?
insane is
See,
that?
I
And he
answer
came and
your
fixed it.
question, and all of a sudden,
You didn't answer shit,
you can't
Stanley.
handle the answer. How many presidents were there between Obama and the current Trump administration?
Okay, so if we count President Trump and Biden, we'll just say two or one.
Okay,
because
so
President Trump is the same
Obama
person.
has had two administrations, like 8 years between the last time he was president and now, probably a little bit more than 8. So you still want to blame Obama when there have been two presidents? Whatever mistakes
Obama's
made,
always going to catch heat when people
whatever
say
mistakes
that Trump didn't do anything for
Obama
black
made,
people. He's always gonna
whatever
catch that smoke.
mistakes, Obama wasn't president of Black America.
But when
Let's
he
get
was
that right.
president, how do we have record low unemployment
Okay,
levels?
who
under
was
another
he?
black
Who was
man?
who was
how insane is
Obama?
that?
Who was Obama?
And the white man
president
had
of?
to come in and fix
What
it.
was
for us.
Obama president of Blackistan
You trying
or
to
the
be funny,
United
Stanley.
States?
You
No,
trying to be- but we
I'm
know the
struggling.
obvious
I am
already.
struggling.
We know the answer to
struggling
that.
to understand why in 2026 you are obsessing over Barack Obama.
I'm just trying to
You
figure
and
out how you can
Trump,
fix your
you
mouth to
and
say that
Trump
President
are
Trump didn't do anything for
twinsies.
black people.
You and Trump are
When we had a
twinsies.
black president who did nothing for us. Actually, we were in the worst shape. We were in the worst shape in this
Okay.
country.
I don't agree with that, but I need to ask you.
You
what
don't
is
agree
your
with that, then maybe it
obsession?
didn't affect
You
But sometimes,
and your
Stanley, that's how you
fellow
look
New
at things.
Yorker You and
if it
your
doesn't
fellow
affect
New
me, I don't
Yorker,
care.
you and your fellow New Yorker are obsessed over this black president. May I ask you why?
I'm just saying to you, it's a phenomenon to me that you can even fix your lips to say President Trump didn't do anything for black people when the black president we
He has
had.
done nothing for black people.
You're sleeping, Stanley, and you know what? I think you're
Okay.
doing this on
Do
purpose.
you know currently that the black unemployment rate is higher than it's been under Barack Obama?
Did I just say that?
Ooh,
No.
numbers.
The black employment rate, not unemployment. Unemployment was the worst for black people under President Barack Obama.
No, it is actually, he made it better, by the way. He got
he
it under
didn't.
control. Okay, you need to go look at the history, man. I happen to know it. I do
And
know
also the First
that
Step Act, which a lot of people
hold on.
give Obama
Let
credit,
me
which he
finish
didn't.
my point.
George
Let me
Bush
finish
worked
my
on that.
point.
Obama's administration sat on it and did
George,
nothing.
we're going
President
farther
Trump came
back
in and
into
moved it
history
forward.
now. We're going farther back. Black
President Trump came in
unemployment
and moved it
is
forward
okay.
because your black
Is
president
black
sat on it and did nothing
unemployment
with it.
is black
And
unemployment
that law helped
higher?
more black people,
Is
especially people
black
who have
unemployment
criminal records, than anybody
higher?
else.
Donald Trump did all kinds of good things for black
He did a lot of
people.
great things. Great things.
Is the black unemployment rate higher? And I can't remember higher than how many years, but is it higher than it's been, say, under Biden?
Yes.
Okay. And I rest my case. Donald Trump has hurt black people when it comes
No,
to
he has not.
employment. Now,
No, he has not.
wait, if the unemployment rate is higher, according to the numbers, he has hurt black employment. You can't agree to that? You just said the numbers are higher.
No.
So how is
numbers
a
are
higher
no.
black unemployment rate helping black people?
No, not unemployed.
How is a
The
higher
employment rate is better, is what I'm
unemployment
saying.
rate under Donald Trump
No.
helping black
You're
Americans?
saying the wrong thing, Stanley.
Well, then tell me the right
Not
thing.
unemployment. Employment.
Tell me the right thing.
Employment.
Okay, let me help you again.
And then don't
The
forget about the
unemployment
HBCUs.
rate, the
Barack Obama did nothing with that. Now
unemployment
they're
rate,
permanently funded.
the unemployment rate is the number. That means they're not getting a paycheck. They are collecting unemployment if they're lucky. If the unemployment rate in the black American demographic is higher under Trump,
No, it's not higher.
how
under
is
Trump.
that a
It's
help?
not.
You
But
just
it's not higher.
I didn't say highest. I didn't say highest.
I didn't say
said
highest either.
higher.
It's not
The
higher.
black
And if you believe I
unemployment
said
rate
that
is
was a mistake,
higher
it is not.
now. The day that Trump 2.0 got inaugurated, the unemployment rate in the black demographic is higher than that first day.
That is
Can
not
we
true,
agree on that?
Stanley. No,
It is
you cannot.
absolutely true. Don't make me look it up. I know.
Nobody
I
believes your
know I'm
liberal
right.
sources anyway.
I know I'm right. I'm not thinking it. I'm not guessing. I know.
You know what Obama did? Obama supported the
Okay,
LGBTQ
wait, hold it. Why
community
are we talking
and
about
the queer
Obama?
community. That's who he did stuff for. He didn't do anything for black
Wait,
people.
why are we
President Trump,
talking about
because you
queers?
gotta
We went
understand.
from black unemployment to queers in the Obama administration?
I didn't say queers in the administration. I said that's who he did things for. Everything that he
Okay,
could
well,
have done
I
for
need your
for
help
black people,
because
he
you
sat
are
on. He didn't do
obviously
anything.
better at this than me. Connect the dots between higher black unemployment since January 20th of
I'm just not agreeing
2025.
with your allegation that that's
January
the case.
20th,
You connect that dot.
2025
You believe that
had a
happened. I
lower
don't.
black unemployment rate than today in 2026. Now, can you connect that
But wait,
dot? Because we were
wait.
talking
I
about
feel
it.
like that was
Connect that
not.
dot.
No,
Connect
I'm not going to
that
do that.
dot to
I'm not going
queers.
to, and I tell you why.
Queers. Let's talk about queers in 20.
I'm telling you who Obama did help because it wasn't
Let's
us.
talk about queers in 2013.
I'm just telling you who he did help because it wasn't us. It really wasn't us. But I don't want to go into the unemployment thing too deep just
You
because
better not.
it's
I
moving the
can look up
goalposts because you don't want me to
just do
list
a
out
simple
all of the things President
do
Trump
a
did for black
simple
people
Google search.
because you want to keep cutting me off every time I name something.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna let you talk because as a matter of fact, I'm doing you a favor by cutting you off.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
I'm not willing to let you be wrong.
Allegedly.
All right. Well,
And don't
hey, I'm
trust
not
those
gonna cut you
statistics that
off.
all
Just
these
keep
black
it.
people didn't
Oh,
vote
don't
for Trump.
wait,
That's
hold it.
bullshit.
Don't trust.
Bullshit.
What should we trust if not statistics?
Well, didn't you go to college? You know, my statistics professor taught me on the first day. Statistics are lies,
Was
lies, and more
was he a
lies.
professor of math or science?
Both.
Oh, okay. What was
He's
he a
both.
professor of?
Well, my statistics class was mathematical, but then I also did stats again for psych, and I had him again. So we had to take
So
two
he
levels
was
of
a
it.
math professor.
Yeah, but he also
Okay, and what
taught
did he
the
have to
stats
what did he have to say about statistics?
that there were lies, lies, and more lies because they're generalizations of
So
a population
did he tell you
from a
what you
sample
should
of the
trust?
population.
Okay,
So when they
ma'am,
say 1 in 4 women have
ma'am,
herpes, no one asked me if I had it.
ma'am.
Where do you
Now
get your
we're
1 in 4
talking
from?
venereal disease. We went from queers
For
to venereal
example,
disease,
Stanley,
but we
Stanley,
started
keep
with
up. It's
black
an example.
unemployment.
Keep up.
Gotcha.
Keep up.
So
Keep up.
what did this great professor tell you to trust instead?
What he was saying is that when it comes to statistics, it's just a generalization. No one asks each
Correct.
individual.
That is literally what they are.
So these are what's called "quote unquote" blanket statements. Blanket statements are not
What did he tell
true.
you to? What did this legendary math professor tell you to trust instead?
All we can trust is that the information we receive from statistics are from a small pool of people that were asked. A small pool of people that were surveyed.
Essentially, he told you to
And
trust
they
the
make that
generalization, correct?
generalization to the larger public based on, if you want to
Understood.
get technical with the numbers,
Understood.
what
That's
falls within a
statistics.
normal range on the bell curve.
We get it. What did he
Mhm.
tell you to trust? He didn't. He said they're lies, lies, lies. He should
But
have
you
told
can't
you.
trust
And
statistics.
okay, damn it. Okay,
Oh, you
he
want to ask your
should
own
have told
question? Okay,
you.
go ahead.
He should have told you. But we can't trust anything else. It's the best we got.
Right, but it doesn't make it accurate.
Okay, wait. You just said right. That's what your stats professor
If that's the best tool we
probably
have,
suggested.
fine.
Okay, so my question is, if
But it
he
doesn't make it
told
right
you, he
or
told
accurate.
I say it all the time. It's the best guess. There's no way to be accurate. We gotta have something, and best guessed, educated guess, whatever you want to call it, that's what we got. If there was something better, don't you think your math professor would have said they're all
But we
lies,
shouldn't
trust
believe it.
this instead?
All we can say is that based on this report that this person done, this is their findings. Doesn't make it true for the whole population.
Well, I think the best
Never
you can
will.
do is
Never
don't
will.
just put all your eggs in one basket.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Correct. However, there's nothing better. I trust the statistics as far as they'll go. I
Yeah,
think
but you can't make it seem like it's
based
true.
on the Trump administration statistics, that black people have a higher unemployment rate than they did the first day Trump got in office.
Well, can we talk about
So
all the other marvelous things President Trump has
way
done for
back
black people?
about 15 minutes ago when I asked the question, what exactly has Trump done for black people?
Oh, so I can continue with the list of wonderful things that he's done?
You never started, so start now.
I did. I spoke about the unemployment rate when it went from Obama
Which
to
is
President Trump.
higher than his first day of office. That doesn't seem like
I
a
also
good thing.
started to talk about the First Step Act, which was really started under President Bush, but President Obama did
So
nothing with
Trump
it.
did
So
not
here comes
start that.
Here comes our what do you
Trump
call
did
it?
not start that.
He didn't start it, but he finished it. Thanks
Yeah,
him
okay.
for that. He finished it. And so many black
Yeah,
people.
okay.
First, and the next, he pardoned a lot of black people that Obama could have pardoned and didn't.
So he pardoned criminals. Yeah, that seems like a good
I
thing.
mean, they wouldn't need a pardon if they weren't a criminal.
Okay,
That's just
I
how it
need you
goes.
to hear what I just said. So he pardoned people who had committed crimes.
And are now
Thank
reformed.
you. Should
Next.
we
Next,
all
we
get
talked about the
together?
HB. We touched
Should we
lightly on the
all get
HBCUs.
together and sing "Lift Up Every Voice and Sing" because he freed some criminals?
Yes.
Oh, I won't be joining that chorus.
Yes, because who they were then are not who they are today. And sometimes the laws,
I
the
love
laws,
that you are. I
listen,
love
Stanley, the
that you.
laws create problems for people sometimes. Like for example, that lady that
I love
no. You
that
started this, we're gonna
someone
end
like
it.
you. How many would you let live right next door to you?
How do you know they don't?
You
They
know
probably
what?
just never been caught.
If they do, I love your progressivism.
How do you know they don't? It's a lot of
I
people who do
don't.
bad things in
That's
this world
why I
who
asked
don't have a
you.
record because they never
That's
got
why
caught.
I asked you how many. I don't know.
And if you know anything about pardons, to actually
Okay,
get one, you have to go
Kim,
through so
I
many levels of
asked you
showing
how
how
many.
reformed you are,
I
what
asked
you've
you
done
how
to
many
change,
because I do
that you
not
stayed out
know.
of trouble while in prison. Like it's
Ma'am,
not just, oh, let's just let this person
ma'am.
out.
I
And sometimes
love
the laws
that they stayed out of trouble
and people who don't
post-conviction.
have proper representation, they get treated unfairly in the legal system. Money talks in the legal system. People who don't have the money or proper representation, you
So
know.
all of a sudden you're pro-black, huh? I love it. Do
Well,
you
I'm
think
pro-fairness.
Do you think Carmelo Anthony would have gotten better
You
justice
see, you're
had he
moving the
had a
goalposts.
lot
We're
more
talking about all the
money?
great, but we're talking about the marvelous things that Trump's have done for
You
blacks.
said money's important. I'm just asking you about a recent
Well, didn't his family get close to $1 million to fight his case?
$1 million isn't enough.
Well, more than what most people who got these pardons had. Like the lady Alice who stole a bag of weed and went to jail for 20 years. What the fuck?
Trump pardoned convicted criminals in the black community. Thanks, Trump. So what's next?
No. Well, okay. Thanks, Trump, to that. We touched lightly on the HBCUs, that we had a black president who did nothing for them, and now
Did you
they're
go to
permanently
an
funded.
HBCU?
I'm sorry?
Did you go to an HBCU?
What does that have to do with the marvelous things that President Trump has done for black people? What does that have to do? Connect the
Well,
dots.
I
Can you
mean,
connect the dots for me?
I would expect this kind of attitude from a
It's not an
graduate of
attitude, it's a
Howard.
fact. It's not an attitude, it's a fact.
Well, I think it's an attitude.
Okay. We're talking about the marvelous things
I like it.
President
I
Trump
like
has done
that
for black
pro-black
people.
spirit in you.
Every black person should be proud, but I think people want to just hide behind the fact that they just want to hate somebody. And that's the point. That's the
Well,
part
I
that really
happen
gets
to
me.
be a son of
You
an
rather hate someone
HBCU
so much
graduate.
that you can't say the one good thing or two good things or three good things they've done? I don't like some of my
I'm
colleagues, but
sorry.
where I see them making
I
improvements and
think
doing
the
things
only
right.
thing
Okay, great.
I
Thank you for
think
that.
I don't think Trump has done anything positive in the black community.
That's
What he
wild.
has done,
What about the
I've
opportunity
talked to
zone?
I've talked to Bobby Perkins specifically. Trump has a very good job of like giving a couple peanuts to, no tax on tips, which definitely helps black people. No tax on overtime definitely helps black people
It
because black
does.
people work more overtime than other communities, I'm sure. So
Mhm.
yeah, that helps. But I have a problem with you know what? He makes 2 billion and Bobby got 2,000.
But
I
how is
mean,
that President Trump's fault?
if Bobby's happy with that couple foul, good for him. But I have a problem.
But why would that be his fault though? That is the system is the way it's always been.
Okay, you don't
And
see
we
a
can at least say
problem
that he
with it.
doesn't
You
accept
don't
a
see a
salary. Nancy
problem.
Pelosi,
You
who
don't
has a lot
see
of
a
money also,
problem.
is taking out money to pay
You're
herself.
kind of typical. Hey, as long as I get mine, I don't care about the rest of the country.
I'm just saying, how is that his fault? How is that President Trump's fault that the system is the way it's
That
always been?
Bobby
How is it
got
his fault?
2,000 or he made $2 billion?
Both.
So you don't think it's President Trump's fault that he made $2 billion?
How is it his fault?
He could have said, no thanks, don't make a meme coin. Don't
No
give
one's gonna say that,
Melania.
Stanley. Let's be
Don't
realistic.
give, okay, you're interrupting. You're doing the same
Okay.
thing I do.
Right.
I think Trump could have
Let's all be
said,
delusional for a
no,
second. Go
don't
ahead.
make a meme coin. Melania, who does less for Black people, she doesn't need a meme coin either. He could have done the country a favor by not giving the impression that he's on the fucking dole. Dude, what president before him has had a meme coin?
I don't know, but I would
Well,
just
no,
say, like,
I can let you know, and you can Google it if you want. None.
okay, and I think this is when we start to
Hey,
veer
oh,
off from.
and it's okay. Hey, he's
Yes,
president.
because
Let
some
him
of it
make a
just
couple
sounds like
billion.
jealousy.
He has
Yes, he
no.
came
It
in.
is
He came in the White
literally.
House with
It
it.
is literally not jealousy. I didn't
It
vote
gotta
for him.
be.
Why would I be jealous?
Because why are we pocket watching this man
I
and
actually think
comparing him to
MAGA
whoever had
blacks. I
$2,000 when it's
think the
always been that
MAGA
way?
blacks who voted for him should demand a cut.
Why? See, that's that socialist mindset that I don't really mess with.
Oh yeah,
Why
yeah.
should
It's a socialist mindset
it really
that
is?
your
When you think
it's
you
a
can reach into somebody
socialist
else's pockets
mindset
just
that
because they
Donald
got it.
Trump made $2 billion and Bobby just got a couple thousand.
I'm still trying to figure out how's that.
Bobby, if Bobby was lucky enough to work enough overtime to make $26,000, there's a cap at 25. That next thousand would be taxed at whatever the current tax rate
Stanley, you're
is.
talking about something that's always
You
been
can
this
only
way.
make
How do you single out one
$25,000
person to be at fault
working
for
your
it? That
ass
shit
off
doesn't make
in
any sense.
overtime. Donald Trump can get us in a war and make $2 billion.
Stanley, you're talking about
Not
something
to
that's
mention
existed
that
forever.
his sons have invested in defense stocks. They're making bank
Okay, so
over
let me
this
ask you a question. How
Iranian
do you
war
single out President Trump to be at fault for this one? This has
because
been the
he's
way.
president.
This has
He's
been the
the
way forever.
only person who got elected president in 2024. That's how I single him out.
Okay, well, that's unfair and a little bit delusional.
It's unfair to single out the one president of the United States who got elected in 2024.
When you're comparing it to a
So
system that's
it's
predated him for hundreds of years,
singling out the president of the United States because he's president.
comparing in comparison to a system that's predated him.
I literally am not comparing President Trump to any system or
You're
person
singling
or
him out
anything.
and putting him at fault
He
for
is
something
the
that's
only
predated him.
president. How do you single
doesn't make
out a
sense,
single
Stanley.
president? Okay, the only way you single out a president is pay attention to what he's doing.
You're talking about what always happens.
He's an elected president of the United
And
States. There's news headlines every day
if
about
you
his
have an issue with
F-ups.
this so-called quote unquote corruption, then that's the problem, not President
Oh,
Trump.
do
The
you
system
not
that
think what
allows
he's
this to
doing?
exist
Are you
is the
saying
problem.
he's not okay? So you
The
don't think
system that allows this
what
to
he's
exist is the
you
problem,
don't think that Donald
which kind of
Trump
falls back
is
on us.
yeah, you
as the
know what?
people.
When I get a word in edgewise, I'd appreciate it. You go ahead and
Go
ramble
ahead. No,
on.
you go ahead. It's your show. Let me shut up.
So my question to you, you don't think what President Trump is doing right now is corrupt?
No,
So you don't think his sons making millions on a war that he started for no apparent reason, you think that's not corrupt?
I don't believe that he started a war for no apparent reason, number one. And number two, first of all, I don't think he started a war at all, number one. And number two,
Oh, you don't. Oh, wait, who fired first?
what do you mean in the countries that's been firing at each other
No,
forever?
I mean, who fired first on Iran? Now, it might have been Israel. That's even worse, but who fired first? Did Iran fire a missile
We actually don't know because this has been going on for so long.
Oh, you don't know?
We really don't know. We really don't know.
Oh, well,
You're
you
just
know
going on
what?
what your
We
biased
really
news
don't
sources
know what's
tell you.
happening in the Trump administration if you want to go that far.
I mean, based on the biased news sources, I wouldn't trust what they're saying either. But what I'm
Oh,
here to
so we
say,
can't trust. Can we trust Trump?
of course,
Okay, he pretty much said,
you may
"Hey,
not agree with
he
everything he
fired the
does,
first shot."
and
Can
not
we
everyone that voted
trust
for him does.
Donald
No.
J.
He didn't fire
Trump?
the first shot. This has been happening.
Who fired the
He
first
just
shot? Who
stepped in
fired the first
to
shot?
shut it down.
Who
Not no.
fired the
This
first
has been
shot?
going on. This has been going on. Stanley.
Who
President Trump
fired
did not
the
fire the
first
first
shot?
shot. Not President Trump.
I'm sorry. Did you say Iran started the war?
I'm not saying Iran did. I'm just saying this has been going on
Okay,
already.
well, who
He just
did?
stepped into
That's
it to
my
shut it
point.
down.
I'm saying
So saying that he started the war and he fired the first shot is inaccurate.
Netanyahu convinced Donald Trump that, hey, let's start a war.
Oh, that's bullshit. That sounds like a bedtime story.
Okay, well, who made the decision to fire first?
This has been happening already.
No,
This has
it
been
was
happening
not
already.
happening. It was
Okay.
not happening. Nope.
Okay.
The Iran war just started 4 months ago.
This is all connected to bigger things that have been going on for a long
Oh,
time.
what are
This
the
is
bigger
not
things?
Iran's first rodeo.
What are the bigger things?
This is not Iran's first rodeo. In other parts of the Middle
What?
East, they're happy
It's
too.
It's not Iran's first rodeo.
It definitely isn't. You know how many bombs they sent to Yemen that no one talks about? Come on now.
Who cares? Did that start the
Iran
war?
was a problem. Iran was a problem that was only getting worse.
Iran
and President
was
Trump
a
stepped in to
problem.
shut it down.
Iran was a problem.
And I wouldn't say the Iranians.
Okay,
I'm talking about specifically about the.
ma'am. Iran was a problem, but it was contained.
It was not
Donald
contained.
Trump and Bibi
was not
Netanyahu
contained.
made Iran
It was not
a
contained.
bigger problem.
And
There
I
are
think saying
people
that is
who
actually very disrespectful to the
people
millions of
who
people who
are
died
oil was
at the hands of
flowing
that
through the
regime.
Strait of Hormuz before this war.
Like I said, I drank the Kool-Aid. No, it's just facts.
Oil was flowing through the Strait of Hormuz before Bibi and Donald decided to start their little war. There was no problem.
That's a lie, Stanley. Iran has been a problem
Okay, well,
in the Middle East for
prove
a long
it's a
time.
lie. You know more about the Strait of Hormuz than I do. Then, so
I mean,
tell me
it's not a
prove
competition of
it's a
who knows
lie.
more than who, but
Just off the top of your head, give me one fact that would
that
disprove
Iran has
what I
always been a
said.
problem.
No, there
What?
was no
I'm confused
problem
now.
4 months ago with oil going through the Strait of Hormuz.
We're not talking. Okay. So now you're talking about oil. When
No,
your
I'm not
first thing
moving
was
goalposts. I'm
you always
saying
do.
I
You were
let me
saying
let
that
me
President
recap.
Trump took the
Let
first
me
shot
recap.
and started a war.
Yes,
That's what you said.
Trump. It was either Trump or Netanyahu. It was either Israel or the United States who initiated the bombing. Iran didn't start this, but they might finish it.
Doubt it. Everybody comes to kiss the ring. Barely. Have you not seen? Are you not paying attention?
Ma'am, I pay more attention than I probably should. Donald Trump
This
started
has been
this
going
war.
on for a long
Donald
time.
Trump started this war, and he does not seem to be able to
He didn't
finish it.
start this war. He didn't start it.
Gas is at an average of $4 plus currently. It wasn't before this war.
So you got to pay attention. This is where history really matters. And I know you don't like looking at what came before something else, but it's a long history. It's a really long history of Iran being a problem, developing nuclear weapons, threatening the world. Like, this is not anything new.
Iran has never been a
This is
threat
not
to the
anything
world.
new.
Iran
They bombed
has
Syria.
never
They
been
bombed
a
Yemen.
threat to the world.
They bombed
Iran
Syria.
is a
They bombed
bigger
Yemen.
threat
They
to
bombed
the
Lebanon.
world
We were just talking about
now
the
that
Lebanese
this
people.
war has started.
No, this
Iran
has
is more
been
powerful than
happening,
it was.
Stanley. No,
Iran
Stanley.
is more powerful than
Just
it
do a
was
simple
before
Google
the
search.
war.
You're gonna see that they've been doing this. They were a
No,
problem to their
they
own
have
people.
not been doing it.
And when I say their own people, I mean fellow Arabs.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
They, in the Middle East, Iran has been a problem to their own neighbors, like fellow other Arabs. They've been an issue. Their whole nuclear development program has been a problem. These are not people who are nice and play nice. They destroy the people that look just like them, kill many of them.
Irrelevant to my point.
It's not irrelevant. It's all
Yes,
adding up
it
to
is
how they've
irrelevant
always
to my
been a
point.
problem. And
Let's
that
go back
everyone turns
to
a blind eye to it because they want oil, they want this, they want that. Let's kiss the retired wagon. We're not kissing Iraq's ring no more. Iran's ring no more. Sorry. We're not doing it no more.
Ma'am, the simple premise is Iran didn't start this.
And I said that they did. They've never stopped. They've never stopped.
And
They've never stopped.
you literally
You're
are
acting like they were living in peace, all of a sudden the
all
bomb
I
dropped
have
on
to
them. You're
say,
crazy.
all I have to say is I expect no better from someone who voted for Donald
Why
Trump.
don't you speak to an Iranian person then? Why don't you speak to someone from Iran? Let them tell you.
Are they here? Are they allowed to
You can
travel?
find it.
Okay, did you see
you're on the World
did
Wide
you
Web,
see
have a
the
show.
video? Did you see the video that I showed just before you came on at that little Iranian site where
I don't need
they're
to
all
see a video,
cooking and
Stanley. You're on an international platform. You can get someone from Iran to talk. They'll probably be happy to.
I am much more interested. Well, all I'm saying is I think if I got, are you saying there are Iranians in Iran right now who are all for what Donald Trump is doing?
Yes, and also here in the U.S. And you can find them. You gotta pay attention.
I haven't
Stanley.
heard from him. No, I am not going to go looking for a pro-Trump Iranian who lives in
Iran has
Iran
been
right
a
now.
U.S. foreign policy issue for decades.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
It didn't just
I'm not
happen
gonna do
overnight
it.
or 2 weeks ago, 3
I
months
don't
ago.
need to do it for my purposes. What you're doing is distracting from my point, which
I'm not
is
distracting.
Do-
How many sanctions would you
Donald
impose
Trump.
before you step in and do
Donald
something about
Trump
it?
dropped the first bomb.
Didn't start anything. They've been you're bugging.
Donald Trump dropped the first bomb.
Okay. I'm gonna let you believe that fairy tale. That
Oh, I
sounds
don't
like
need to
a
believe it.
bedtime story.
I can read it.
How did he drop the first bomb when they've never stopped for years? Years upon years upon years.
Well, do you remember the JCPOA?
They get sanctions, they're still going. So
okay.
when
Do
does
you
someone step in and
remember?
say
Do
enough?
you remember in Donald Trump's first term, he basically got rid of the agreement that Obama had with Iran?
I do remember that.
That's when it started. Everything was fine up until then.
Stanley, it was not fine.
I'm afraid it was, ma'am.
It was not.
You know, I'm willing to let you believe what you believe. So all I have to say is your president. Iran is the Iran war certainly isn't in Black America's interest. Just paying the higher grocery and gas prices, bad for Black America.
I think
Paying
personally,
some. I am going to say that Mackenzie Bezos has been better for HBCUs than the Trump administration has. She's given more money, if I recall. And I'm just pulling it from memory. I could very well be wrong. Trump is.
I think that would
America.
make sense. I think that would make sense, Stanley, because a lot of the private institutions rely on their donors more than they do on the government to get the funding that they need. So that kind of makes sense in the world of how
good
things
for
it
them.
works.
But my point is, Trump ain't done all that much.
But what President Trump did was, instead of them having to come back and lobby and ask, he just did that. He just pushed through legislation that fully funds them, so they don't have to keep coming back.
Well,
and
let me
begging for
tell
money.
you. Well, let me say this. He basically, the blacks who can't get into Harvard, now they have a place to go in Howard
And
because
there's nothing
Trump.
wrong with that. I feel like
Oh, it's
I feel like there's
absolutely something. It is
no,
absolutely
not your
something
point.
wrong
I
with
think
that.
there's nothing wrong with
Howard is not as
legislation that
good a
exists to fully
school.
fund HBCUs. I don't think any
Howard
black person
is
should be offended by
not.
that.
Howard is not the same school as Harvard.
Well, I'm not talking about Howard versus Harvard. I'm talking about the fact
Well,
that
you were
legislation
talking about
exists that
HBCUs
fully
and the
funds
funding.
HBCUs,
You were
and I don't
talking
see how, as a black man,
HBCUs.
you have an issue
Oh
with
my
that. Is what I'm
God,
saying.
dude, this is Howard. Trump giving a bunch of money to HBCUs while making sure blacks cannot get into better schools, quite frankly.
Howard
The
Trump making sure
cynical
that blacks
person,
can't get
the
into
cynical
better
person
schools.
I'm going to play on my show talking to you is
Okay.
that Trump just wanted to make sure there was a soft landing place for the blacks who couldn't get into Harvard.
Where's your
And
evidence of that?
oh, I'm just making it up like you are. I've just I've decided to play
Don't
your
bring me
game
in.
now.
Don't bring me in your make believe. I know
No,
it's
no,
make
no,
believe.
no,
Yeah,
no.
bring
You
me
wanna
into
you
it.
wanna you wanna say a bunch of stuff that you
Yeah, bring
believe.
me into
Now
it.
I'm gonna say a bunch of stuff I believe. I don't need evidence.
That was complete make believe, and we're not comparing Howard
Oh
to
well,
Harvard. So if you ask some people
I
at
think that
Howard, they're gonna tell
Iran
you it's
started.
Harvard.
I think Iran started this war. That's make believe. Why can't we do? Why can't we take our
You
vivid
said you think Iran started
imaginations?
this war. Thank you for telling the truth. They never stopped.
Why can't we take our very vivid imaginations
They
and
never
exercise
stopped.
them?
Still, you're funny.
Hey,
Anyway, who else is
what?
coming up? Who else is coming up? Oh, we should look at the comments. We didn't even look at not one. Lord have mercy.
I'm sorry. Well, let's have a look at the comments.
Okay, there's
Let's see here.
confusion of where Obama was
Kamala, not,
born. That'll never
you know
go
what?
away.
They tend to avoid what's going on up here. They-
Don't hate the player, hate the government.
They're talking about Kamala Harris, apparently.
Ew.
And oddly enough, it came up earlier. Like, would Kamala? I think it was Deacon Dave asked, "Would
They're saying that
Kamala be a
technically
better?"
Obama's not black. So maybe that's part of the issue.
Yeah, you know what? Who said that? Just
I
out of
think
curiosity.
between Con Sean and CKJ3, they had that conversation.
Yeah, well, both of them have no clue what they're talking about. They don't think. I've heard people
Well,
say
he
they
wasn't
don't think
apparently
my
he wasn't
son is
raised by
black.
black people. So how can he be black? How can he live a black identity, not being raised by it?
Easily. Okay, well, see, I don't have the strict. See, here's my theory, and this is just me. It's not a fact-based argument. We, as a black community or communities, we have
Okay.
one shared thing in our culture or cultures. We believe the same way white people believe about race.
Explain that a little bit.
Namely,
Stretch that out.
if you don't have a black parent, like a traditionally, what would the name be? I don't like using FBA and ADOS. Usually I'll just say someone
You mean
who is
genetically black? Or
no,
you can't
there
really
is
say
no
that
such
either, 'cause that's no
there
true.
is no such
That's not true.
there
Yeah,
is
I
no such thing as genetically black. Race
well, we
doesn't
can say
exist.
phenotypically black. Someone who looks like a
Well,
black
there are
person.
people who I was watching some. I was watching a story the other day about a couple brothers born in New Orleans. One brother was a few shades lighter, lived a whole life up in Chicago after the Great Migration as a white man. The other brother lived as a black man in New Orleans. And, this reporter who is from the black New Orleans side found out and researched it and all that stuff. So now the white side of the family and the black side of the family, they're like one big family now. Going
when they
back to
really
my
were just black
point,
sides of the
going
family.
back to my point, this thing about even Obama being black or white is racial, and it's really not a good argument either way. My point is that Black America, and I'm going to talk about all the communities as one generality, we have been buying into the white man's conception of race since day one. And I'll give you a good example of where I'm going with this.
I actually agree with
What's
you
her
on that.
name? What's the lady's name? Damn it, I can't think of her last name right now. I'll think of it in a sec. I don't have a problem with transracialism. Rachel Dolezal. If
Oh
Rachel
my God.
Dolezal, if Rachel Dolezal wants to say she's a black woman, I honestly don't have a problem with it.
You don't think it's
As
appropriation?
a matter of fact, she should have stayed. She should have stayed blonde and made her eyes bluer and called herself black. That's the proper mockery. Hold on one second. That's the proper mockery of race in America. I'm gonna be blonde. She should have bleached her hair white and called herself black. And as a matter of fact, I watched a biracial, very young lady, blue eyes, blonde hair, whose father's black, and her mother was white. And she calls herself black because people think she's white. That's how fickle, fake, and just outright facetious. And yes, I'm using the alliteration just because I'm in my little I'm in my little I'm in my preacher mode here. Dude, I don't have a problem with Rachel Dolezal calling herself black. Hey, we can change your birth certificate if need be. I think Obama's black if he wants to be black. And it just so
How is what Rachel
happens
Dolezal
in the
doing? How's that
American
okay?
historical context, if he walks into a store and people didn't know who he was back in the day, they'd say that's a black man.
But you gotta explain to me how what Rachel Dolezal is doing. How is that okay? How is that permissible?
Because she identifies as black. Race is literally a fiction, and it exists because everybody believes it exists. It's like Santa Claus. You know, we had a college educated lawyer with a high paying NBC journalist job talking about Santa Claus is white. That's how ridiculous race is in these United States.
All right,
I
let's
think
change it
everybody
around.
over the age of 8 knows that Santa Claus isn't real. But we had some woman arguing that Santa Claus was white, a fictional character. So why can't a real human being identify as how she is comfortable
So if it was a
identifying?
black woman who was identified as white and did all the things to try
I don't
to
have a problem with that either.
Okay.
Why would I?
I'm not saying you would, but
Have
I
you
think
ever heard of passing where a black woman passes as white? I just told you a story about it, a
I'm not
real
talking about
story.
passing. I'm talking about someone who
Okay,
cannot
passing
pass.
is pretending, is it not?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about someone who
Passing
cannot.
is pretending, is
Kelly,
it not?
hush. I'm
No,
talking
I'm
about
not going to
someone who.
hush. You need to understand your own arguments. Okay. Race
I'm talking
is
about
a
someone that cannot
pretense.
pass.
Race is a pretense. It
Because if
doesn't
someone could
exist.
pass, they
It's
probably wouldn't
not
even.
biological
They
at
probably
the
wouldn't be questioned.
chromosomal level. It's phenotypical. Okay. If your
We understand that.
phenotype looks white, but you got a black father, and you decide, hey, I'm going to go to Chicago and pretend I'm white because life is better, I have no problems with that. If
Let's
you're
say
willing to
tomorrow
take,
I
if
just
you
want to
are
identify as a
willing
white
to
woman.
take the risk,
Would that be an
I
issue?
don't have a problem
Okay.
with a dark skinned woman. If Lupita Nyong'o came out to the dais tomorrow and said, I declare
Oh,
I'm
Lupita.
white, I would go, you go, Becky.
Damn.
I have no problems with it. Because as an African origin person, she Africans in Africa don't call themselves black.
I'm just saying out on a limb. If there's a white Santa, there could be a black Santa too. Just saying.
All I have to say, race as a construct, I don't have a problem with Rachel Dolezal.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with her either. She wants to embrace Black beauty and you know, defy what people say about the Eurocentric idea of beauty, and you know, she thinks that we're the shit. I'm with it too.
I'm surprised you haven't declared.
Shut up, Stanley.
That's a joke. It's just a joke. You got long hair.
I do. It was making me very hot right now.
So all I have to say, if you took that long, luxurious hair and like bent down so it flips forward, and then you stand back up and it flips backwards, I think you could declare. I think you could declare whiteness right then and there.
But you know what's funny? I think as Black people, I'm not saying you, and I shouldn't generalize. It's not right. But I've gotten that more with Black people. I don't think white people really care as much as like Black people do.
Well, they don't
my
have to.
experience.
When have white people had to care in American history? They're the default. You just said European beauty standard.
True. Because like even
So,
with
and that's I don't even find fault with that. The only
even with
fault that I
amongst Black
will
people, the whole
find,
colorism thing. I honestly I don't buy into colorism. I just don't buy into it. And then people are like, well, you don't have to buy into colorism because you have Eurocentric features. And I'm like, okay, here we go.
well,
Always
I've
something.
seen
You gotta
pictures
always add
like
you
the
gotta add the
beautiful
whipped cream, the
pictures.
sprinkles, the cherry. You gotta always add on something. It's crazy.
I have seen those
What's up,
beautiful
kitty?
shorts that you post on your fashion channel. And all I have to say is I've never thought of you as white, but if you
I
tell me you
appreciate that.
are, I'm gonna go. Hey, Kim can pass for white.
I just think it's weird.
Kim is a race neutral name. It can go black or white. I've known black
That's
Kims,
true.
I've known
Me
white
too.
Kims.
My whole name is race neutral, honestly.
Yeah, so I mean, here's your opportunity.
I think I'll
If
just stay where I'm at
if
for now.
someone named Dolezal, which is an unusual name, black or white, if she can do it, I would think a Kim could do it.
But the problem is people really
You
thought
know,
Rachel Dolezal
just
was
don't.
Black.
You know, if little Kim took Lil off of it, she could be, she could pass too.
Oh God. Well, it was nice being up here, Stanley. Even though I had to
I
fight you
didn't
with
rough
my
you up too
fists.
bad, did I?
No, not at all. I actually enjoyed our banter.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. You should not be a stranger.
I know.
And I know you're you're busy. I know.
That's really what it is. I'm
Some of us
tired.
have lives and some of us don't.
But I'm always listening. Even though sometimes I may not say much in the comments, I'm there.
Oh, I know you are. You, after all, are a managing mod and an executive producer, so we think of you often.
Wait, speaking of, remember that video with that older man who was saying something like, I don't know, he was just talking a lot of shit about you. And I was like, do you know who that man is, Stanley? He was like, yeah. Who the hell was that? I think I've never seen or heard of
I
him
don't.
before.
Well, I don't recall so many people talk shit about me.
I don't know why.
Was it? Did
It was like an older
you actually
Southern
ask
man,
me
I think.
about it? Well, oh, was
Actually, in
it
the comments.
oh, it was it Nightish?
No, it wasn't Nightish. He had his like own video.
Oh, Leonard.
Yes, that was his name.
Oh, dude, I don't worry about him. He's he's got his own problems, and he's kind of like he pretends that I have all these problems, dude. His behavior, if I called him perverted,
Yeah, you said he
there
showed
are
his
people.
butt. I don't know if you were joking or not.
Oh, he did better than that. Let me tell you something. And I was thinking about this the other day. I went to an overwhelmingly white school, and sometimes they would moon people. That was a thing. I've literally never known a black Savannian to ever participate in mooning. That wasn't something black kids did. And
Was it something that boys
you
did?
know,
'Cause I can't picture girls doing that.
I've seen women do it, but they weren't black.
And then when you moon someone, like, do you see their private? Like, are their balls showing? Can you see their
Oh, you
badge?
know what? It's
I feel like you
drunk
do.
college kids or drunk high school behavior. And believe it or not, you will never believe this. First time I ever got drunk, I was 21, and the drinking age was 18. My parents really didn't, and I've had them shake my heads, going, "Where'd you get this from?" But
I don't think I can show anybody my ass. I think I'd have to run for my life after that.
well, just to remind everyone of the show title, what does it say? Y'all big city blacks have lost your way. Come back to the South where
I
you
saw that.
belong. And the thumbnail, to remind everybody, is the 5 or 6 biggest cities in the United States, including Atlanta, is only about a quarter, somewhere between 20 and 25% of the total black population. So
I
when
was
I
gonna
hear
say we don't
people
have that
from
much black people in New York anymore. In New York
well,
City.
what I'm saying, and the reason I even bring this up, and I've been thinking about it for a while, and I finally had a show title that fit something I was thinking about. Um, I don't, when I hear somebody from Detroit or New York City or Philadelphia talk about, well, black people don't do that, first thing I think of is you have no clue what black culture is. Your version of it is fine. And then when I hear
I can
somebody
agree with
like
that,
when
especially for
I hear
me.
somebody like a C Moore or Nightish, all the way out, Nightish is in the Bay Area, and the C Moore character is from Los Angeles. They're an outpost. It's like if humans made it to the moon, that's what their version of black culture is like. They have, dude, they are an echo. Like, you know how Voyager is so far from Earth, it takes a day for the radio signal to get from
Yes.
Earth to that's what black culture in the Bay Area is. That
Oh my
shit. They're
God.
an outpost.
Oh God.
They are black after about 8 months. The signal finally gets out there.
Do you know if
So
Nadish ever got his channel back?
he has a channel now. It's called Knight's Lair 510.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
I thought someone said that he
are
was
you at a laptop right now?
No, I think I have that channel. That's his
Yeah, it's
usual
still up.
channel.
It's still up.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought he
But
was
what I'm
banned.
saying is, when I hear Knightish go, well, why can't black people all get together and help each other out? My first thought is, you're at an outpost. You don't know what black people are doing back in the mainland.
No.
Your grandmother's from Mississippi. That doesn't make you from the South.
Well, technically it
So,
does. It's the roots. The roots.
well, let me tell you a funny story. My sister's been kind of under the weather, so
Aw.
her husband gave her like toast with with an avocado, like avocado toast. So she took a bite of it and she found it disgusting. You know,
Mm.
in Savannah, Georgia, we didn't eat fucking avocado toast. What the fuck did you put on my
I
toast?
agree with that. I
That's
agree with
that's
that.
that Cali black stuff. out in the outpost, they eat avocado toast. Here in Georgia, where the real Black culture is, put some butter on it or some
And we
grape
don't even eat
jelly,
toast. We eat
or
bagels.
something
Where
like
I'm
that.
from. That was a joke.
So all I have to say is them big city Black, I'll be damned if I'm gonna have somebody from Detroit tell me what Black culture is. Y'all, that's that big city shit. Down here, my grandmother had me killing chickens at 6.
Lord have mercy. My mom
We're
used to
having
do that in
fried chicken
Jamaica.
tonight. Here's an axe.
But they do that in the
That's-
Caribbean. It's just like that.
That is Black culture, ma'am.
Maybe not so
and
much
sirs.
anymore, but when my mom was growing up, she said that they would like kill the chicken, pluck the feathers out, all that.
Oh yeah, scald it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh jeez.
So
I couldn't kill my food. I wouldn't eat it.
Tell me one big city Black who can kill a chicken. Now it's been decades
know I
since I've
can't.
done it, but if someone said, "Hey, we're having chicken and I need you to deal with it," of course I could do it. It wouldn't have a problem doing it. And I
Oh, my
was so
goodness.
scared, and it wasn't an axe; it was a hatchet. Now that I think about it, and you know what? It kind of freaked me out because I was
Yeah, it
so
makes you want to be
nervous.
vegan.
I'm sorry.
It makes you want to be vegan. Like, why would you kill a poor little chicken?
No, dude, I forgot it by dinner time. That shit was crunchy and delicious.
Oh God.
I swear now, I was probably 7. So we're talking over 50 years ago, but I don't remember even thinking about it. It was delicious. My grandmother my grandmother was a good cook.
Mine
So,
too.
she gave me a thigh and a leg, and I'm like, I didn't even ask. Was that the chicken I killed? I was like, crunchy.
Have you ever like caught your own fish and made it for dinner? I took the guts out, scaled it, and
Absolutely.
everything.
Oh yeah, I'm a saltwater fisherman.
Oh.
Now I'll tell. Of course, I have a story. So I used to live. I used to live on Wilmington Island. The last time I lived in Savannah, so I was minutes. I decided to live close to my fishing hobby than work. It was like an hour to get to work because it was outside of Savannah, but I was 10 minutes away from the first fishing spot. So one day I get home after fishing and, those damn sea trout were still flopping. And I couldn't bring myself to just cut the heads off live. So I just put a bunch of ice in the sink and just covered them in ice and just let them like die, freeze to death basically. And
my God.
then, dude, I didn't have a fried daddy. I had a fried grandpappy, which was just a little bit larger. Dude, fresh, like these things literally died minutes ago. I filleted them, battered them, dropped them in that hot oil, and dude, they're super delicious. Like I don't buy fish. Like when I lived in Savannah, I didn't buy fish from the fish market. If I didn't catch it, I wasn't going to eat it.
Wow.
That's how fresh I liked it.
Wow.
Yeah, once you've done that, it is hard to go back. Like these days, because I live, outside of Atlanta. The only fish that I'll eat is like farm raised catfish.
What
So,
about wild caught salmon?
well, they don't have salmon, on the East Coast, at least not this far south. And I'm not a huge salmon fan. Now I have my wife's family lives in Utah. So I've actually had like actual
Ice
like
fishing?
no. I would try it, but I didn't grow up with that. I'm
I
not going
wanna I
out on a
wanna try
lake in
it.
a truck. I'm I'm never gonna trust that.
I think they have like designated spots where they like cut the hole and you can do the ice fishing without endangering yourself.
Well, I'm gonna be like, I'll give you a couple bucks for the fish you caught, I'm not going out there. Not
I
on,
want to
not
do
a,
it.
I'll walk, but I'm not going to take a truck.
I want to do ice fishing and the shot ski. The ski. That looks so fun.
Do lakes get that solid in upstate New York, like far upstate New York?
I think they do because they get solid right here in Brooklyn. So I
Well,
really
no,
think
no,
they
no,
do.
no, not that solid. Where are you gonna go fish in Brooklyn?
People do it. I don't know how. I wouldn't eat that, but I think they just do it as a pastime. But people fish in Brooklyn, Long Island. We do have
Well, Long Island, yeah, they're saltwater fishing probably.
Queens. I'm sure they do it in the Bronx, probably. But upstate, I do think there are lakes and ponds and stuff that do freeze. I don't know if they freeze all the way through though. That I'm not sure about. They probably do though, because I think they're so close to like they got to, especially the ones that's like on the borderline, like near Canada. I'm sure they do freeze enough, maybe to
Yeah,
do
well,
ice fishing or some
you
shit.
know what? If you just say my name is Kim and I'm white, you will be the ice fishing queen.
You know, I think a lot of people have thought I was white until they met me. I don't ever like
You
put
know,
race on my applications. I just don't answer the question.
well, see, that's the difference. I'm black and I'm proud.
It's not like I'm not proud, but why do they have to
I'm,
know? You'll see
I'm
me
never
when I
going
get
to
there.
dodge that question.
I do. I just feel like it's not, they'll see me when I get there.
Well, you're going to be real happy to know that Donald Trump is working, Congress is working on legislation to basically get rid of the requirement of companies submitting demographic information. Essentially, they want to just go, hey, we don't care about the races, who's what race. Y'all are just workers.
And
And yep,
let me. I think that's
that
great, but
now tell me how that's going to benefit black people. I'm
I think
curious to
I
know.
knew you were gonna say that shit. I knew you were gonna
Of
say that.
course. Do you really think I was going to go too long without bringing it back?
I mean, I just feel like it's not important. But I know that the liberals are gonna say, "Oh, it's gonna harm all of these groups of
So you
people."
don't think it's important that to just leave it up to white people like Donald Trump to just go, oh, hey, we'll be fair
Just think about it, Stanley. We're the minority in this country already. We're
in
gonna
the
be the
South?
minority
It
everywhere.
depends on the minority.
I'm
Pick a
talking about
minority, I'll
black.
tell you where.
I'm talking about black, just black people.
56%, just look at my thumbnail.
Mhm.
It's got the percentages. 56% live in the South.
Of black people, but
And one
black
point, I
people
think
do
it's
not make up 56% of America. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
okay. No,
right.
but we make up
So we're a
about
minority.
we make out up about 14%.
Right. So let's work with that number. So if we make up 14% of the nation, of the adults that can go to work, because some of us are probably children, babies, whatever. We are always going to be the minority on any spreadsheet they turn in
Okay,
about
I
racial
don't. That's
demographics.
not
So we're
the
never going to see a
argument.
spreadsheet that says we hired 50% of black people
Okay,
working.
I
It's
need
never
you
going to
to
look like that.
actually come back to the reality of the politics.
Okay.
No one's arguing. No one's arguing. The argument tends to be that blacks need to be representative of the population.
We will be
So,
represented, but we're not going to be
okay, I need you to let me
we're not
finish
going to
this
be the
point
majority in
because
anything.
it's an actual political point that people like a Jesse Jackson used to make, and they still do. If you have a workforce, we're looking for 14% of that workforce to be black. So your
And good luck with that.
organization is reflective of the larger society. Nobody's asking
And
for
good
50%.
luck with that.
Okay, well, that's fine, but there are people that expect that.
Good luck with that because we are so small in
Yeah,
number.
that's been luck hasn't worked, legislation has.
I'm just saying, like, we're so small in numbers. Like, I was even looking at
Okay,
myself in my
I'm
summer
sorry
job.
to tell you
I'm
this.
literally, yes.
14% is 14%. And while I think that, that number crunching tends to be quibbling, I don't think it's unfair to expect
I don't
a
think that's unfair. I
population
don't think there's
where
anything
even
unfair
if
about
it's
it.
14%, ma'am, we pay taxes. Do
I
we
don't think
not?
it's anything unfair about it. But I'm
Okay,
just saying, if we just look at
please
it
deal
numerically,
with the
we're just
question.
never going to be the large,
Does that little minority, do we pay taxes?
unless it's a corporation that only
Okay,
hires
you
black
don't
people,
seem to be
and that'll
able
be
to
illegal.
deal with the
That'll be
question
illegal.
at hand.
So,
Does that
what's the question?
14% who has been here in pre-America and where we are now for 400 years,
Yes.
does that 14% pay taxes?
Yes. I'm the
Okay,
ones that
well then
can.
why should
They're
we
not
not
dead or
expect
babies.
fair representation at a company or corporation that
I'm saying
actually
expect it.
okay, ma'am, it's really annoying. Let me finish my point. Why is it
Go ahead,
unfair? Why
Stanley.
is it unfair for a corporation that benefits from tax breaks, data centers in Georgia? They're getting tax breaks and they're using up a bunch of local resources like water and land.
Let me save
Why
you
is
your
it
breath. I
unfair
never
to
said it
it?
wasn't fair.
Why is it unfair to expect that, hey, in the people who get hired at that data center, we want it to reflect somewhere near the number of the state population or the state demographics? I
I
don't
didn't
see
say it
that
was
as
unfair,
unfair.
Stanley. I didn't say it was unfair either. I don't say it was unfair either.
Okay, then what would you say it is?
I'm just saying it doesn't really matter.
It does matter. And if it doesn't matter to you, you need to think outside of your pretty
No.
little white head,
Here
Kim.
we go. Here we go.
It's called a callback.
I'm just saying, like, we're always gonna, our numbers are never gonna
It
be the
literally
highest.
matters, Kim. If not to you, I think it's I'm not saying I necessarily believe in it,
We would
but
need
I
to,
am
I think in
saying
order for these numbers to
it
make
is a
sense,
fair
we would
request.
need to create more of us. Like, we would have to have a whole lot more of us to
Okay,
get our numbers up.
that is a crazy answer. We don't need to create anything. We
We
are
need to create more
authentic
black people.
American. We are authentic American.
So what
We
are we
pay
really asking
taxes.
for?
We're asking for fair representation.
And we do have, you don't think we have fair representation?
Depends on the field.
Okay. I
I
could
mean, I
possibly
do
get
think
behind
that
that.
either you test, I think that you either test in or you don't. So
I agree.
that's fine. But what I am saying is that DEI, there was no problem with DEI. It was an invented problem. Okay, if you have two people, man, woman, whatever the combination you want to make, and they have equal, I don't know, everything on paper is equal, it should be a 50-50 whether one gets the job or the other does.
Isn't it a little unconstitutional though?
That's
So,
all the
like,
DEI or affirmative action
but
ever
aren't those actions
asked
like
for.
against the Constitution? Because we can't hire people on the
No, they're
basis
not against
of
the Constitution. If they
race or
were,
gender or anything.
it never would have passed.
But those things are asking people, employers, to consider hiring based on race and gender and other things.
No, literally, they're asking the opposite.
Are Title IX issues.
They are literally asking the opposite.
What's the opposite ask? Because I'm confused.
Just go with qualifications.
Okay, so isn't that what President Trump is saying? Let's get rid of all this data collecting. We're just going with who works here in the qualifications.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think America in 2026 is less racist than it was 50 years ago?
Less racist.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would probably say that.
Do you think racism, the way the laws work, is better now or than they were 50 years ago?
Yes.
I think evidence, it's easy to find evidence to prove you wrong. It's better, but
I think it
not,
might be able
oh,
no,
ma'am,
not
let me
evidence.
finish my answer.
You might
Let me
find an
finish my
anecdote here and
answer.
there. Not
I
evidence
asked you the
though.
questions, you answered them. Now let me respond to your answers.
Mhm.
I personally think that the proposition that you have to be 2 times better and then you might get the job if you're black, I think that's still in place.
I think that was back in the days.
No, I think it still exists. And this is based on
I
it's
I don't think
personal
anyone in
experience,
this
but
generation is
it's
like striving
personal
to be like the
experience,
best.
but I do think I could muster up those hated statistics that your professor said were lies, lies, lies. I'm pretty sure I could find statistics to back up my point.
I'm sure you can also, but I'm just saying like those were
Okay,
back in the
and this
days.
is also where I'm going to
That's a
go
back in the
with
day.
experience.
You think Gen Z is gonna work hard for? They're not doing that shit.
I
They're
don't I
putting
don't
two middle
I don't
fingers in the
do
air and walking
generational
away.
arguments. Gen Z is
Oh
going to learn the hard
Lord.
way.
I'm
And
telling
I'm
you,
also going
they're
to
not
weave
doing that.
in I'm also going to
But 50
weave
years
in
ago, people
my
were doing that.
I'm also going to weave in my show title point. Y'all have no fucking clue what American culture is. The big city blacks don't know what blacks know in the South.
Okay. Feel better,
And
Stanley.
I've spent a lot of time, New York City in particular, Providence, Rhode Island. I've spent time in New England. I've spent time in the DC area, which isn't quite, it's more mixed. My personal opinion, and I'm not going to even bother with stats. I personally think big city blacks, and I'm being a little pejorative when I say that, y'all have no clue what you're talking about. I don't think y'all know Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA culture. You don't actually know American culture. And I'm going to agree with MAGA in that the real culture is in the hinterlands. Urban culture, cosmopolitan culture, it's really not American culture. Out here, down in Savannah, down in Macon, over in Alabama, out in Kansas City, that's black culture. That's where it really exists. White culture too. It does not exist in Atlanta. That's not American culture. It's barely black culture.
Okay.
Ludowisi,
I don't think I
Georgia.
disagree with that at all.
Ludowisi
Honestly.
or Waycross, Georgia. That's where
Ludowisi.
that's where the cultures actually coexist and they get along or they don't.
Okay.
Or my little small town in Georgia.
Out on a limb says racism has been overcorrected so much. Blacks change definitions to allow themselves to be the most racist.
Who said
Then
that?
out on a limb. Then point to new definitions to say
You
that
know
they
what?
can't be racist.
I've been reading I've been reading some of the
Can we
outlandish
show that
takes.
on stage?
I'm not interested in his take.
Mhm.
And this is why I spent some time in watching him respond with that Orthodox guy crowd. Dude, you are as weird about black culture and American culture. Um, I think you're out there. I think you have some boutique
I think he has a
ideas.
point. Because that's
You
exactly
have
what
some
happened.
boutique ideas. I think you
Oh
are as
Lord.
weird as, a cellulite. No idea what culture is, let alone black or white culture. You got to actually understand what a culture is before you start racializing it.
But forget culture. When he's talking about the definitions and such, like that's
He
exactly
has
what
no
happened.
clue what the definitions are. He doesn't know what
Oh,
culture
God.
is. Once it's racialized, it kind of defies the definition of culture sometimes. I
He
don't
explained
think
exactly what
I think
happened.
he has some boutique. I think he's a unique person. I think his views are very boutique.
He explained what happened though. That's exactly what happened.
I'm sorry, you talking to me?
Yeah.
What happened? Nothing happened.
No, but he's saying that it's been overcorrected so much that blacks change definitions to allow themselves to be the
I
most
think he
racist.
literally has no clue what he's talking about.
He's explaining what
Okay,
literally
let
happened.
me help you and Mr. Boutique out. Out on a
Help us out,
limb,
Stanley.
and people like that would be the first person to tell you. I think it is literally made up that black people change definitions of anything. Okay, the one thing that I agree with MAGA, and maybe it's a couple at this point, it is a white man's country. Race and racism in America is a white people problem. Black people are just here for the ride, and we're just trying to avoid the fallout. But I believe the United States of America is a white man's country. Therefore, the problems here are a white man's problem. Blacks don't cause problems at a national level. So stop the
I can
bullshit
agree with that.
about
'Cause we've
black
seen all of
people.
this mess.
Ma'am, I need to finish what I'm saying.
And it hasn't been us. It hasn't been
Okay,
us.
I have no clue what you're saying because I'm trying to finish what I'm saying. Stop blaming black people for the problems in these United States. As Kim pointed out, we're a small part. We're 14%. We don't cause no problems. It's a white people problem. Race in America, white people problem. Poverty in America, white people problem. There are more poor white people. Just add up the numbers. Don't look at per capita. That's the other thing that's a white people myth. Per capita means a lot. They have literally given y'all a patriotic education to make you enumerate and illiterate. Per capita is not the primary thing that you should be looking at. Is one of the things you look at. There are way more poor people below the poverty line who are white. The poverty problem in the United States, it's a white people problem. The marriage rates in the United States, the crime in the United States, racializing crime basically racializes it. So Americans as a unit can't go in and figure out what the problems are. Sometimes an outside perspective is better. And black people buy into a lot of this bullshit that gets pushed down. Crime, poverty, white people problem. If you buy into the notion that this is a white man's country, it's a white people problem just by simple logic. So I'm done. Please say what you're going to say.
Oh, no, I was actually going to agree
Lem
with
thinks
you.
like a white man, in my opinion.
I was going to agree with you because as we've seen in all the chaos that's ensued across the nation, we haven't been a part of it. We haven't started it. We haven't been in it. We didn't finish it. We're just living our lives. It's been
Well,
carried on by the
we're
majority.
riding the bus. They just said you can sit where you want. we're not,
the free
we're
Palestine,
not
everything
driving the
going on
bus.
has nothing. We weren't. Thankfully, we haven't involved ourselves in all the movements and national chaoses. We just haven't been a part of it.
Well, I mean, maybe we should have been, but we didn't say we didn't want to be a part of it.
We just haven't been.
I'm sorry to disappoint but it's a white people problem. Trump is a white people problem. And I love it when the MAGA blacks want to like act like they act like they're driving the fucking bus.
I know. I'm very clear on the fact that we've been sitting out a lot of things. We've been sitting out of a lot of things nationally because it's just really not our fight.
Well, I don't think
And
we've
I'm
been
actually kind
sitting
of.
out.
I
No,
think so.
no. When a black man, and they even question whether he's black or not, but let's just call him a black man just for this thought experiment. When a black man tried to risk his life probably to run for president, what did they do to his wife? Dude, disrespect out the ass. And then
Is he talking about Ben Carson?
black men disrespected. Ooh, I don't think. No, I'm talking the black president.
Oh, but they
A black
disrespected Ben
man,
Carson's wife too.
a
That was
black
not
man,
nice.
a black man tried to take a leadership position, and basically, his family got disrespected, probably from people like Out on a Limb. I've heard him make a Michelle Obama joke or two.
I think a lot of people have. But my point is, it's like
Okay,
when it comes
I
to
don't
like the
care. I'm talking about Out on a Limb specifically. Don't I would have said a lot of people have if I meant that. This is
okay.
where there's some people who should not talk to me about what black culture is. They don't know. And they speak in stereotypes. And there are black people who do it. Like CT, John Galt. Yeah, they speak in stereotypes. They don't speak from a position of knowledge. And that's why they don't come to my show, because I'm willing to tell them they're fucked up in the head. And I can back up what I mean and what I say. And it is what it is. But you go, if you don't come up and speak in stereotypes, you must take your beating. Defend yourself as best you can, or don't come up.
Okay. But I'm just saying, like, with the whole Free Palestine, we're not involved. The No Kings protest nationally, we weren't involved. I can agree with you to a degree that this is just not our fight.
Okay, let me give you a good example of this weird boutique thinking. Leave it to Cam to think he's actually making a salient point, and his racist pony
Oh Lord.
will of course agree with him. So
Behave, Stanley.
he's talking to his Trigger. This is like Roy Rogers and Trigger. Palomino, it's hilarious. They spend their whole existence crying about the white man, and the white man doesn't have a thought about them daily. Ha ha. It's like a child throwing a fit. Notice me. No, I don't even know what that means at the end. But this is that boutique view. What would you have us do, Cam? What's your alternative other than haha? Dude, this is what I fucking mean. Dude, boutique view. And then his little pony, his little brony is let's see. He says, truth is so painful, they just lie instead. What does that even mean? If the white man doesn't care, you don't think that's a problem? Are you saying that, oh, black people, let's just let them not care? Dude, that is Booker T. Washington from 1922.
I think he's
Unfortunately,
saying that they don't want to take personal responsibility.
Who doesn't want to take? Well, that's what I mean about stereotypical thinking. If I tell you that 68% of the Black community, the total demographic, is working class or above, are you going to tell me that Black people aren't taking responsibility? And I'll pull up blackdemographics.com and show you the numbers, because I check them every now and again so I can win arguments like this. Who's not taking responsibility, Cam? Are you saying, and it should be a higher number, but I'm saying 68% of people who identify as Black in these United States are working class or above. That would suggest there's a lot of people taking responsibility. See, Cam lives in the YouTube space where facts are just the funniest. If it's funny, it's a fact. And if it's funny and a lot of people shake their head and laugh with emojis, it becomes fact. Stanley lives in a different world. Stanley looks up shit. I don't know how you can tell 68% of the Black demographic in the United States that it's irresponsible to be working class or above. Working
Look what
class or
Palomino
above
says.
suggests that a lot of people who happen to be identified as Black, self-identify as Black, are being responsible. Do better, Cam. I'm not CT or Orthodox. That motherfucker's just out there. So, any response? Where's the irresponsibility in working? And I imagine the only people you hear complaining about white people are on YouTube or TV or social media. The rest of us, and me not so much, I'm retired, but I wasn't complaining when I was working. Wasn't really thinking too much, but I have some stories, even in Fortune 500 America, where, there were some people who got bold and said some shit they shouldn't have said. And I happened to, remind them at the worst possible time. Know your statistics, Cam, because I do. And little Brony, keep choosing the wrong arguments. My ego is reinforced by my knowledge of shit that I talk about. I run a political channel. Do you not think that I pay attention to the politics? So let's see. I've been 5 hours and 17 minutes, and Kim is busy. So I don't know. Might not be a bad idea to pull up the tent stakes. But I am here alone. So, and I got some more Guinness Stout. So link is posted for the next fool who wants to come up here and argue that statistics are lies. Hey, Palomino, don't imagine, hear me tell you, you're a waste of, if you're white, I can't tell from what you type in the chat. You are the most unwhite white racist I've met in my long life. Oh, let's see. Let's take a look at the chat. As a matter of fact, I'll start up this video and we will just let's see. Oh, you know what? I wanted to I said I was going to get messy with this Guinness Stout. And this was something that I want to talk about. Let's see. Yesterday, I was on Seymour's channel, which was rather uninteresting, to be honest, and Nidus's channel, which was. So I'll just go ahead and play this, and then I'll find what I want to talk about. And this show's not going to be too much longer, especially if no one's going to come up and banter.
Our subject today is a world of empire. And there are a couple of very fundamental reasons why we have to start with the notion of empire. One of them is that it's necessary to understand how you get to the totalitarian visions and versions of politics that are the main subject of this class. You can't really understand how you get to Leninism, Stalinism, or how you get to fascism, National Socialism, without understanding the world of empire that came before. As we go through this class, you'll be considering, and you probably already are considering, given the world that we're living in, the various ways that parliamentary democracies or republics can break down and become other kinds of regimes. There are various kinds of dominant explanations of this, right? You might be thinking that one reason why this happens is that the nation itself had a certain proclivity to decline in this direction, that there's a German exceptionalism or a Russian exceptionalism or an American exceptionalism which leads people in this direction. You might be thinking that it has to do with the wrong ideology, that people get the wrong ideas in their heads, and as a result of that, politics changes. You might be thinking that it has to do with an economic catastrophe, that after a Great Depression or a world financial crisis, regimes collapse and change. Or you might be thinking that it has to do with some kind of national trauma, a defeat in war, huge numbers of casualties in war, humiliation. I'm not saying that any of these ideas are completely wrong. What I am saying is that all of these explanations, and indeed any other plausible explanation that you might be able to come up with, have to do with a larger scale. They have to do with the global scale. All of these things, whether it has to do with international relations or the scale of the ideologies or the nature of the economic problem or the nature of the trauma, all of these turn out to be global. And so the explanations that we have, well, that was interesting. The explanations that we have, I can see my notes now, that's cool. The explanations that we have tend to focus on the national scale, but I don't think you can actually explain these sorts of transitions without a global scale involved. All right, so all of the things that we might be trying to explain, or rather all the ways in which we might be trying to explain the rise of totalitarianism, must have to do with the global scale. And let me just suggest some ways that these phenomena are global before we move into the substance of the lecture. These transitions tend to be connected with the imperial legacy, and we'll talk more about that. They tend to be connected with what I think is the basic question of contemporary politics, which is, what is the right form of politics after empire? Or can you do democracy without empire? Those are not easy questions. And to see whether or not easy questions, we have to talk about what empire was. Another way that the imperial past directly matters is a legacy of inequality and exploitation, which I don't just mean in the quantitative sense that empire made some people richer and other people poorer, although that's true, but also the habit of inequality, or the sense that inequality is normal, or the sense that certain kinds of people are more deserving than others, whether we say it explicitly or not. That's a legacy of empire. And then, of course, there's also the issue of imitation, that if there is a legacy of empire, then that can be the thing that we imitate moving into the future. Okay, so all of that said, that's just by way of introduction, right? That's by way of explaining why in a class which is chiefly about the 20th century, and then a class in which we'll end up contemplating what could happen in the 21st, we're going to spend this entire lecture concerned with the 500 years or so that came before, with the age of empire. So, the age of empire. I'm sure all of you, I have this how many of you are actually Canadian? Like, am I allowed to ask that, or will I get fired? Okay, well, I guess we'll find out soon. Some of you are like proud, and some of you are like, yeah, like it's okay that I'm Canadian. Some of you are like, yes, I am very Canadian. All right, I'll learn to interpret these semiotic signs, I'm sure, at some later point. I noticed that none of you raised two hands, which would have been a very American thing to do. So yes, there you go, laugh at American jokes, that's another tell. I'm sure that in your Canadian or other educations, you had a terrific background in something like world history or Western civilization, which gave you the same material that I'm about to give you. But hopefully this will be useful anyway. We have to have a sense of what empire was for the reasons that I've given you, but also just because it's the dominant feature of about 500 years of world history. We can't really understand the history of the world in the 20th century without the previous 5 centuries or so. And I think it's not really arguable that the main feature, or at least a major feature of the history of the previous 500 years was the empire. Okay, so by empire, what do I have in mind? And here, it's very important to understand that there are different kinds of state forms. And here I'm going to fight against, and I have to fight against, and you may also have to fight against, a general, lazy, lackadaisical tendency of the last, let's say, 35 years or so, which is to say that their history is essentially over. There's nothing new under the sun. There are no real alternatives. Like, what you see is what you get, for better or for worse, this is it, right? That's been a very, that idea that essentially the form of politics that we have is the only form of politics we can ever have, which can be an optimistic idea. It can also be a very pessimistic idea. That idea has become very central. And it's important to just strip that away, because one can't understand the possibility of a change of internal regime unless one realizes that history contains lots of possibilities. And for the purposes of this lecture, what one has to understand is that changes of regime inside a country are very often connected to a change in world order, a change in the notion of what the world order should be, or an actual change in the world order. So if you're not clear on what I mean by that, consider the politics of the United States of America, which is, if you don't know, it's a large country immediately to the south of Canada. And in the United States of America, I'm just opening a little bubble here. You can see that changes in the structure of domestic politics are accompanied by, let's call them, queries about the nature of the world order. Right? Is it acceptable to invade other countries and abduct heads of state? Is it acceptable to talk about recolonizing other people's colonies? So let's put it very generously, there's a conversation in the United States about the nature of the world order, which is directly related to the kind of authoritarian regime change which is underway inside the United States, right? So we can't handle the question of domestic politics and radical change without having a sense of what empire is. And this is a very classic observation. Indeed, the whole rhetoric of this question in English is phrased around the balance between a republic and an empire, right? The notion is that, and if you have seen, okay, this is going to be an antique reference, but you can pretend to know what I'm talking about. If you have seen the Star Wars movies, they are framed entirely around, they're framed entirely around the classical question of republic and empire. It is no accident that the good guys are from a republic which falls and the bad guys are from an empire which rises. The notion is that there is an alternative between republic and empire, and that for an empire to rise, a republic must fall. and that these are the two possible alternatives. So I'm going to start with this. It's going to get a little more complicated along the way, but one intellectual binary which can be helpful is to think of a republic and an empire as being alternatives. We get this, of course, from the history of Rome, where republics and empires alternated. And then, of course, also more recently from the history of France, where the French continue to rack up high numbers of empires and republics. They're currently on republics. So so that's one way of thinking about it, this binary. And in this binary, you would then think of a republic as having citizens. So again, this will be more problematic later on. We'll think about it because not necessarily everybody is a citizen and so on, but in a republic, you would tend to have citizens. Citizens would be the operative concept. Whereas in an empire, you would tend to have subjects. People would tend not to be active agents of politics, but rather subject to power. Another way to think about the difference between a republic and an empire, and again, I'm setting these out as ideal types, right? So it's very easy to say that there's no republic like this, or there's a blurring between empire and republic. And of course there is, right? You're living in a blurring between empire. We are all right now in Canada in a blurry area between empire and republic every day. So of course, in reality, these things are blurred, but as concepts, another way to think about the difference between empire and republic is center and periphery. So in a republic, in principle, all of the areas are equal. There aren't provinces that are inferior and provinces that are superior. There isn't a metropole, which is the center of everything, and then provinces which don't matter. In principle, that the entire territory is equal. Whereas in an empire, there tends to be a metropole, a big city or a central area where the wealth and power is concentrated, and an unself-consciously unequal relationship with the periphery, with the rest of the territory. Okay, so then, and now I'm slowly easing our way from concepts into history. So then we have to ask, how old is this notion of empire? Has politics always been this way? And before I get into talking about empires, I just want to note, and here I'm looking ahead a little bit to the Ukraine lecture, I want to note that even though today I'm going to be talking about empires, and I'm going to go through a fairly standard chain of events from Mesopotamia through Greece,
Damn it. I can't. You know what? The more I'm going to blame this on the Guinness Stout. But as I was saying, Tina, the topic is the title. It's more or less loosely based on the title. Um, I'm about to look at this short excursion I had up to Mo Love's channel, and I'm going to drop her channel. People should subscribe to it. Nominally, and 99% of the time, she tends to, well, it's kind of like a Bible study. They talk a lot about Bible based stuff. And there was a detour because the John Galt came up, and John Galt is a lot of y'all's best version of what a black man can be. People like Palomino Ricky Z, he thinks John Galt is like the best black man possible in America. And that's because he's ignorant. He hasn't been around a lot of black people, apparently. And Lim, you're still just kind of out there with some of these takes on black culture. I don't know how to help you. I don't think you need help. I just think that you need, I think you know what? I'm just going to read it and laugh and make comments. Nothing you say is, stuff that I need to consider or take seriously. Bobby, MAGA blacks, your version of demo blacks, I think a lot of people, including me, think that MAGA blacks are just there. I guess MAGA blacks will tell you at least we're not at the back of the bus. Sometimes they'll let us stand right behind the driver and vote for him. That's what I think of black voters for Trump. Sometimes he'll let you watch him drive. So I'm not quite up on this panel yet, but I will be soon. And it actually kind of is an interesting conversation. And it's kind of funny. The person who thought he was going to take John Galt and, corral him, I wound up having to deal with myself. This young man doesn't know how to deal with actual people who can at least explain their horrible views. So it was interesting. And the link is pinned if anyone wants to come up. And if not, pretty much after this, I will fold up the tent, but got a couple Guinness Stouts left. So I'll just hang out and make comments.
Hey, fam.
You're like a dog.
If we're dogs, let's just go to
You're
Trader
not- no,
Tell a Gym.
No, I don't.
Let's
fight
meet
with
up.
Dogs. Why am I fighting
Jimmy.
dogs?
Okay, then. So why you up here talking like you tough?
Hold on one
You're a
second
dog.
here.
Why you up here talking like you tough?
Yes, ma'am. Any comment on the title of the show?
Not yet.
Do you understand the title of the
Yes,
show?
I guess.
What does it mean to you? Because I know you always have unique takes.
Stanley, I'm trying to pay attention to the conversation,
Which conversation?
of what we're watching and reviewing.
Yeah, I've only played like a couple seconds of it. You came up and I wanted to acknowledge
Because
that you
I'm
did.
like an ad lib for a rap song, right? It's like, yeah,
Okay, you're an
that's
ad
me.
lib like a what?
For a rap song.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Funny you should say that. So you think ad libbing for like a rap song is the highest form of
It's support. It's support.
Is it
Support.
contemporaneous? Is it contemporaneous speaking? They've been doing this for probably
Stanley, I'm in
thousands of
marketing. I
years
don't
or
know what
something.
contemporaneous means.
Do you? Well, you were talking about ad libbing for a rap song.
I'm support. I'm backing up the facts. So like you're gonna talk and I'm like, yeah, brother, hell yeah.
What fact did you present that you're good at
You're
rapping,
talking the facts, Stanley. Stanley.
ma'am?
Papa.
Oh, you're gonna pull that one. Any, pretty much the title of the song, title of the show is about, I'm tired of hearing about the Cali blacks and the Detroit blacks and the New York blacks and the Philadelphia blacks acting like they are arbiters of culture. Rap music, it has kind of taken over culture in general. Dude, rap music isn't it's white people's version of black culture. And as usual,
Yeah.
you will have people like Bobby Perkins and CT and John Galt. If the white man thinks this is what black people are, we're going to support their view because it's easier for us. It is hard for a John Galt or a CT or an angry man or, I've never talked to Bobby, but I might just pick on him anyway. I've never heard, or Nidish is the perfect example. I've never seen one of these like non-black people who, I guess phenotypically they are. I've never seen any one of these folks go rap culture, hip hop culture, rap music, gangster rap. That doesn't represent Black American culture.
It doesn't.
How
It
do you know
doesn't.
how
Aretha
do you know what
Franklin
it is?
does.
Who?
Aretha Franklin.
When did she die, ma'am?
I maybe see. I mean, that's not the point. Okay.
No, it
In
is
in the
literally the point.
club, we
Okay,
all
let
fam.
me tell you
In
my
the
point.
club, we
Do
all
not,
fam.
ma'am. You bring up Aretha Franklin, who died decades ago at this point.
Did she?
Oh my God, you didn't know Aretha Franklin's dead?
I love her. R-E-S-P-E-C-T.
Oh my God. Are you in front of a laptop or are
Whitney
you at a phone?
Houston.
She's not alive either.
Damn it. Who is? Shit, hold on.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there and just get back to my point. We have too many people on these YouTube streets, like a Galt, like a CT, like an Angry Man, like a Sharon. I can't think of any one of these younger black men who has a soul connected to a spine. If a white man comes up and says, "Hey, Nidish, I'm gonna give you some money, make me king of your show," Nidish is gonna exalt him because a racist white man paid me money. He's king. I don't have to do that. I would never be inclined to do that. I call it as I see it. And there's no manly black man on the YouTube streets that I tend to notice. Lot of followers, very few leaders. So I'm done with my soliloquy. I'm sorry, I said decades, Black Knight, but quite some time ago is my point. Aretha died in 2018, ma'am.
Period. Yeah.
Why high? I don't get the impression that she's trolling me, but she might. That's what young ladies do to old men.
Old Papa, don't say that. Okay.
We'll listen to this. Bottom line is, I'll get all these blacks in the hood who are now in their 40s, high 30s and 40s. Seymour's a good example. Who are like acting like they know what black culture is, and I just fucking laugh at them. I'm like, dude,
Black culture is not streaming through an Xbox. That's like crazy.
well, black culture, and Kimmy and I just had this conversation. It's not one thing. And I, and even I'm being a little taking some liberties, but I'll be damned if I'm going to hear somebody who grew up in the hood in Detroit tell me from Savannah, Georgia, that black people do this or black people do that. Black people, the origin of black people is ghetto culture. I've literally never lived in the hood. And I grew
And you
up with a
shouldn't. And you
whole
shouldn't.
I grew up with a whole bunch of people where, I went to school with black kids who were from the hood, and they might be one or two in a class of 30 black kids. It was not. There are pockets of in the South where ghetto is like, what? Y'all didn't mow a lawn? And I think that a lot of this hip hop culture, someone said it, and I agreed with that point, that hip hop and rap and all that stuff, gangster rap, it's white approved. It's what white people thought of black culture. And it started out joyous. And, there are movies, there are TV shows, and it's a lot of white, making fun of white liberals. Ooh, that's authentic. That's basically how you got gangster culture. It was white liberal approved. And it was almost like the cultural version of crack. It was white
It's the
approved and
CIA and
punished.
Jay-Z.
I'm sorry, what?
The CIA and Jay-Z. Now, I'm not going to get into it.
I don't care about any of that. I'm just making a very general point. And it's a debatable point, but it's, the quote black culture according to Stanley. And when I hear someone like I don't know, I'm trying to think, like a Nightish who tends to be the clown prince of YouTube sometimes, tell me that you don't sound like a black man. Well, neither did W.E.B. Du Bois, and we
Well,
read
Malcolm
him.
X.
Yeah. So I laugh when I hear someone use the term demo blacks. Like, black people can't make up their mind who to vote for. Like, we literally are on a plantation and the massa is telling us to vote Democrat. That's black people basically stereotyping black people because they're acting like I voted for Kamala because I think Donald Trump, and he's turned out to be right. He's horrible for America. Don't tell me I'm on a plantation. I'm old enough to know Donald Trump from way back in the day. Some of the MAGA blacks are too young to remember Donald Trump like before the Central Park Five. Y'all don't know fuck all. You don't know black culture. Black culture, the locus of it. I'm saying it's the locus. I'm not saying it is the black culture. Y'all need to come back to the South like the title says. Y'all big city blacks have fucked up what y'all are calling black culture because you never knew it in the first place. I'm sorry. Grandmama couldn't teach you what black culture was because she was old. Black culture does not filter down by osmosis. You have to be taught it, the rules, but you also have to live it. And I'm sorry,
Dude.
you're not gonna be living any version of black culture in the Bay Area or Detroit
Dude.
or Chicago. There are whole books written about the results of the Great Migration. I talked about it on this show. It's called Black Metropolis. And I can, it's all read by a guy named Brooklyn St. Michael. Dude, Chicago got the young, dumb, and full of cum
True.
Black Americans. And they raised, kids who begat kids, etc. No, dude, if you're from
And they have
Chicago,
Glocks. And they have Glocks.
hold on one sec. You telling me that grandma was from the South? Dude, she baked you some cookies. That's all you really know about the South. She introduced you to collard greens and some fried chicken, and y'all think you know the South? Well, I'm from the South, and I listen to a lot of these big city blacks talk about black culture, and dude, all y'all talk about is fucking rap music.
And being poor.
like rap music was the only thing black people came up with in 400 years. Y'all need
Collard
to do
greens
better.
is spinach, right? Collard greens is spinach?
No, it's collard greens.
What is that?
I'm sorry, what?
What is it?
It's collard greens.
Is that a plant?
Yes, it is. Does Google work in Canada?
No, it doesn't.
I was just checking. Spinach is not collard greens. It's green. And it's a plant. But anyway, I'll
It's
get off
from
my
the same fam, like the same
soliloquy.
family, you know, like the
But
vegetable
there
family.
is a reason. There is a reason a lot of MAGA blacks don't like coming up contending with me, because I'm going to listen to what you say and I'm going to criticize it. And I literally couldn't tell you a song that Tupac sang. I know who Tupac is, but I grew up after that bullshit.
I can sing it.
I don't
That's
I
why
don't
I
need you
fucked
to
your
do it.
bitch, you
I
fat
don't
motherfucker. Get
I don't
money.
need you to do it. I know if you say Tupac, you have to prove you're black. But see,
Pissed off, fuck the bitch in the kitchen, please.
when I say Tupac, I literally don't care. I'm blacker than Tupac.
Yes. Sure.
I was black before Tupac was even thought of to conceive.
Period.
I don't really care. So y'all big city blacks, y'all know who you are, but don't be bringing that dumb shit to me. And if I show up on someone else's panel, I'm going to do to you what I did to that stupid motherfucker, Mr. Fantastic.
Do you want me to sing the Tupac song?
I'm a little content creator, but dude, if you come up with stupidity, I'm sorry. I know more words, and I'm black. So, let's get to John. John was like a human grenade on the Bible study. I don't know. I'll see if you think it's funny, Tina, and y'all think it's funny. And the link is posted if anyone wants to come up. Let's see. We have about hour and 20 minutes of this, if I make it to them. But it was rather interesting. This is like late at night. Like I think I dialed in at like 4 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes, if I go to sleep early, I wake up early. And I just happened to listen, and lo and behold, John's at the Bible study.
I ain't talking tough. I just said you're a dog. You is talking tough. You wouldn't say that to no grown man in his face and not expecting to get punched in your mouth.
Oh, you get violent with me just because I said you're a dog?
Who wouldn't get violent with you when you sitting there disrespecting their name? What you talking about, John?
You're a dog.
You a goofy, fam.
You're a dog to me.
You a goofy shit. You sitting up here talking. You talk down on black people up here, and now you in your feelings because you getting checked
How
on.
you doing?
You're a dog to me, bro.
Good. How are you?
I don't give a what you think you
Not
is,
too bad.
man.
I thought I would come up here and join the fun. I don't want John to have
This
all
will definitely not happen again. Oh, you leaving now because Stanley here?
No, I ain't leaving because Stanley up here. I gotta go work. I gotta go clean up piss after.
That's
what's his
hilarious.
18 son? He probably lives in one of my rooms.
Don't ever do that.
Talk down on black all you do, John.
Why
you got
are
a problem?
I'll go. I mean,
tonight.
John.
That's
John
because
and
that's
I,
what he is.
we know
No,
what our
Harmon ain't disrupt
differences are.
nothing.
And sometimes when you have a bitter back and forth, hey Noel, just give me one. Hey there, give me 1 second. Sometimes, John and I wouldn't be online if it wasn't for CT and John. And they knew what I was. I knew what they were. Maybe not the depths of it. But the bottom line
Hi, can I
is,
please talk to this girl, please?
I'm sorry, what you can do is wait till I'm finished. And then you get to talk or comment. John and I, we buried the hatchet. If I thought there was going to be a problem, I wouldn't have gone up. He was there before me. Noel, just give me 1 second. I felt comfortable enough to go up there. And actually, John and I actually get into a little bit of a dialogue, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. When John wants to be eloquent and interesting, he certainly can.
What's this say?
So let's go with Tina first.
Tina.
Do y'all know each other?
No, we just meet each other right now.
Really?
'Cause I
Well,
like to
let
meet
me
new
introduce you
people.
Tina, this is Noel. I've known
Hi.
her for a couple years.
Hi.
She's from CT and John's. That's how I know her. And
Tina.
Tina, I know from Seymour. I was up on Seymour's panel the other day, and Noel came up and joined us. So Tina's one of Seymour's acolytes.
Yeah, right.
So y'all
Tina,
do have something in
Tina,
common.
Tina.
Yeah.
Do you have a channel?
Yeah, but I don't use it.
Like why?
I got dogs, and I said hell no.
Tina, can I call you mommy?
You can call me mama, mommy, whatever you want to call me.
Okay. Tina. Tina, do you want us to subscribe to me?
Subscribe?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Noelle has a channel now. She's got a boyfriend now, which is pretty
I
impressive.
do. I still do have that same one, Stanley.
Well, good. I subscribed and waiting for your next live.
Tina, do you have a Discord?
No, I deleted that too.
Oh my
When
Lord,
can I
why?
contact you, mommy?
Oh damn. Okay.
Tina,
Oh my god.
in the private chat, can I text you? And this is only for her.
In the private chat, text me.
That's only for her. Look at the private chat. That's only for her.
Okay.
Okay, I saw it. I have Pokemon in the background. I'm gonna download an app, so I can't use my real number, but I'll give you a little shout out. I'll text you.
Can you please? Can you please?
Sure.
Tina?
Yeah, I will. Are you
Tina,
trying to flirt?
no, I'm just trying to have friends.
Wink, wink.
No, I'm not.
Well, no, Noelle, it's not a wink wink. She has a channel, and I've
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, sorry, dear. I read the room wrong. Oh my god.
What? Wait. What did you think this was?
No, sorry.
No,
Too much Pinot Grigio.
Here
no,
then,
she's
that's my
literally a
channel,
friend of mine.
Tina. I drop it in.
Stinky N?
Yes, 5936. That's mine.
I will subscribe.
Thanks.
Why is everyone saying don't show your boobs? Well,
Well, that was an unfortunate incident a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
she
still
got
talking about
overly
it.
exuberant, if I recall, and things
Yeah.
started flopping around, and it overflopped.
Yeah.
no, I get it. That happened to me one time, I think, on Stanley's channel.
There is no doubt that it happened to
Are
you
you
once. Too.
serious? Like how?
Oh, I was adjusting my dress.
Really? What?
Yeah.
And what happened?
I think a nip popped out, but I put it back.
Oh my God! Really?
See, y'all should just form a club.
Stanley.
What? It was
Stanley, why would you do that, Stanley?
well, no, I'm actually
Say,
semi-serious. It would be, what would you call yourselves? The nip slip something or another.
shut up, Stanley. You shut up, Stanley.
The nip slipped, but we're sorry club.
You shut up, Stanley.
I think it's you don't have to take the name. It would just be y'all.
The nipple slipples.
The nipple slipples.
Shut up,
How about nip sips? The nip sips.
Just,
Well, anyway, enough of this silliness. So we have each other, subscribe to each other. Let's get back to the main event, which in my estimation was
Tina?
interesting. It's really the first time John and I have been
Can
on
you
a
put me
panel.
as a mommy?
Huh?
Well, I think well, Noelle, you should be called mommy. I think you're older than Tina, right?
Am I?
I
How
know.
old is her?
I think you are.
I'm 29.
Yes. Right. Yes, I know. I know, but
Well, she should be calling you mommy, right? Based on age. So let us get back to our
I am
hero.
26,
Oops.
Tina.
Oh,
Oh, really?
that's good.
Tina, and you sound so nice.
Did you say 26 or 36?
26, Stanley.
Stanley.
You know, I had no clue you were that young.
Yes, I am.
You always seemed older to me for some reason.
Nope.
Stanley.
Stanley.
You don't call a woman older.
I said she seemed.
Stanley,
Should
I work for you.
should we hold English class too?
Yeah, we should when I put
Stanley,
you in a
can you
headlock.
please stop?
Oh no, I never stop. Let's listen to more
Stanley,
John.
why would you say that, Stanley?
Okay. I said you seemed older. I didn't say you actually were older. I don't know your age or didn't before this.
Yes,
So
you had.
I knew your age?
Yes. Stanley, you
well,
never asked a woman that, Stanley.
I ask women all kinds of questions and they usually answer without a problem.
Stanley!
And the way that me and Stanley,
apparently these women
Stan and I were testing each other out.
Apparently these women want to be difficult tonight.
No, Stanley, I'm telling our love story. You cussed me out.
Yes.
You know,
Would you like it to happen again?
no, stop it, please.
Stanley, why would you cuss people out? Like, why would you get on
Oh,
their
I do it
bad
all the
side?
time.
Why?
Usually because I get frustrated with their lack of knowledge.
That's just walk away from the situation.
Nah, people can always self-deport from my panel.
But I always
I'm not
came back to
leaving.
Papa.
I'm not leaving my own panel. This is a stand your ground panel.
Period. And I stood my ground and came back.
Well, I was
And I
impressed.
stand my ground too.
Good. So make sure
Stanley,
you
do
stand.
you
Make
love
sure you
me?
stand your ground and don't jump up and down.
Stanley, do you love me in here? Like, do you actually love me in
I
here?
don't think I think you have a man to love you. You don't need me.
Stanley.
Don't wait,
As
hold
a
it. When I
friend.
looked at your channel, there was a man standing by your side.
That's
Don't
my
ever ask me, don't ask me that question, just like I don't ask if you're old. Your man will not like you asking me those questions. Now would he?
I said as a friend. I said as a friend, Stanley.
Oh,
Hold on.
absolutely.
People are saying that you flashed your titties earlier.
That's
No,
why I
I
subbed
didn't.
to your channel. I was genuinely surprised and pleasantly so when you popped up on CM's channel. I hadn't talked to you in a couple years. So it was a pleasant surprise. I'm glad to subscribe to your channel. It's wonderful. I'll get to see when you and your man go live.
Me and him. Me
Well, it
and
looks
him.
like Tina. It looks like Tina got a little bit out competed here. Poor Tina. Tina feels jilted. So we must go watch our John Galt just discombobulate this panel. It was amazing.
Harlan was up here having a good conversation until you came up here, John. Until you came up here talking down on black folks. Harlan wasn't saying nothing.
But I told you stop talking to me, and then
I don't care about what you said. I don't care about what you said.
The conversation was flowing.
I don't care about what you said. I don't care about what you said.
Yeah, I know.
I don't give about what you
piece
said.
of advice. One piece of advice. He will lure you in. You got to be careful of that crafty John.
But he's violent. He's a violent black, and I just displayed that he said he ready to get violent. He ready to get violent.
Fallen into John's quicksand.
No, but he's already in the quicksand because he's naturally prone to violence.
Naturally, sir, if I was naturally prone to violence, why don't I have any priors, John?
Well, you already threatening to kill me. You gave me your phone number.
I never threatened to kill you, John. Now you lying, John.
I'm sorry, you threatened to beat me up.
No, I ain't threatening.
I'm going to say this right here. So many people get lured into that voice in the calm demeanor. Dude, these motherfuckers are just getting lured in. You must be careful. He will. The what is it? The dulcet tones or whatever. Dude, he's going to lure you in. Beware. You've got to listen to what he's saying, not how what he's saying sounds. God damn, dude. This young man, just, there's a Lost in Space episode. Like one of the first, I was a big fan of Lost in Space when I was a kid. So there's this episode, like episode 1 or 2 or something like that, where there's this big hunk of something, and there's a tractor beam, and they can't resist it. And they're like, firing the retro thrusters and all this bullshit. But you know what? They can't resist. And this is what John is doing to this little boy. I think what does he call himself? And the 12th man comes up, which is a show in and of itself. But let's see. High sea, high wind, Harwin. Dude, this motherfucker had no clue it hit him. And he kept trying to yap his way out of it. And the tractor beam was just pulling him in. He's firing the retro rockets. And John, I'm not going to let you. And John just kept doing it. Mo Love. This is the funny thing. Mo Love actually gets high numbers. Once John popped up, people were just going, oh, shit. Dude, she got up to like 50 people, and she's usually around 25, 30. No, everybody wanted to see what was going to happen. And I admit I came up to the panel because I'm like, oh, shit. You know what? John's just going to fucking leave a mud hole I need to go up. That's honestly why I went up. I saw what John was doing, and I'm like, dude, I just cannot. I really like Mo Love. John was just about, dude. John has his way, and these youngins had no clue.
To put my hands on you, you
Let's
say
go
you
to
put
the
your hands
gym.
on me.
Let's go to the gym.
Let's not
I don't
play
wanna go to the
games.
gym with
Let's
your
not play
dumb, stupid
games.
ass.
Didn't you say you was gonna put your hands on me?
No, you said
Ain't
you
that what
put
you
your
said?
hand.
And
You
then
said
you
I
changed
beat
it up
you
and claimed it was an
I beat you.
allegory?
I beat you
Ain't
up.
that what
I
you
do
said,
this. I
John?
said I put my hands
Ain't that
on
what
other
you
blacks.
said, John?
I put my hands on other blacks for you. By
Ain't that what you
process.
said?
No, what I said. I
Ain't that
put
what
my,
you said? Why would you put your hands on other blacks and then call somebody else violent?
because I
You putting your hands on
put,
blacks ain't violent, John?
See,
no,
I
because
didn't
I put my
hear
hands.
You a
all of it.
hypocrite, John.
Because I put my hands in their
It's
pockets and shake
amazing
them down.
how when 18 was up here, the way that you gave her such a hard time.
I didn't give her a hard time. She came up here and wanted.
Yes, you did.
She came up here and wanted to dress me.
No, you came up here wanting to talk down on black folks, and you got checked. So now you in your.
This fat black woman want to come up here and run
Let
her
me
mouth at
talk
me,
to
so I just had to
Chipo.
get back at it. You know.
Hey.
Mhm.
Love you, Chipo. I was so glad to see you and Bridget.
Stop talking to me, Harvey. Can you do that?
Man, I'm gonna keep talking to you.
Look at John.
I'm gonna keep talking to you.
You have no dignity.
No, you have no dignity.
No,
You said black folks have no
that's
level
what
of
it is.
civility.
Exactly.
And I do the same thing, by the way. Yeah, it's a little bit of a low. Let's just poke a little bit more, just to keep the hornet's nest. Dude, this is classic John Galt. He's fucking this young man up, and Harlan thinks he's defending Mo Love. I'm not gonna let you, John. It's classic. It is classic. And then this idiot, the world class, he knows he's been up on her panel before. He just stays down in the chat where it's safe. And I'm not going to even talk about the world class because that motherfucker is just like some weird baby daddy who like got into nutrition. He's a weirdo, but you gotta give it to John's craft.
Gotta go clean up piss after
You said
Miss 18
that
son.
black folks
He
have no
live in
level
one
of
my rooms.
civility, and you talk about dignity.
Miss
You a
18
black
son
man
live
up here that said black people in general have no level of civility, and you want to talk about dignity.
Yeah, because you threatened
You
to
want to
fight.
talk about intelligence.
Yeah, because you
want to
threatened me
talk
to
about,
fight.
man,
Yeah,
no,
you
it ain't no
clearly
because
are getting
nobody
intelligent.
threatened you. You came up here talking like that. Everybody up here
And you
watched
went
you
straight
do
to
it,
my-
fam.
and
You up
very
here playing
peaceful,
games. Stop
John.
throwing stones and hiding your hand.
Mola, as I told
Stop
you,
throwing stones and
it's a-
hiding your hand,
It's a
John.
thin sheer veneer.
Stop throwing
It's a
your
thin
stones and
veneer.
hide your hand.
Most
The thin
veneer
share is in
stability
you
with these blacks.
and your ideology.
He be
You a
wanting to-
failure to
he
your
wanna get-
community,
he
and
wanna
you
get
came up
violent
here
real
on these
quick.
panels to express how
Hey,
you
Harlan,
failed your
Harlan,
community.
you know you want to go to
You
the gym.
express
wanna
your
go-
emotions
Harlan,
and
wanna
how
go
you
to the
failed.
gym? Harlan, you wanna
That's
go
how
to the
you
gym?
failed.
Harlan,
That's
wanna
how
go to
you
the
failed,
gym?
John.
Harlan, you want to go to the trade?
You failed your own
gym, right?
people for decades. You did nothing, but you up here talking about you pointing out the issue. You putting up a mirror.
So if
You
I
putting
fail-
up a mirror to
if
do
I fail-
what?
If I fail my
You
own
putting
people,
up a mirror to do what to the
not
black
brave,
community, John?
let me. If I fail
What
my
you
own
mean?
people, if I fail my own people,
What you mean, John?
Let me interrupt the festivities here because it is rather boring.
It is boring.
You
Harlan
do
is retarded.
Harlan is
No,
doing
John
things-
can't. John is the boring one.
things over
We got to
and
get
over.
real specific up here. John, the one that came up here disrespecting the black community.
Son, I can be very specific if I'm allowed to speak at all. My major criticism of John, and I said it in the chat, John's point of view, and a lot of people like Angry Man, CT, a bunch of these fellas, they've got a ghetto up point of view. They seem to think that Black life in America centers around the hood, and it just doesn't. And as long as they are kept in that context, they're talking about people. John lives in the middle of the ghetto. He is telling
around
us
black people. Miller get around black people. Qualified.
He is John, I'm speaking. You have had hours to speak. May I speak? Not every black person lives in the ghetto. nor are they born and raised in the ghetto. I wasn't, for instance. So
Right.
I have a totally different perspective on what Black culture is.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at it, and it's not as high as it should be, but 68% of Black Americans are working class and above. Most Black people don't even live in the inner city or ghetto or whatever you want to call it. So it's a very niche perspective that John presents, and they try and act like it's a general, state of Black America, and it's just not. So
See,
that's all I have to say.
John, stop talking while he talking, John. Wait till
I
he's
thought you were done,
finished. Show
Stanley.
something
I'm
cool.
done. I'm
But
done.
if I could
So
address
see,
you,
he
Stanley.
brought some actual evidence.
Hold
You
on,
had
but
anecdotal,
what-
emotional
so
claims.
what I would say to you.
No,
though,
you're
Stanley-
not allowed to talk, John.
Okay, well, I'll get out of here, man. Yeah,
So
you
leave
guys-
then.
you guys have a
I
very
want to
good
hear
answer.
John's response.
But you know what I was
He,
saying to
he
you, though?
don't have an intelligent response.
No, I've known John for quite some time. We've conversed.
You know what I would say to you though, Stanley, honestly, is like, bro, if Black people had, the ability to just stem the violence and the ability to cooperate with each other,
This dude allowed to even talk.
they're not gonna let me.
Well,
do
John,
that.
if you're gonna go with that
you're
logic,
not gonna, let me finish though. Let me finish. Again, like I think a lot of Black people would prefer to live around other Black people if it wasn't for Black people stealing off my back porches and
based
things like.
on what?
Well,
You're just expressing your opinion. See, this is the problem, John.
Hold on.
Would you go ahead and finish so I can respond?
The reason why I say it is because when I listen to the rhetoric of Blacks in real world and on YouTube, it seems to me that if everything was as nice in the white neighborhoods, in the Black neighborhoods as it is in the white neighborhoods, they would live there. If it were quiet
John,
and peaceful and things like that.
You know my background. You know my background.
Right, and I believe that.
I literally grew up in a Black middle class neighborhood in Savannah, Georgia. That was as nice as a white neighborhood. I went to, mostly white schools after 7th grade. I could go a whole summer and not see white people.
So why do you think?
Let me make a point, and I'm sure I've made it before, and I was kind of under pressure to be brief, but my parents and my father talked about it a month ago. We were talking on the phone. Dude, we used to go look at houses in a neighborhood called Windsor Forest. My parents had friends there. It was a mostly white neighborhood, and there were excuse me, there were professors and teachers and kind of middle class Black people living with middle class whites, and who knows, how people afforded houses. My mother, dude, I mean, it was almost like me and my wife. It took us 2 years, dude. The realtor, I swear, the realtor who's a friend of my wife's family, I swear she used to stoke the arguments because my wife and I were just hilarious going back and forth looking for the house we wanted to live in. My mother was like, no, I want the kids to grow up around Black people. In the neighborhood, my father still lives in that house. My mother died in the same bed. I'm sure they made, wasn't perfectly the same bed. My mother died in the house next to my father. In that house, the fucking phone number is 50 some years old, 50, probably 55. They had to dig up phone lines and, all that stuff. But the same phone number we had in 1971, my sister and I committed it to memory, and I'm sure my brother did too. Dude, it is etched in my fucking soul. If I went to Savannah tomorrow, I know where to find my father. Same address, couple of the same neighbors. My parents were contemplating going out to the even after we left, They were talking about going out to some expensive neighborhood. My mother was like, no, she'd look, but no, my mother ruled, and my father's there now. And shit, there's a picture that I've been meaning to post from maybe 3 years ago. My brother, my son, I think my brother's son, my nephew's there too, my father and me. My father's our lawn, but my father's there now. Dude, it's golf course quality grass. I labored on it, my father labored on it, my brother labored on it, and now our boys, my brother's son and my son, they're fucking mowing that lawn. And daddy's, I helped my son a little bit, but dude, you could literally stick a T on that goddamn lawn and fucking, take a swing. But it's like 50 years effort. There are literally my brother, who's 13 years younger, my son, his son, my father, all black men, just kind of like talking about nothing in particular. I'm proud of that picture. That's what I come from. And I made a comment. I had a back lawn to goddamn mow. I had a front lawn to goddamn mow. And then for extra money, I was mowing neighbors' lawns. My father literally took his old lawnmower, repainted it, rebuilt the engine. He and I did. And he did it all so he could fucking buy a new mower. That was his excuse. You can have my old one. I'm gonna go buy me a snapper. And it was a shit. That goddamn snapper, his instructions, you may not use my snapper. Take that lawnmower we fixed up. That's your business lawnmower. Dude, that's how I grew up. And then when I took that lawnmower money and bought some expensive clothes, my mother was like, take it back. I was like, what? Y'all told me that, I could spend my money. She's like, yeah, well, your money's our money. We might have to claim it on taxes. Dude, I was so fucking mad. Take it back. God damn it. But that's what I grew up with. So sorry. I grew up a different way, and I'm as black as any motherfucker on YouTube, dude. South Georgia and Sea Islands of South Carolina black. I will put my blackness up against anyone's, and I'll win just because I know more words. So I don't listen to these big city blacks talking about Tupac. Y'all are late to the party. And as a matter of fact, you need to read more Booker T. Washington. He had some insights, and y'all just know about the cast down your buckets bullshit. He did a lot more than tell blacks to cast down their buckets. If you knew about black culture, in quotes, you'd know this. I had a backyard to mow, a front yard to mow.
I got all that, right? I got all that. But why do you think the blacks, right? The ones who, and again, well, hold on, but no, I understand. But what I'm saying, the ones who are so
This man
pro-blackity
keep
black,
calling us the blacks and insist of a derogatory term.
the ones who are so pro-blackity black, right? They need to take their talent and their energies above their mouthpiece.
No, you need to take your talents and energies and do something with yourself.
We need more John Galts. The people like
we don't need more people tearing the black community down, going on anecdotal statements.
Stanley, what I'm saying to you is like I run into people.
We need more Stanley Crosses.
Well, okay, maybe so, but Stanley
We don't
Cross-
need no John Goats
But
with the
Stanley-
anecdotal claims using
Stanley-
stereotypical
but-
Jim
but-
Crow rhetoric
but-
to
but
explain the black community. That's
but
all false. You ain't
Stan-
spoke nothing that's factual up
but
here the
Stan-
whole
but-
time you've been up here.
But Stanley Cross doesn't rent rooms to The
It don't matter, John. You just admitted that you a vulture of the black community. Did you forget that you on video saying you're being a vulture to the black community? Did you forget you said that?
Stanley, I would love that. You said,
Did you? No, he can't talk, Stanley.
We got a minute to fix it. One day we have this conversation. He's not gonna be.
No, because you already admitted that you're being a vulture to the black community. Oh, love, am I telling the truth?
So we'll talk.
Did you not say that you are purposely being a vulture to the black community?
I got to strike.
Did you not say that?
It is an interesting conversation, Stanley.
Did you not say that? Yes or no, John?
It is an interesting conversation.
Did you not say that? Yes or no, John? You're being a vulture to the black community. So don't use that as a talking point, like you're doing something pro-black for the black community.
See, Stanley, this is what I'm saying. Like, yeah,
no, this is not what you're saying.
Stanley, this is the thing I'm trying to say. Like, why blacks can't build anything? Because
but what you're saying is incorrect.
Look at that. Listen. But what I'm saying is, like, Harvard.
But what you're saying is, but what you're saying, stop stuttering and get it out. You ain't saying nothing that's correct.
But
you're saying something that's incorrect.
You do see the problem, though, right, Stanley? Like,
no.
This young man,
the guy that's been in the black community for decades and has yet to do anything positive for the black community.
Stanley, it's really kind of saddening to see, honestly, because
you're saddening to see that you're actually the real life Steven from Django.
Right, you see this? They're all movie driven. There's no real life concepts in the movies.
Sir, I got up here and talked to you about quantum physics, and you didn't like that. Now we're all movie driven. I was talking about quantum.
Okay, John actually makes a point here that I agree with. Snyder does the same shit, and I will go out on a limb here. You'll have to excuse me. I'm probably just kind of, I am 3 Guinness Stouts in. But yeah, you don't have enough life experience to draw upon, so you just go to movies. Don't do that. It's better if you go to books or find a different way to convey your point. Nidus does it all the time, and that's part of the problems I find with some of his shit. I do refer to movies, I'm sure, sometime. My son, for instance, let me tell you a funny story. It just happened, an hour ago. So my son is going with friends to see the Odyssey, and I just got curious. I'm like, well, have you ever read the Odyssey? And he said, like in 8th grade or something. So my question was, did you read the whole thing? And he told me it was some abbreviated version. I told him, you do yourself a favor and read the whole thing, not the abbreviated version. There are annotated versions. If you have problems with some of the archaic translations, I never got good with Greek because they didn't really teach it. I did get good with Latin. So I'm sad that my son read some public school version of it that was abbreviated. Singing me muse and through me tell the story of the man skilled in all ways of contending. And I used to know more of the opening lines. It's an amazing story. So you know what? That might be my my Christmas present to my son. I'll just get him some fancy version of it. But in the meantime, John is right about that. Ooh, y'all only talk about Marvel movies. He's 100% right. How about tell us about your life?
Physics. I was talking about mathematics. Right? I talked about children, black children that had genius IQs, and you said, "Oh, we're looking down to children to save us," as if that's derogatory. Like the children aren't the future, you idiot.
You see what I'm saying?
Is that not what you did up here?
You can't get anything through to these blacks.
John, there's nothing you need. There's nothing you have to
John, I told him not to fall into your quicksand.
But he's already in the quicksand because he can't behave himself. He can't get out of the quicksand.
There's nothing you can provide to the black community.
Right.
You're nothing but a vulture, according to your own words.
Look, you forewarned him, Stanley. Look at him.
You are nothing but a vulture, according to your own words.
Like, look at this. Like, it's really amazing.
That's a fact. Did you not say that? You gonna lie and said you didn't say that?
This is a very saddening.
You
Stanley.
gonna lie
I'm
and say you didn't say that?
Because Stanley, I see this type of behavior all over the black community. Black people, they
What
can't
type
even
of behavior? Somebody read your rights to you about you being anti-black?
They can't
About you being a vulture to the black
They
community?
can't
Is that the
get
type
any
of
kind of
behavior?
compliance.
The
Not
type
even
of
on the
behavior?
YouTube panel.
Sir, you're the only person that's not being allowed to talk up here.
The same type of behavior you see here, Stanley.
You're the only person.
I film this on the
You're the
street
only
every
person
day.
not being allowed to talk by
Right.
Harwin because you have nothing positive that no
Right.
black people need to hear.
But, and so he says you're
Zero.
the only person. He says you're the only person.
You're the only
not being
person
able
that
to talk.
Harwin is not
But what-
allowing to talk.
But what about the rest of the audience is being affected? He doesn't care about that.
No, I do care. That's why I'm
No,
over
he doesn't.
talking you because they
Well,
don't even hear
it
nothing
is
you got to
given.
say.
It is given.
Because nothing you got to say is
Good to
positive.
see you.
Like
It's disrupting something that's disruptive to the black community. Absolutely. You are the walking, talking embodiment of disruption to the black community. You admitted that the black community is not civilized. You admitted that you believe that we are not civil. We have a thin veneer of civility. That's what you said. You said you are part of the vultures of bunching yourself in with white people that vulture off of us, off the black community. That's what you said. Harwin didn't say that. Harwin is only retorting your dialogue back to you.
Stanley, you know what's so interesting about this, Stanley? I've been in ghetto. I've been doing business. I've been doing business in ghetto a long time. There are no white vultures over here. The white man is more or less.
No,
seated
you
ground.
said the vultures.
The white man
Harwin
is
didn't.
more or less seated
You
ground.
mentioned
to
the
Asians.
vultures.
The white man is more or less seated ground to the Asians, the Indians, the Arabs.
You the one that said that the Asians, the Indians, and the Arabs are vultures off of us.
I don't see.
You said
white
that.
men- I
Now
don't
you're
see white men-
contradicting your
I don't see
previous
white men
message.
in any ghettos that I go into.
You said that they were the vultures.
He won't let anybody talk, but I don't see any white men praying.
You
on
said that,
the
John.
low blacks. I mean, maybe
Well,
So now
I'm
you
gonna
say
be
you don't
honest.
see any whites anymore.
John,
But-
I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't know because I've literally never spent a
Right.
lot of time in the hood. So
Right.
you tell me. I don't know.
Right. And so one day I was up on Izzy Band's channel. And
So go to Easy Band's channel.
so and I pull up on my bike in front of the grocery store. I said, bro, you know how many food stamps I can just buy right off these people just standing here doing nothing?
It doesn't
Right.
matter what you're talking about, John.
And
You have nothing positive to add to this community.
And I have to say
You
that
have
to
nothing
Steve.
positive
And I say
to
that
add, bro.
Steve.
There's nothing you
Then I'm
need to,
just
there's
one
nothing
man,
that needs to
Stanley.
be heard from the crowd
And
by
so
you.
the same thing goes for the guy
The
who
same
owns
anti-black
the same
rhetoric
thing goes
coming
for
out
the
your
guy
mouth
who
is
owns
coming
the
out of a
liquor store
KKK member
or
mouth
the
right now in
bodega
the
store
media.
or whatever.
You have
Anything,
nothing to say to us that's
Is that, like,
positive.
there's-
You have
there's
nothing
so
to
few
say to
people-
uplift nothing.
there's
You're
so
not
few people
pointing
with
out
black
problems
money.
to help insist with solutions.
There's so
You're
few
only
people-
talking down on the black community. You will not be allowed to get a word out.
Arwen, in all honesty, you're repeating yourself. You're just
I
saying
am,
the same
and I'm
things
going to
over
keep
and over.
repeating myself because he's repeating
Well,
himself.
I
In
think
all honesty, Stanley.
John and I are old buddies. Let me talk to him, please. I haven't talked to him in a while.
Man, y'all go somewhere. If you want to
Yeah,
talk
but
to
I
him without
get-
being
I get
interrupted,
what
he
Harwin's
came up here
saying
and caused the
because-
No,
disruption.
I get
Stanley.
what he's saying
Stanley,
too,
I don't know when you
over
came
and
up here. I
over
don't know
and
when you started
over and
watching.
over.
But this panel was peaceful and having good conversations until John came up here
Well,
talking
we can
negative.
make it. We can make it peaceful.
No, we can't make it
again.
because John is
you're the
incapable
one
of
being
talking positive.
right
No, it's
now.
not me. You're not
Have
going
you
to try to
noticed
switch it on me,
you're
Stanley.
the one being disruptive.
I'm only disruptive to John.
Okay, this young man does not understand that I'm suffering his insolence. That's something my father used to call me. You were being insolent. That's what this young man's doing. He literally is not scoring. And I understand Mo Love. She's just like, ooh, this young man was about 2 idiot comments away. And I literally thought about this. You know what? I'm just gonna do the debate thing and join John's team, and let's just see if we can destroy him. Because I know I can. This motherfucker has been repeating the same bullshit about John before I started watching the show, and while I was watching the show, and after I came up to the panel. He's an empty. He's got to know more. And I'm literally. Luckily, I wasn't drunk. I was not. That's why I'm so patient with him. This boy, he's got to learn more. He just doesn't know enough. And John is already shredding him. That's why he's yapping like a chihuahua here. John pretty much just dismantled him. Poor guy.
Oh, you know why I've been disrupted? When did you started watching this? When Mo Love? How was this conversation going before John came on here?
Peaceful.
So Stanley, if you wasn't watching when we were talking peaceful, don't say that Harwin is the one that disrupted.
I've been watching a while.
Before John came up, I had my same 10 to 11 people when it's peaceful, and I have 30 plus.
We've been watching long enough, Stanley.
Yeah, and we
Just
were
out of curiosity, why did you come up,
gospel.
John?
You know, I've had some crossover.
You know, the good news is,
Yeah, I didn't expect John.
that
It was
God
like, hey, I
is
came
at
up here
work
to
and
talk
all
to
of
Yeah. And what did I say, Mo? When I came with, I said, Mo.
Dude, in poor fucking 12th man. I don't know. 12th man. I don't get it. But and I will remind everyone, I just came up to kind of step in the middle of it. I actually was afraid that John's just gonna John's gonna step in here and everybody's gonna wind up in the loony bin the next morning. I saw what he was doing, dude. This motherfucker is that poor Harwin boy. That's exactly what he was. Repeating himself like John hasn't heard it before. The punch is harder after you say it 5 times. Ooh, boy, we got to do better. You got to listen to what, dude. The goal is to hear and know more than the statement that was made. Dude, pick what John says apart. Don't tell him about some fucking movie.
Although, you know, like we've had some, I see some of your comments in the chat, and you know, I don't have any disagreements with you, and that's what I came up here to tell you. To be honest with you, you know, some of my talk can be rough, but it probably gets taken the wrong way. To be honest with you,
no, it wasn't taken the wrong way. We heard exactly what you said.
Every comment that's I can't let it slide.
You know,
if I'm in a chat and I hear something that's way off.
But you know, I want to say this
to blacks, I will call it out.
It's amazing.
You know, I want to say this.
Tell John Go he repeating himself. If you've been watching it for a while, Stanley, because for a while, the entire time he's been down in the black.
This was interesting to me, Stanley. And Stanley may remember.
Excuse me 1 minute, John.
Yeah.
Harwin, please. Okay, you don't want to come after me. I'm the last one you ever want to do that with. Let's stay friends, okay?
But you know, Mola, if I may be honest with you,
I'm not coming after you. I'm talking about him. What he's talking about.
And I think you have been disruptive to me as well.
And I think Stanley was on my channel at the time when you know.
No, he's mad at John.
No,
and they went back and forth before.
But anyway, you know, I wanted to say this to you, Mo. I want to say this to you, Mo, before I get out of here.
I think he was in agreement with you, Stanley.
I was, but I'm interrupting his friend, so I guess I don't want him as an enemy. I don't want you to be an enemy. I don't know.
Yeah, all you needed to do, and I think I say some words, but dude, I just stepped into it, and John's going to destroy you, son. You don't know what's coming. I do. This is what happens when you anyway. It's not that big a deal. It's obvious Harwin is just literally a little chihuahua. He's not used to going up with a big dog. And John's a big dog, whether I like it or anyone likes it. Dude, you don't fuck with John. He just knows more. Dude fucking took down fucking Nightish. Dude, like John or not, this young man doesn't know what he's stepping into, and I'm not even sure Mo Love knows, but she has experienced John before. They really should just let me deal with him.
But all I know is John ain't gonna get another word out.
All I'm saying is there are better ways to conduct yourself.
There was ways I was already conducting myself in a better way until he came up here constantly down the black community. So you can communicate to your friend John that there's better ways to speak to the black community.
Mo, you mind if I get this out?
There's more productive ways to speak to the black community, Stanley, than he's doing up here right now.
And there are more productive ways to your behavior too.
There sure are. I exemplified that before he came up here. I don't think you saw.
Well, why don't you continue the good work?
Because I'm not allowing him to get his words out because there's nothing positive about the black community.
So you're being petty.
No, I'm not being petty. I'm making sure the black community got to hear nothing he got to say.
You do know he's got his own show.
So he can go to his own show and do what he want to do on his own show.
Stanley defending John Galt.
You're literally up here defending the dude that's up here talking down the
John Galt.
Okay, so what's the point then? If he can go to his own show, then go to his own show and do that. He got the right to do that.
Is this your show? I'm curious.
It's Mo's show. If Mo had a problem with what I was doing, I wouldn't be allowed to do it without Stanley.
Show, she let him up, not you.
And she let me talk like I'm talking right now as well.
And
yes,
I wonder
is that correct,
that
Stanley?
decision at this point.
Maybe I'll not run over the woman. Maybe I.
No, Mo Love, am I running over you?
Running over. I don't. You haven't. I guess observed me long enough. I don't allow anybody to run over me.
Okay, well,
I may be a bit soft spoken at times, but I definitely can speak up.
Okay,
yeah, well, so now that we know that Harwin is not over.
And anytime that I say that I need to speak, Harwin will be quiet.
Okay,
so he respects me.
Okay, so this is normal practice.
Yeah, so we can kill that.
Okay, I love that statement. Anytime she wants Harwin to be quiet, he will respect her. I'll just wait. I don't even know where to go with that. So Harwin is doing her bidding, is essentially what Mo Love is saying. Okay.
Narrative, Stanley.
If anything, John, you have disrespected me before, but that's a whole nother topic.
All I'm saying is you don't want to make me,
sir. I'm not making you no enemy. I'm talking about John.
I think you
can be an enemy or not be an enemy.
I think you're doing your level best to piss me off.
I'm not trying to piss you off, sir.
Well, then,
what I'm saying is I'm gonna continue doing what I'm doing to John.
I'm gonna do a John. Just don't mention my name anymore.
Yeah,
that's fine, sir. Long as you don't direct no comments to me, I won't to you anymore.
I'll do what I want.
Okay, do what I want as well.
You don't understand who you're tangling with, son.
I think it's too much dysfunction because I don't want it to look like Harwin is wrong. I understand that he's over talking John, but
he is wrong.
Continues to speak
it's
down
the wrong approach. Well, now he's doing it to me.
Before John came up here, the conversation was very peaceful. John came up here just going off about black.
I heard you. This is like the third time I've heard that. What I'm saying is, Harwin, I didn't come up here to be honest, I didn't come up here to even talk to you. So why you want to engage with me in this manner? I didn't do anything to deserve your ire, sir. So keep a civil tongue in your head. Keep a civil tongue in your head when you address me. That's all I ask.
Sir, I only addressed you when you addressed me.
I have made a simple request.
And I made a simple request as well. And I only addressed you when you addressed me.
The gospel and spirituality and how God is at work in all of us right now. Like God never sleeps.
You know, I swear God is in 12th Man's bottle. And he's been looking because God keeps going from bottle to bottle to bottle. Why does 12th Man do this?
You know what I mean? He's a workaholic. And he's at work in each and every one of us right now. In his own way. And I think that's what we were supposed to be talking about, right, Mo Love?
You're right. We were talking about monitoring spirits and manipulation, why it's so important to have discernment in relationships. Yeah. And we discussed that, and it was going good. Then John came up, and
And
I
Harvard
wanted
acted
him
a fool.
to. I wanted John to partake in the conversation, and he immediately turned it on. Of course, blacks.
Well, actually, I came up there to say something to you more. And I
Hey,
said,
Lawrence, good to see you.
you know, I just came up and said, hey, you know, I see you come in sometimes in the chats or wherever I am. And, you know, I don't have any problem with you. And, you know, Stanley was on my channel when I, you know, had a little tete-a-tete with T. But, you know, the genesis of all that was, you know, I saw, and I wasn't really familiar with this whole internet thing. And I saw a JP and your sister go back and forth. And I'm like, oh my God, like how are they allowing JP to talk like that to T or any woman? Again, I didn't know they had friendship, relation. I didn't know anything about that. But I'm like, God damn, like, but you know, people were doing it for content, for views or whatever. It was on Gospel Bob channel. And you know, I thought I wasn't taking up for T. I was just looking at the behavior, like we shouldn't be talking to women like this, the way JP was clowning your sister. But you know, I guess it's all content. T knows knew JP or knows JP. And you know, I probably should just not say anything from that standpoint. But then your sister kind of took offense to what I said, clearly. But my bigger point was, you know, I was taken aback by what JP was allowed to say to T on Bob's channel. But, you know, for clicks and views, I guess a little bit, this stuff is acceptable, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, I was there that night. I definitely corrected him. Their connection or whatever they had in the past doesn't have anything to do with me. I definitely agree that it was out of order. I also agree with World Class. You just completely disrespected A-Team. What's the difference?
Well, you know, I've kind of taken the gloves off with these damn women, these black women, because what I've seen is like somewhat of a lack of maternal instinct. And a lot of them, you know, at the high level, you see the Carmelo and Anthony. You see the videos on TikTok, Twitter, black.
Let me well, excuse me. Speak Radio actually asks a good question here, and one worth responding to, if I can find it. There we go. So Speak Radio goes, why does 12th man do that? A simple Jesus told him to. Let me tell you something, Speak. Why does anyone go up on a panel? John Galt goes up on this panel. I think he just thinks he can be disruptive and embarrassing blacks. I go up to the panel because I've always had a crush on Mo Love, and I don't want John to go up there and crush the show. Little Harwin the Chihuahua thinks he is being chivalrous, and I love the attempt, but he's failing, and John is literally just pulling him in. Sure, slowly but surely. John's gonna he's not gonna take the channel down, but dude, he's gonna leave scars. That's what Galt does. And for no apparent reason except he probably thinks he's chastising. And I was no one ever comes up to my panel because I actually listen to what people say. Dude, I'm gonna cut you. You say some bullshit that you can't support, I'm gonna cut you, and then I'm gonna say, how do you support the cut? So everyone will go to Izzy, everyone will go to the echo chambers, and I'm in danger of becoming an echo chamber if too many people come here. But why does 12th man do it? Because people allow him to do it. 12th man is basically the fool we want to have up here, And when John and Harwin don't agree, we can always listen to silly 12 man. Now, John will run if Imperius comes up there. And apparently I'm not a big enough threat. But, you know, I like John, but no. These YouTube panels are fascinating. 12th Man is a silly rodeo clown, and no one feels threatened intellectually by him because most of the time he goes up there, he's drunk out of his mind in the first place. People literally are surprised when 12th Man sounds sober up on a panel. Now that's saying something. So that's why Speak Radio. Good question. Oh, and I am looking for people to come up to my panel. Just be yourself and know what you're talking about. That's the only requirement. Come up here talking bullshit, and I will ask you questions. Who knows? You might teach me something.
Women fighting like men. Hell, I deal with a lot of black
Thank you,
women.
18. Well, 18 is definitely, you can't put her in that category.
Well, you know, again, you know, but there is something off with a woman jumping up on a YouTube panel wanting to address a man. I've never dated a woman like that. I never dealt with a woman like that. They want to.
John, when did you become so traditional?
I mean, shit. You ever seen my lovely lady Lisa getting up on a panel like Taz's woman gets up on a panel?
Well,
arguing,
I've heard you call her and put her on a panel.
But she would never get up there arguing and screaming and going back and forth. It's a conversation she had with me. She's not having a conversation with external people. Like when I saw Taz.
Okay, so you're gonna judge all women by your lovely lady Lisa?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is I'm seeing a pattern of it. When I saw Taz, who's supposed to be, you know, and I look, you know, that's like, man, he's, you know, he does good stuff over there on his channel. When he brought his woman into the dog fight with Imperius, I said, Jesus Christ, man. And you reviewed it, so you probably
I
feel
did
the same
review
way,
it, but
right?
I
So
don't.
you felt the same way.
You see a pattern that I don't see.
What? But would you do that? Would you have brought your wife into the dog fight?
Okay,
with
but it
Imperius?
doesn't really. It doesn't really matter for sake of this conversation.
But I'm saying, like, extrapolate that out. Like, Taz ain't the only one
But
doing this.
see,
right?
that's the danger. People want to extrapolate
But because
extrapolate.
Because again, like what I saw from Taz with his wife was not unusual. I've seen.
Come on, John.
I'm telling you, I've seen black men.
John.
I've seen black men more or less.
John.
Sit in the backseat and be driven by the
Taz
women.
is of a certain type.
Well, but
So I don't. Let me be real honest. Let me say something that's going to make you laugh, John. I don't expect better from Taz.
See, I did. Yeah, I guess I did. You know what I'm saying? So maybe there's a level of I ain't gonna say disappointment, but like damn, like Taz put his woman out there to get dog walked by Imperius. No, I'm sitting to myself like, no way I could even imagine doing that. Same for Nighters, same for Izzy. Like, why are these people even kowtowing to a man who
Stop.
whatever? I'm sorry, but for someone who sees blacks as subhuman.
Okay, I literally I have all kinds of problems, and at the time, late at night, well, shit, early in the morning, like 4 a.m, I see some problems that I didn't even see then. Stop acting like your hood prepared you for someone who's a lawyer, who actually was schooled in how to handle arguments. Stop acting like, hey, if we're talking Trump, the best thing to do is talk about Obama. I don't get actual arguments to the point. And I hate to say this, and dude, people are going to unsubscribe when I say this. If you can engage someone like an Imperius, he doesn't stray from the point. Dude, if I'm talking about Trump with someone like an Imperius, we don't talk about Biden. There's never whataboutism. We stick to the Trump and we hash it out on Trump. Like every fucking body. That is hugely the difference. Dude, if we're talking about A, don't talk about B or C until we're done talking about A. And 0% of people that come up to my panel are prepared to hash it out on A before we talk about B. Once we're done with A and we get to somewhere about what A is, does, was, all that stuff, then we're ready to move on. 0% of the people who come up on this panel are capable. I think someone like a MOT can. I think Nagon can. But no, you hash out A. Don't skip to my Lou when you get beat up on Trump's actions. Talk about Biden. That's fucking whataboutism. Let's hash it out. Let's stick to the point. Let's come to an agreement or not, but agree to disagree. People on Anton Daniels, a moron, miseducated, uneducated. Someone told him he was smart. That is like Kevin Samuels. Someone told him he smelled good and looked good in a suit. Therefore, everyone glommed on to him. All kinds of just, I guess you could call it trauma. I don't know what to call it. But dude, there are people who don't get fooled by the bullshit. And you know, for better or for worse, I think John, he probably thinks the same thing about me, but John doesn't get blinded by bullshit. Know your shit, folks. Harwin. Or don't let John up because he's gonna disrupt. You best be able to handle it.
As in Pierce, he's widely said he sees blacks as like ghost DNA and all that kind of stuff.
I think his points of view about black people and yours are very similar.
You ever heard me say ghost DNA, right? You ever?
I've heard you say worse.
Not ghost DNA. Like I may say, hey man, like these people.
As I said, I've heard you say. I've heard that are worse than Imperius.
No, there's no way. Like I don't. No, I don't think so.
God.
Like Imperius is.
You know, I reviewed you up on Nidus's show too.
It's a matter of splitting hairs. Fair enough.
You said some things that were very Imperius-like.
But don't you think it's odd though that, you know, if you want to mention Nidus again, like that's an example of what I'm talking about. Here's a man like on his way to some uncertainty in housing. And he's talking about women, dick and pussy all the time. Like,
well,
bro,
let me
you're 60 years old.
Like, John's right about
man.
this. And you, this is Mo Love's show. You know, I can come on your show or you can come on mine and we can talk about it. This might not be the best platform.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to tear people down on my channel.
I'm not tearing them down. Like this is honest. Like
you kind of are.
Amen.
But honestly, like somebody needs to say a 60-year-old man facing homelessness is sitting up here. Leave the name out. If I was 60 years old and I was sitting here on the verge of homelessness, and I'm up here playing, and I'm up here playing. Hold on. If I were up here playing AI, if I were up here playing AI music and laughing and giggling and talking about tits and ass all day, and I'm about to be homeless, and I'm bragging about I'm about to go live like JP, y'all would be looking at me like, man, what the fuck the junk got you?
John, why are you so worried about it?
But what I'm saying is, this
let Nidus worry about it.
This is not about Nidus. That's why I didn't mention
What's it about?
It's indicative of like a lot of black men, older, younger, doesn't matter. Like what I'm saying, that man, like first off, he's sloth-like.
Hey, Molo,
don't interrupt me. He's sloth-like. He doesn't have anything intelligent to offer the younger people at his age. He playing with AI music like he a child. Does he talk like
Well,
you?
he's an
What's wrong with
entertainer, not
him
a
making
But he's
philosopher.
not. But
music? What's wrong with
there's
that?
nothing wrong. But when you are facing homelessness, you're an older man. These young blacks need to hear
Telling
something.
him how to cope. You're not his daddy.
Well, I ain't telling, but I'm saying it's just symbolic of what blacks are facing. A 60-something
It
year
is
old man.
not
Please
symbolic
stop.
of
Some-year-old
what
man
black
talking about a 60-some
It is
60-something year old
not
man.
symbolic.
Please don't do
Okay,
that.
okay. Well,
But
look at
towards
okay,
him on my
okay,
channel.
okay.
Don't
Well,
do
look at
that.
Leonard Roy. Look at Leonard Roy, a 60-something-year-old man showing his ass on panel.
Man, you
Oh, that's
picked the
ridiculous.
worst of the worst.
But I'm
That's
saying,
somebody I don't
but I
like.
mean, but like, there's a flaw somewhere in these older black men. You can include me if you want to.
I'm an
there.
older black man.
But I'm saying, like, but you're not showing your ass, right? Like, maybe we need more Stanley Crosses, if nothing else. We need someone that's just sensible. Leonard Roy, Snyder, these old crazy ass, stupid ass man children like men. They're worthless.
So do you consider yourself any better?
I ain't showing my ass. Like nobody, my children. Listen, Leonard Roy is
You're smoking and drinking online.
Okay, fair enough.
That
But
much
you,
better?
but you can at least listen to me, and ain't nobody saying, "Oh, he just showed his ass." Leonard Roy's children will see videos of him showing his ass and acting stupid online with nothing of
So
substance.
Leonard Roy's son has been online with him.
Well, there you go. Like he should be embarrassed to let his children know what he's doing.
God
like this.
damn it!
But there's no embarrassing these blacks. Many of them, you can't embarrass them.
Christ.
And a group of people
I
that can't be
failed here
embarrassed.
too.
Where's the bottom?
I just don't think they're like representative. But I get your point. You and I just disagree on, the symbology of it. I don't think Leonard Roy, I've never met a black man like Leonard Roy. I don't think he's a symbol of anything.
I meet a lot of Leonard Roys.
Have you?
The dancing, the partying, the silly acting, just not serious.
Yeah, I mean, YouTube's supposed to be kind of entertaining, right?
But like it's like a child, like seeking entertainment. What would he be doing if there were no YouTube? Probably sitting in front of a TV, the idiot box all
He'd
day.
probably be out opening up for Charleston White.
No, he'd be in front of.
Galt, go back to doing live interviews on the street. Those are fun.
Something like that. Anyway, I just take exception to it. I think the older black men, all of us owe better, and particularly an older black man like that.
I'm not sure that I disagree with your point. I agree with you up to the point to where you're saying it's a symbol of something. I don't think so.
Fair enough. I'll take that. It is something. Anyway, Stanley Cross. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll be over one of these days. I was going to come up the other day, but I just finished the show and I was kind of tired.
I've been doing this road shit lately, man.
But let me make
I'm trying
a
to wean
point
myself
here.
off of the StreamYard. I mean, using the road.
For better or for worse, it seems calm now. We could talk about anything at this point. All you got to do is listen to what the person is saying and meet him. It was a big joke, Deacon Dave and I, for months. Meet them where they are. Listen to what they're saying. Address what they are saying. And it's difficult, when the bullets are flying. And I'm going to be honest. I don't like more than 4 people on a panel. But John Galt actually scored some points. I think he was right about a few things. And, John Galt's not always wrong. I said symbology. We just believe in different symbols. Sometimes the symbols mean the same thing. Y'all need to stop thinking that I think that John Galt is out to lunch. We're just not sometimes eating at the same restaurant, or we're at the same restaurant and we're, eating different things. He is a thinking man. I just don't always agree with what he's thinking. So there we go.
Lately.
Oh, so you're gonna go just be what is it? I want to say BGS.
OBS, yeah. You know, it's hard. It's hard to go all the way, but you know, to the extent you can.
It's free.
Yeah, it's free. But OBS, StreamYard, there's a reason why they're able to get away with charging because it's pretty good. It's a pretty good wrapper around YouTube. So,
right.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't mean to put a damper on everything, Mo. I just came up here to make mend the fences with you, Mo.
Oh, way to go.
Harvin wanted to jump into it. Did he leave?
No, he's still here.
Harvin's not here.
Oh, he's gone. Okay. Well, it was probably his nap time. I put him down for a nap in a bottle.
He tapped out repeating the same shit.
Stanley, what are you doing up so early?
I usually get up fairly early. Old men can't sleep.
The world class is she don't like these niggas. What your regular crew? Who's your regular crew, Mo?
I have a co-host, but me and Bolo used to stream together before his schedule changed. We normally address, of course, biblical topics and mental health. I don't know what the heck happened tonight with y'all, but it was a mess.
We live it up.
Smooth the waters.
Hey, Mo.
I came up to smooth the waters.
I didn't hear
you. It's been a great show, but we're supposed to be talking about godliness and spirituality.
Thank you, man. We did. We were. As soon as John joined the panel, something else happened.
Honestly, having someone come up and tell me what I'm supposed to be doing is an instant, like, dude, I'm just being kind, but not flushing you like a turd. 12th Man has a talent for that.
Control himself.
No, that's not true. You couldn't.
Hey, Mo,
you were the issue, not Harwin.
Mo,
I got some fun. When you put all black people in the same box, that really does.
Hey, Mo, I got something funny. Can I play it in the background? Can I play it for your audience?
What is it?
It's a clip of a phone call I took today. It's a lady. I was telling you about it earlier. It's a Hispanic lady. I think this is really, highlights kind of the problems that the blacks have. It's the unspoken truth that no one says. But this lady,
you waited for a Hispanic lady to say it?
Well, it just happened to come out like that. But it's an interesting phone call if you want to hear it.
I mean, what is it? I don't know.
I would love to hear your reaction to it. Actually,
I don't know, John.
Come on, it's
I'd
clean.
rather hear.
I promise you, it's clean. Mo.
Read some gospel.
You want to
I was earlier. It's amazing how the positive content doesn't get a lot of views, but as soon as John came up here with the toxicity.
I came up there apologize to you. Please.
That's crazy. But this, I will definitely Wednesday. I may do a part 2 on this. I'm not sure.
You want to hear the video, Mo? Yeah, I know you.
I don't think so.
Oh, well, you're missing out. I wanted to get your
response. Remember that video is representative of an apple.
Yeah, I want to get your response to it, though, Mo. I did really want to get your response to it.
Well, just put it in the back so you can do it later.
You have to come on my channel one day, and I would love to get some women to. One of these days, I would love to get some women to read, some black women in particular, to respond to it. And there's
I don't think respectfully that I would ever go to your channel, John.
No, I can understand it.
How many of you opened up your Bible today?
I did.
I did too, Mo love.
Mo, my mother says
I have like 5 different Bibles. But all of them represent something. I even have a Trump Bible. by Lee Greenwood.
Lee Greenwood.
I have one of those Bibles, and
you get it signed to him, man.
Zone, are you there?
I didn't get it signed, but that don't matter. I mean,
Yeah. I'm still
the
here.
message is still in there.
It's only been quiet as hell. Man,
Zone has been. I saw
The
him write a few
message
things
is
though in the
still
chat.
in the Bible. All you have to do is open it up and believe, and your sins will be forgiven. I mean, that's all you got to do. I mean,
I'm proud of you, Soft Man.
we're all sinners.
Who is Nope in the chat? Nope
Trying to
is
do better.
Nope in 3P.
And everyone could do better, right? Mo Love?
I agree.
I mean,
John
look
Galt
at
definitely
HBQ
can.
Nation.
What should I do better? What should I do better, Mo?
I just
And all you got to do is love the Lord and recognize your sins.
Mo, did I tell you that I gave a young black man a free place to live, no questions asked, no strings attached? And
did you? But what was the? I mean, did you like scorn him afterwards? Did you talk bad about him?
He only lasted 2 days. And this is what blacks don't understand. This is what, to the untrained eye, it would be inexplicable. Why would someone turn down free housing in one of the most expensive markets to live in DC? If I offer anybody else free housing, they take it and run with it. But why didn't he? Why didn't he? I know him for years.
Didn't he?
Who is this?
The young boy that comes around my house sometimes, his name Johnny Boy. I offered him free place to live.
Oh.
Right. And so the question is, why didn't he? It's the long arm of the government.
He had to work.
No, he didn't have to do much. I said, just keep the house clean where you are. Clean up the bathroom, keep the kitchen clean.
When you say he didn't last to that, what do you? He just left?
Because the long arm of the government, and it's strong. It has a gravitational pull that, like a businessman like myself, I can't outdo the government. And a lot of blacks have turned to the government now as like their salvation. They're not even going to look to their fellow man and say, maybe I can help you and you help me and we pull each other up. They're not doing that.
So Brandon said, what was your terms and conditions?
I just told you. I said, hey, man, just keep the house clean, the kitchen and the bathroom. That's all I told him. Just keep the kitchen.
Well, John, have you ever heard there is no such thing as a free lunch? Maybe, because it's hard for me to believe that a businessman such as yourself at some point in time wouldn't expect something from you.
I told him, hey, just keep the bathroom and the kitchen clean. Keep the bathroom in the kitchen.
Right, I heard what you said, but I'm saying there's no such thing as a free lunch, whether it's government or private.
Sure. That's right. Keep the bathroom in the kitchen clean. That was your
okay. No, John, I know you well enough to know that at some point.
No, honestly, bro.
Big Bad Bull said he only lasted 2 days because John Galt abuses his tenants, just like he tries to abuse black YouTube.
Yeah, I abuse you black YouTube creators. But the thing is, there was no abuse there. He could come back tomorrow, and he's sat on my couch many times. I've never disrespected him. I've damn near raised the boy to the extent of he didn't have much of a mother or father. Yeah, he lived across the street from me. That's how I met him as a child.
And that doesn't tell you something if he knows you that well and still doesn't want to do it.
Well, but this is what. So you didn't let me finish the point. So, what is a gravitational pull? Like these welfare people, you're not around them. You don't know anything about them. Man, they have network on top of network on top of networks, and they may say, "Hey, we're offering $65 a day to any poor person to come out." So on a Saturday, they do these things on Saturdays. So on a Saturday, he's spending all his day chasing $65.
Sounds like a sad life.
He's standing in line for $65. And I said, well, what did you stand in line for? It was come vote in the mayoral election. This is what they do to poor people. On the Saturday,
Okay, but John,
hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. On the Saturday, where he could be productive, I have lawn tools. He could go up and down the block cutting grass to lift his own self up. He ain't have to do it for me. He could have lifted his own self up. But the government saying, hey, we'll give you some free, well, government officials say, we'll give you some free money if you come vote for us. He go stand in line all day for $65, and they give him a rotisserie chicken and $65.
Gotcha. Now, when can I respond? Because
Sure,
we
go
get your point.
Yeah.
Okay, John, why are you blaming the government instead of blaming Johnny Boy?
Well, sure, there's something him go around, but he's not.
Okay,
totally,
the government
he's not totally,
didn't cause Johnny Boy to be Johnny Boy.
That's true, didn't it? But what I'm saying is that it does provide an alternative for people to work for themselves or work with their friends and family. And that's just one example. Just the other day, I was telling you an example earlier today. I have a black man. Hold on, Stanley. I have a black man in my house today, and in my house right now, and he says, hey, man, I shouldn't have to pay my rent. A government agency would pay my rent. And he went and looked up all my tax information and submitted it to the government agency for me. I didn't submit it. He did it all to chase some government rent, free rent. Now, he's able to pay his own rent. And you're going to blame the government for that? Hold on. He's able to pay his own rent.
Okay.
But there's so much government money floating around.
And
you got people who should just do for themselves. They're chasing free money. And
Hi, Brandon.
John,
thank you.
John,
I
and
do
you
want
and
to
I-
say
I'm not blaming the government, but by the fact that
Brandon
he
said,
Okay, there's going to be kind of a crossroads. It's coming up soon. And this is really the crux of John and I's disagreement. And one of these days, I'll go over to his channel if need be. But we just fundamentally disagree. And it's not even a cultural thing. John is an entrepreneur. He's a hustler and all that stuff. And I'd rather read a book. That's pretty much it. You'll hear my point, and it was actually good being up on a panel with John. There will be a big blow up one of these days. It's inevitable, but there has been time for wounds to heal.
sorry to interrupt. Thank you for tuning in. You said that my channel was recommended. I appreciate you for joining.
Oh, really?
Okay, so Big Bad Bull said we saw a recent stream where he had a former crackhead tenant on his stream in his house, and John Galt was cussing him out and demanding that the crackhead get him a beer before he would pay him $20.
Okay, can I respond?
That true?
Can I respond to that? First off, hell no, that's an absolute goddamn lie. And these blacks ought to be ashamed of themselves. And I brought that boy back up on Izzy's panel.
Don't use the Lord's
Don't
name
interrupt
in
me.
vain,
Don't interrupt me,
John.
12th man. I brought that boy up on Izzy's panel because Izzy put a stream title said,
Get me a beer, 12 man. That's what I was waiting for. Don't interrupt me. Get me a beer.
Crackhead. That boy never been on crackhead. More to the point, that boy's mama was on crack. And that boy fell out of a swing when he was a child and broke his nose, damn near died. And they put that boy in foster care, split up his whole
But
family.
did you cuss him out?
As it relates to the beer. First off, his brother normally works for me. But his brother was in the Salvation Army. So his other brother came over. This is the one he's talking about. And he said, unannounced, he said, can I work for you? I said, sure. I don't have anything for you to do right now. Just sit your ass down and just do what I tell you to do. If I tell you to go cut the grass, go cut the grass. But right now, I just want you to sit down. And so I said, give me a beer. I'm on CT channel. And I'm like, he laughing and shit. I'm like, give me a beer. Well, why do I have to tell you more than once? If you're going to learn how to work in this world,
you couldn't get up and get your own fucking beer, John.
If you're going to learn how to work in this world, you're going to have to take orders. And what?
Listen to this motherfucker. What? You. I'm sorry. I'm laughing a lot. You couldn't get up and get your own beer. What the fuck? on a panel. You should never be accoutrement. Dude. Accoutrement. That's what 12 man is right now. Nobody's listening. Why is 12 man? Well, I have a theory. God damn it. If I think about why 12 man wants to interject into this, I will go back to why dude, 12th man is a racist. He thinks that, hey, the white man is speaking. That's why he's doing this. And y'all think I'm just being all racist and shit. I've known these people. I'm 61. I grew up with them. He needs to be recognized. And there are things, if you get 12th man real dranked up. 12th man is 12th man, but dude, I recognize the type. I've known them. I'm from the South. And I'm not wrong about this. If you have ever talked to 12th man when he's stone cold sober, he doesn't think like this. Alcohol brings out himself.
A lot of these blacks don't understand is a lot of these people have never been told or been able to take orders. They want to get paid immediately. The world doesn't work that way.
Are you serious?
So look, listen.
All you gotta say, John, just say tough love. Just say tough love, and it'll be okay.
But they need tough talk. That boy didn't have a father. He didn't have a mother worth anything. He needed someone to talk rough to him, like my mother and my father talked rough to me. There was no difference.
So what are you saying? You cussing him out because he
I didn't cuss him out. I just said, give me a beer. Like, what the hell are you laughing for? I said, I'm paying you. I don't give a damn.
Is he laughing like I'm laughing?
Whatever. If I'm paying you to just sit your ass down, sit your ass down.
John, why couldn't you get up and get your own beer?
What Big Bad Bull didn't mention that was shown off stream is when his baby mama put him out because she found her a new man for the week. Where did he go live? Big Bad Bull he didn't see that side. When his baby mama put him out because she found her a new man for the week, because the children were out of school and she sent them down to the Tidewater area and he didn't have anywhere to live. Why do you think he was at my house, Big Bad Boy? Because he had nowhere to go. Understand?
Okay,
So
well, I must ask you this.
They don't understand. This is the part they don't see.
Okay,
well,
now that we see it, it still doesn't explain why you would act like that.
Because again, as I'm saying to you, the young man is looking for work. Big Bad Bull and Izzy, and they call him crackheads. How you gonna find work being labeled as crackhead? That's worse than what I said to him. What I said to him and other things that you didn't see on camera was I was trying to show him, look, man, you got to be disciplined. You got to be able to take orders, no matter if it's me or if it's at Home Depot. If you can ever get a job there, he can't work. And I'm trying to say, hey, man, there's future time orientation. Just because you did something this second don't mean you get paid the next second. A lot of people get paid every 2 weeks. They work a whole week. They got to show discipline. This boy never had that kind of discipline. All he's ever been working is one-off jobs. And I'm trying, and maybe it's foolish, but I was trying to install that in him. Right? And most of you people who don't deal with black people, you probably don't even realize how big of a problem that is. That they want to get paid immediately. Somebody has to break that. Most jobs don't pay you immediately. Am I wrong about that?
I think you are.
Okay, fair enough. You know, I didn't say there's no right way or a wrong way. It's the way I go about it, right? The way my parents raised me, you rough talk.
Well, I mean, there's a difference in tough love and just straight up abuse, and I think that's what Big Bad Bull is pointing out.
If I was abusing him, I ain't whoop him. I ain't call him out his name. I ain't call him a crackhead like Big Bad Bull did. Big Bad Bull doesn't even know that man. I brought that man up on Izzy.
How does he know he's that way? Apparently,
well, why does he call him a crackhead? Why is he calling? Nope. Big Bad Bull just labeling that boy crackhead. That boy mama was a crackhead, but he never, to my knowledge, and I brought him on the stream. I asked him, I said, you ever smoke crack? Because you got these blacks out here accusing you of being a crackhead. He said, man, I ain't ever smoked crack. I said, I ain't ever seen you smoke it, but I just wanted to hear you say it.
That is
He said,
crazy.
and so Big Bad Bull, he should
That
apologize.
doesn't mean that it's true, though.
Okay, that's true. But that doesn't mean that it's false either, right? But Big Bad Bull, who doesn't know that man from a man in the moon, should apologize by accusing that man of doing something without knowing that he does that. Like if he saw him smoking crack, fair enough. But he didn't see that boy smoking crack. He didn't hear that boy say, I smoke crack. But he just labeled another black man as a degenerate crackhead. What's wrong with Big Bad Bull?
So he was acting like you?
Okay, but I don't smoke crack, right?
No, you call us degenerates.
Okay, fair enough. But why would Big Bad Bull label him as a crackhead, not knowing that with no proof? Why would you do that to another black man? It's a black man out here looking for a job. Izzy Band created a public stream calling this man a crackhead. So anybody who's looking to hire this man, there are blacks that have created public streams. If someone were to Google him, do AI recognition, they will see that he's a crackhead. By Big Bad Bull, by Izzy's and all these other people standing.
Con, the problem is, and I've learned this since I've been on YouTube, don't go for the generalized bait, go for the specifics. They are buying into black people are like this. That's it. He will make broad generalizations. If black people aren't like that. You got to narrow down and focus the response. And I've never done formal debate or anything like that. I just understand words. I understand polemics. A lot of this is just simple polemics, or, I guess, you could call it, in certain types of panels, it could be dialectics, but it's mostly polemics. We tend to be, American in one way, shape, or form. John's just beating their asses and they don't know how to deal with him.
He's a crackhead. That's not right. Right? How is that right? How is that work? How is that not worse than what I'm doing?
John is literally acting like we all grew up with crackheads. Like the crackhead is the problem all black people had to deal with. Motherfucker, I'm sure there were a couple crackheads back in the early 80s when I graduated from high school. And John wants to act like, and other people like John, there are people, I think there are people on the left, more leftish, Big J, Sharon, they're dealing with the same stereotypical things. Dude, they are under the same illusions that the black community is like Brownsville. Everybody in Brownsville, we're from coast to coast, north to south, black people grew up in Brownsville, or they operate under those same rules. And I'm here to tell them, y'all have no fucking clue what you're talking about. John knows black culture better than most do. He grew up in Alabama. Most of these morons who want to talk like they actually know black culture, John actually knows it. And if you actually listen to him and know some of his cultural references and stuff, it's not like I agree with him, but he's hard to argue with because most people don't know black culture. Sharon, Izzy, Angry Man, these motherfuckers have no clue what they're talking about when they talk about black people. They know black people in their hood, They don't know Black people. Black Americans, 56% of Black Americans live in the South. Most of the people that I talk to don't live in the South, didn't grow up. They got a grandmama who grew up here, or they moved to the South. Name me one motherfucker other than John who actually talks about a content creator specifically who talks about Black folks from a Southern perspective. And don't include me because I may be the unicorn or some weirdo. John might be the only one. I just disagree with his take. CM doesn't do it. Nidus doesn't do it. CT doesn't do it. None of these motherfuckers have no clue what Black culture is. They have big city Black culture. They don't know the culture. You give them, you fucking hand CT a hoe in the middle of a fucking watermelon patch, that motherfucker has no clue what to do with it. That's Black culture to me. It's the crux of Black culture. Working class, knowing what to do with nothing. CT doesn't know that Black culture. John does.
I offered him a place to live. Big Bad Boy just
I'm gonna be
called him a name.
Let me be honest, and I've been on this riff for a couple weeks now. It's not worse than what you do. It's about the same level.
Call the man a crackhead.
A lot of these people on YouTube, they shall remain nameless. The gift of self-reflection is not something that a lot of content creators in this particular sector are blessed with. A lot of what they're doing is pretty low-level stuff as well.
Big Bad Bull is caught in captivity.
I think I saw that.
Big Bad Bull is in captivity.
I think I was there that day.
Big Bad Bull, how many lies you done listen to night after night? From I ain't gonna say who. You 0 for 2, boy. Carmelo, Rick Chow.
Is that who that is?
Right, that Big Bad Bull. You've been listening to lies all night. You've been caught in captivity for the last 6 months.
Don't do that, because I know exactly what you're trying to do.
I ain't saying no names. I ain't saying no names. I'm just other than Big Bad Bull. You've been listening to lies, boy. You've been supporting lies too. You ever thought about that? You ever reconcile the lies you've been told with reality? Bull. In reality, you're a cub, probably, to your bull.
Bull mammy, John?
He a cub to a bull mammy. And he over there listening.
And I cannot tell you the disgust I feel. Someone like 12 Man talking about a mammy. He's just repeating the bad ideas, trying to sound relevant. I'd have dropped 12 Man a while ago. A motherfucker like 12 Man talking about a mammy, he should have a warning. Don't ever, bitch, listen more than you talk.
Lies. Listening to lies. We all know that boy drowned, Big Bad Bull. How much you been paying to propagate the lie? Huh? How much you been paying? You still think the appeal gonna work, Bull? Bloodlust blacks. Bloodlust blacks. You paying for bloodlust, boy. I hope you know what you're doing. I hope you know what you're doing, Bull. Cub. I should call you just a cub. You're a cub. I hope you know what you're doing. Because what you're doing is worse than what I'm doing. You are paying to propagate a lie.
What are you talking about? How are you blaming it on Big Bad Bull?
He knows because he's funding the lie.
No, you just don't agree.
You know, you 0 for 2, boy. Have you reconciled the lies you've been ingesting? You've been held in captivity. Have you ingested?
What's up, world class?
Have you realized you've been lied to, boy? Huh? You 0 for 2. Carmelo, Rockfish boy down there, Nolan Wells. Who else?
You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
You about to be 0 for 3. You about to be 0 for 3. And then what's gonna happen, Big Bad Bill? When will you ever take the scales off your eyes and realize you've been lied to. You've been held in captivity. I ain't bring up no name, boy. You bring them up.
Okay, so let me put you back there real quick. Please. You gotta stop. That's ridiculous.
Can we get back to the gospel, my love?
I did. I went over that, and I thought John came up here to partake in the conversation, but him and Harwin went back and forth for a good 2 hours.
I have a question for 12th Man. 12th Man, did you actually get that Trump Bible autographed?
No, it's not autographed, but it's an official Lee Greenwood Trump Bible.
I see.
It says the same thing as my other 3 Bibles. You know, it's just a specially autographed one. That's all it's been. It's a nice Bible. It came with a nice leather cover, and almost wanted to put it in a plastic bag so it doesn't deteriorate.
Well, you know what you ought to do is take a picture with it held upside down.
Upside down? Why would I want to do that?
Well, Trump did it.
I don't know. It's a nice Bible, though. Nice leather cowhide cover. It's a good Bible.
Hey, 18. So I know that he has not. Well, he stopped going live on Mondays about.
Yeah. Only John got the point, dude. And Palomino, I know you try to nip at the heels, dude. You belong in his chat or CT's chat. And I appreciate that you come to my chat, but dude, no one got that hold the Bible upside down point except John. At least he got it. Not a 12 man. I think your home, Palomino, and I mean this sincerely, you belong with CT and John, people who would nurture you or tolerate you like a 12th man, because you're just a sober 12th man. If 12th man were sober, he would make the same points you make. He just makes the same points, but drunker and has the balls to come up to a chat. Don't talk to me about ego. Don't talk to me about self-reflection. Palomino, it's established, at least in my mind, that dude, you are struggling. Go back to chats who can talk at your level. You are not my level. I'm intellectually, socially, just all kinds of ways. Son, you need to tap less in my chat and listen more. I can teach you, but you got to want to be taught some. That's why people like Hood Conservative and all these fucking morons, they can call me names, but they know better than to tangle with me. I'm simply their better. They know it. At least John Galt's not afraid. At least Imperius is not afraid. A lot of people aren't afraid, but you got to be up to the challenge. You got to know your shit. Palomino, I've never seen you up on a panel, and maybe you have been. under another name, but don't be in my chat. I blocked Bardwell because Bardwell's kind of interesting. I just got tired of his fucking bullshit. He had like 6 accounts, and I took the time to block all 6 of them. Tell that dumb fuck to come up with a 7th if he wants to talk. If I think you're a moron and you aren't even funny, dude, y'all tell Ryan I blocked all of his accounts. The pussy. Don't talk about self-deport because I have finally done a Trump on him and barred the borders. I basically told Ryan, the southern border sealed, bitch. Don't create a 7th because that'll be blocked too. Take it back to him. And in true Ryan spirit, so
a year ago, and he hasn't been doing them anyway due to his schedule. But I know Anthony has been doing them like Tuesday through Friday. What do you can't do that, John. You can't.
But I mean, the truth got to be let out though. We're 0 for 3 now. Cyrus Belton, Carmelo, Nolan Wells. Is anyone are any of these streamers going to apologize to their audience for like propagating lies?
Can I have
I'm not even naming names here. Like, these people have been utterly wrong.
Did y'all want to say anything positive or anything about monitoring spirits and manipulation and why discernment matters? Before
why what matters?
Why discernment matters? No, I'm
like
asking.
Discernment matters?
Would you guys like to,
Well, I'd like to talk about discernment specifically.
Okay.
But it kind of ties in, and one of the reasons I came up, John and I basically see culture differently. And if you want to talk about Black culture, just as a concept, the discernment part actually works. The discernment comes in actually knowing what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. I'm very discerning when I use words like Black culture, to the extent that I am under no illusion that there's one Black community. To, act like all Blacks do one thing, all Blacks live one way, all Blacks want to live around whites, et cetera, et cetera. The discernment comes in and actually knowing what you're talking about, studying it, talking about it and not making a whole bunch of assumptions. And I've never been comfortable with people who just start a sentence with, well, Black people. No, we're not all the same. Never were. And definitely aren't now this far after 1964. We're kind of scattered to the winds. And there is no one solution to fix, quote, Black problems. And the discernment, we got a lot of people on YouTube that talk about stuff they don't know very well.
I agree.
A lot of times the advice they give is just adding to any problems that are already out there. So that's what I got to say.
Yeah,
that was really good. And Big Bad Bull, I definitely understand. I want you to know that I see John Galt very clearly. Again, when he came up, we were discussing the topic, and it took a turn between him and Harwin, and I just kind of let them have their little back and forth. But I got you.
I asked Harwin over and over, just stop talking to me. Just talk to me.
And this normally, this doesn't happen often, but once him and Harwin start going back and forth, I just,
but Molo,
let Harwin do his thing, because I definitely have an issue. And that's why you came up here, John, because you do see me call out some of the comments that you make.
And instead of
They're
addressing you
very
from
offensive.
and instead of addressing you from the panel, but again, like the comments that I make pale in comparison to what blacks are doing to each other. The blacks that stole my bikes, and I know it sounds trivial to you blacks up here, you know, but that serves to break down like trust where blacks don't want to deal with each other.
No, the blacks that you had an encounter with.
Well, fair enough. But again, this is just one
Okay, your bikes doesn't mean we all got our bike stolen. Mine's been sitting on the
John
floor for
Galt,
months.
you're the one who chooses to live in that environment.
Right. But that's true.
All
but
blacks
right.
That's
good. That's good. That's great you said that, right? Because even when I was making
Look at me rubbing off on 12 Man. Yeah, I'm getting it trained up at some point.
a whole lot of money, I still lived over here. Even though the average income in this area is less than half of the whole city, the rest of the city, I still chose to live over here.
I know blacks out here that built their own road.
But as I said, like, you know, I chose to live here. When, you know, the other people that shall remain nameless chose not to, right? And, you know, there are some pros and cons, like the black steal. Maybe we could stop stealing, make it a little bit better for everybody. But even with all that, you know, I've been able to make hay out of it because, you know, I haven't been afraid of these blacks. And I think that for many blacks, not all, I think they would find life a lot easier doing business with their own people than trying to go out into the wider world where your reputation is kind of bad. Nobody really wants to do business with many of you, particularly if you don't have anything of value
I
to
don't
offer.
want to do that.
Yeah, I
Like,
get it.
please.
Well, let me address John's comment because we've been talking about it for years at this point. And you know what? I know his position. He knows my position. But I want to put out there, not all blacks do business at all. You know, it just so happens, and I think the older I got, especially once I got married and, you know, had a child, I used to live to work. And when I actually got like a family life, I worked to live. I didn't need to, you know, I worked a lot of hours still because I liked what I was doing. But you know what? I wouldn't think anything of taking a day off since I could. You know, owning a business is a lot of work. It is almost 24/7, you know, 365. And not everybody's entrepreneurial. Not all blacks are entrepreneurial to that extent. So while I understand John's arguments, some of us don't want to do business. Some of us don't want a business.
No, I don't disagree with you. Like my next door neighbor, I looked out the window the other day and she had a Hispanic man cutting her grass. I said,
"Oh, this is going to be good."
These are little micro transactions here and there. But imagine no Hispanics live around here. There are plenty of idle young black men who could easily cut her grass. It's not like rocket science, but yet she can find.
Is she a single woman?
I don't know what her relationship is. I would assume so. But you know,
so you don't think there's a certain risk in, you know, hiring a bonded company versus some?
I don't think these were bonded. I don't think these were bonded companies. But even if it were, you know, she went and found a Hispanic bonded company. They probably come from the other side of town, probably another jurisdiction, Maryland. And yeah, this is cutting grass. This is basically when I was a young man.
You said she's your next door neighbor, right?
Yeah, but she's not getting any manicure.
Did you talk to her about why she did it?
No, I didn't ask her. I haven't.
Okay, then why talk about it on a YouTube panel?
Well, the point being though is again, like when I was a young man, I grew up this high, made a little money.
Yeah.
And so, but hold on, Stanley. But hold on. But if I go around the corner,
why are you whining on it? Why are you whining about it on a YouTube panel when she lives right next door?
I'm not whining about it. I'm just pointing out to you just
another issue that you turned into a black issue.
Well, you know, can't say however you like. But again, if there are idle men right around the corner, and then a black woman.
So what if she knows the guy?
I didn't even get to finish. I doubt she knew him, right?
Okay,
but okay, let's say that she knew. Let's say that she knew him. Okay, but he doesn't live around here. She came all the way from where he likely lives, probably Hyattsville, Maryland. When there are a bunch of idle black men that are hanging on the corners, that if you were to give them a lawnmower, they turn around and sell it before they take it and use it and make more money.
Gosh.
That's what you're saying.
Can we get back to discernment now?
Yeah.
Well, that is
what would you say about discernment, John?
Well, I think there's a lot of lack of discernment.
Well, no, I have a point about discernment and concerning John's point. Okay, I'm sorry. We get your point, but she lives right next door, and presumably you have good, like, your neighborly.
Well, she just moved in.
I'd be, instead of complaining about it,
I'm not complaining,
or using it as some example, I would be more interested to know what you did about it, what investigation you did.
No, I didn't do anything about it. I just happened to notice it one day, and I didn't make any.
Right, but now you want to talk about it. And hence my point. Listen to what he's saying. Interrogate what he has said. Who cares about the black people on the corner or anything like that? Listen to what he said. Interrogate what he said. Make him prove, disprove, deal with what he said. It's easy. This is what these motherfuckers, from Knightish to Angry Man, from Sharon to just find fill in the blank. Dude, just listen to what people say. And this is why I don't like 8 people up on a channel talking at the same time. It gets difficult to listen. And those are my things. I think more than 4 people up on a panel. I don't want more than 4 people. If 5 people come up, it's bullshit time. But if you're actually listening to these arguments, John will have to backpedal or punch ahead. He may win the argument, but you got to listen to what people are saying, especially if they're smart. So that's how you win arguments. That's why you use bigger words. That's how you get attention. And that's why no one ever comes up on this panel, because this is not kindergarten. This is real black man or black woman talk. I'm not going to dumb it down. You come up to my level, I'm not going down unless you're cute. Most of the good looking women that I know, they can talk. They know how to think.
But the bigger point is, though, I've gone on.
I don't think there's a bigger point.
Well, let me finish. I've gone on to Martin Luther King myself, looking for labor. Turned down by black men. Wouldn't work. And so then what did I do?
Now you're moving the goalpost.
But again, this is labor. This is our underclass that should be offering us, at the minimum, manual labor. They're not willing to do it.
You have all kinds of expectations.
For what? For what? A man who hanging around all day? Yeah, I was taught that.
Okay, now we're talking about the men on the corner. We were just talking about your neighbor. Why do you keep moving the goalpost?
Because there's a connection. Because the men on the corner who don't want to work, like they can't.
Maybe that's why she didn't.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know anything about that. I don't be into
John,
big bad boy, you held in captivity, boy.
Leave almost don't say that.
Hey, why don't you tell him to stop mentioning my name, boy? Why you keep mentioning my name, boy? He mentioned my because stop mentioning my name. Why don't you stop mentioning my name, boy? You held in captivity, boy.
And this will not happen again, by the way.
You really are a cub.
Happened unexpectedly.
These blacks can't behave themselves. Yeah, like he keeps
mentioning me. Do you see yourself? Do you ever self-reflect?
I haven't mentioned this boy's name.
Self-reflect?
I haven't mentioned his name one time. He constantly keeps spamming the chat with my name.
But do you self-reflect?
Put his comments up and see how many times he's mentioned JG.
I know.
I watch your stream.
You don't
I don't watch your stream, boy.
These
I don't
people
watch your stream, boy. I don't watch your stream, JG. Big bad Kahuna.
You held in captivity. Blessing all these people listening.
Right, you held in captivity, big bad Kahuna.
I care more.
I'm just joking.
He's held in captivity.
really let me push a particular type of content for views. I could have been did that. I'm more about, my pushing my purpose and positivity and really helping people out here. It just kind of went left today because John came up here. At first he made it sound like he was going to address the topic. Then him and Harwin kind of went back and forth, and I was rocking with what Harwin was saying, so I just let them have
You
their
can
little...
control Harvey. I told Harvey, just stop talking.
Stop mentioning my name, dude.
Being godlike.
Hey, Bola, on Wednesday in your part 2, you ought to take part 1
I gotta run. I gotta
and
meet
review it biblically. There's got to be something that the Bible says about this mess.
About what?
About this show today.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm saying you ought to review in part 2. You ought to review part 1 through a biblical
with this
lens.
show. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Just an
definitely.
idea. Well, I was kind of surprised, but she said that, hey, she was thinking about doing a part 2 of the theme tomorrow, I guess. And she forgot what she said. I actually do listen to people. People don't understand. Even, dude, one of the things you learn on a ship is to filter out noise, and sometimes it's reading lips to help what you're hearing. I actually do listen to people. Why do you think I just repeat what they say back to them like I just did? She was talking about a part 2. I'm saying, hey, part 2 would be fun if in part 2 you review John's presence on part 1. Now, I don't know. I think she should. Upon reflection, upon review, I'm not sure that John actually was that bad. John is John. If you let him up, you must expect that he's not going to be quoting Bible verses. In the end, it's always on the content creator, the channel owner. She knew what would happen.
And y'all was kind of in my own little world, to be honest. Other times I probably would have shut stuff down a long time ago. But John, I definitely don't rock with John like that. I don't have anything against him personally, but his thought processes do not align with me at all. And he knows that.
Well, sometimes it's good to have a little bit of spice.
Well, you're
we have our own little spice over here in our own way. That's
No. I meant in shaking up, having someone who's not quite aligned with your viewpoint. I don't mean the show.
I've had that actually plenty of times, but when it comes in the form of downing the Black community, I don't rock with that.
Right.
If that makes sense. There are other ways to kind of spice the show up, and I would prefer that it's not in the way that John chooses to engage. Just my thing, but
Well, I think it is well within your right on several different levels to not engage with it.
Yeah. But shout out to everybody. Zone said he talked for maybe 5 seconds. The entire 6 hours of the stream. Stanley, I appreciate you for coming up. I am gonna end it though, I think.
Okay. I enjoyed it.
I did too. Thank you so much. I don't
Let me
know.
assuage
Harlan,
you
is your thing messed up?
My what?
I don't know. I was asking. I don't know what keep happening to her when he keep dropping.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna head on out, but I enjoyed it.
Okay. Thank
See you later. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
All right, so it goes on after this. But Khan, to your point, Kimmy's always been MAGA. Like since she has always been since the John Galt days. She's always been conservative, etc. And I think I could tell you why, but she can tell you why. But I've never thought she was liberal. And you know, I don't really have a problem with her being liberal. I just want her to be right on the points. And you know, and y'all will have to forgive me. I got one Guinness Stout left, and I'm gonna end this show and probably go over to Ertz or somewhere or in the chat or I have some energy, but Kimmy is a darling. Politics don't necessarily determine how you react with someone you're attracted to, like in a romantic way. And Kimmy is married. I'm not, but I'm saying it's okay. The politics are not necessarily real life. There can be some, I think Kimmy was peeved. Kimmy was peeved with me up on this chat, but she held her own. And I'd make a joke, she'd make a joke, and we'd laugh and reset and go from there. That's how you can marry a Republican woman, or you can marry. It's politics is not necessarily how you conduct your personal life. I think politics is important. If you are so doctrinaire that your wife or your husband must agree with everything, I just think that just so happened my wife and I agreed on politics, but I know I can remember maybe one or two times that my wife and I talked about politics, but we never fucking talked about politics. It was more about the boy, or it was more about the lawn, or it was more about, what's dinner about, or the wood split. Like, how are we going to do this? I didn't have a political marriage. And I think I don't know how to say other than Kimmy should not be a stranger. I need people to disagree with me. And at least she did it intelligently and with humor and with grace. That's why Kimmy's Kimmy. She does it with grace. She's not a dick. So she can be MAGA as much as she wants to be. Stanley, don't leave what? Dude, it is late at night, Bobby. It is 8 hours, god damn it. You know what? Bobby, what would you do if I said, well, I'm gonna put my nightish beanie on and go, you want to extend the show? Motherfucker, I'm not doing that. But let's see. She wasn't a dick about Kimmy's Kimmy. And she is I'm look, she is my type of woman, except she's married and way younger. It's like a little sister. Why? Bobby, god damn it. Just stay a little longer. That sounds like a song. Stay. I want you to stay a little bit longer. Well, Bobby, I should extort you for money, bitch. But I'm not going to do it. But let me say this, because I don't do enough housekeeping. Y'all, please make sure you hit this like button. If you're new to the show, There was a new lady who came in called Empress something or another, and I bet she didn't subscribe because I was just talking shit, and she was just like, I can find more amusement somewhere else. But y'all hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, check us out. Might be your cup of tea, might not. Support the channel by supporting the host. All the information gets dropped into the chat and into the crawl at the bottom of the screen. Show ideas or contributions. Deacon Dave gave a good one. A good one. People tend to do that. So we go. And I'm sorry, Bobby. Bonjour, Dawn. No way. Morning coffee. Dawn. Oh my Lord. I have gone way too long if she's having morning coffee. Oh my Lord. So please tell me, and you know what? I've never been to Paris. One of these days, Dawn, you're gonna have to come up here and kind of navigate your favorite haunts. I hope cafes and stuff like that. It'd really be cool if you. We don't have to be. We don't have to stream it. We can pre-record it. I would love to know about that sort of stuff. At this rate, may not make it to Paris, but so we go. And I see Lim is back. Let's see. Life shit as you get older, everyone starts dying off. Could be worse. You could not observe other people die. That would be worse. It happens. You gotta steel yourself for the trip. Federal government is withholding Medicaid money from California to the tune of $1 billion. Well, California won't care. There's this weird phenomenon that most MAGA folks don't know. Texas is the exception. Florida probably too. But New York, Massachusetts, California, I can't remember the other states. California is the 7th. If California were a country, it would be the 7th largest economy in the world. New York is somewhere there. That's why America's so much richer than everyone else. We got states. Mississippi has a bigger GDP than fucking England. California doesn't care. California pays for Arkansas. New York pays for Tennessee. Georgia holds its own. Dude, stop acting like Trump holding $1 billion. What if California just said, hey, motherfuckers, we're not paying for Louisiana. We're not paying for Mississippi. My response to that is good luck, Trump. California is the 7th biggest economy on earth. I think they'll be okay. They'll just withhold some of that money to Arkansas. Stop paying taxes. Trump better be careful. He's losing against. What's going to happen if Trump loses the war with California? He can't motherfucking bomb them. Trump is a fucking loser, dude. He can't even be a good commander in chief. How's he going to force California to do what he wants? Bobby, get out of here with that silliness. Learn your stuff, son. Let's see. Contra, you don't want a bunch of empty pews at your service. Who cares about that? California has the same population as Canada. Well, look at the GDP. And I don't tend to be kind of economically minded, but I do know that California's economy, they could just withhold some taxes and pay that billion. Hey, they're gonna go, we'll take a rain check. Yeah, well, Bobby, what you want doesn't really matter to California. Um, you want California not to get the Medicaid money? Okay, and dude, yeah, I'm glad you noticed that. That bridge that he thought he was going to shut down, that shit's working great. So he's gonna do a 25% tax over smoke. Trump is an idiot. How about when the fucking war you started first, sir? And then we'll go from there. Trump is slowly losing his base too. Poor, 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 poor. New daddy, the new father. He's gonna be raising them kids in Ohio or Middletown. By the way, Middletown, Virginia, where JD Vance has moved his family to, dude. That's right along Highway 50. Dude, I lived in Northern Virginia for years. That's some prime country. And you got to be rich to even think about the poor people are rich in Middletown. So, I don't know. Let's see who else is live right now because I am going to shut this down. Ert is live and he's got, who does he have over there? He's got Pittsburgh and Ert's not that compelling. I never find him an intellectual. That motherfucker is just a weirdo. So anyway, y'all go over to Ert. Tell him I said, hey, I might be there, I might not. Why are you not drinking Coors Light? Needed a change. Mariah. What? Hey, Mariah, why has C Moore not been live that much? He used to go live when I went live. RLM's up. That's probably where I'll go. I like her, better than than Ert. And the criticisms remain. She's still who I think she is, but she's just less. She's more tolerable than Ert. Ert's interesting, and we're on good terms. So I guess I'm not gonna absolutely say what I want to say. So oh no. He hasn't been live that much. It's not that I care that much. You know, he made the mistake of saying something about bill collectors. So I'm sure that's what's occupying his time. People, this is the other thing. Always accentuate the positive on YouTube. Nobody cares about, the negative. And someone like CM talks shit while talking about the hard parts of his life like someone cares. Bobby, I don't care. And stop calling us a duo. CM has much to learn. So anyway, I will see everyone tomorrow, hopefully at the normal time. Who knows? One never knows. But I'm actually thinking about taking tomorrow off, but we'll see. See y'all tomorrow. And probably I'll drift over to RLM